Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. The festival is brought to you by the Book Developers Association of the Philippines in coordination with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Daz Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel for today is entitled Lockdown Lit for GenZers. I am Paulo Heras, BDAP trustee, and your moderator for this afternoon. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers, Babang See and Mina Villas Guerra. And after both panelists speak, we'll go into a Q&A session. For those watching on YouTube and Facebook, please type up your questions in the comment section. The first panelist is Babang See, a mother of three. Bebang is a writer, editor, and copyright advocate. She has 9 books produced by mainstream and small publishing companies. Inspired by the NBDB's national surveys on reading habits of Filipino adults, Bebang conducted in 2019 an informal survey about books that Filipino teens read. And she did it again this year during the lockdown. Our second panelist is Mina Villas Guerra. Mina writes contemporary romance novels. When not writing romance, she is president of communications firm Bronze Age Media, development communication consultant, publisher, and publishing mentor. She created the workshop series Author at Once for writers and publishers, and #romance class for aspiring romance writers. Her young adult fantasy trilogy, Interim Goddess of Love, is a college love story featuring gods from Philippine mythology. Her contemporary romance novellas won the Filipino Reader's Choice Awards for Chick Lit in 2012, Fairy Tale Fail, and 2013, That Kind of Guy. She has degrees from the Ateneum de Manila University for Communication and the University of the Philippines Development Communication. So it is my honor to present you our two panelists for today, Bebang and Mina. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Magandang hapon po. Thank you, Paolo.
So let's start. Who's gonna come up first? Is it Bebang? Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
You may take the floor.
Opo. Yung presentation ko, okay, ayan na. So, ito ay pinamagatang anong libro ang binabasa mo ngayon. Isa siyang survey para sa Pinoy teens sa panahon ng COVID. So, salamat po sa Book Development Association of the Philippines, Miss Annie and Paolo, para sa pagbibigay ng pagkakataon na makapagbahagi. Okay, next please. Okay, in 2017, inimbitahan ako ng PASLI, Association of School Librarians, para mag-talk tungkol sa young adult literature kasi nagsusulat ako nito. Pero naisip ko, ano nga ba ang binabasa that time ng mga kabataan? Okay, kaya naisip ko rin na mag-survey. Okay, next please. So, isa lang ang tanong dun sa survey. Ano ang binabasa mo? Nung time na yun, no? It was 2017 at natapos siya 2019. Tapos buong Pilipinas nag-survey ako. Meron akong 100 respondents. Ginawa lahat online, digital. And then, kasama ko, katuwang ko sa pag-research si TJ Tenedero ng UP Las Bañas. Next, please. Tapos, pinesent ko yung result sa Philippine International Lit Fest ng 2019 na organized by NBDB. Ngayong taon, ginawa ko po siya ulit. Next, please. So, 13 to 19 years old ang tinanong namin. We had 109 respondents. It was done from April to July. ECQ pa yan, no? Tsaka hindi pa nag-uumpisa ang klase. Of course, with the help of TJ again. At this time, FB Messenger lang namin siya ginawa. Tapos, meron ding respondents from all over the Philippines. Next, please. Ito yung mga tumulong sa akin, kamag-anak, writer friends, teacher friends, reader friends, mommy friends, former students, and office mates. Pero, hindi sila yung same set ng mga tao na tinanong ko last year. Noong 2017 hanggang 2019. So, ibang set ng ko ito. Okay, next please. So, ito yung profile ng mga sumagot. Ang pinakamaraming sumagot ay 18 years old. No? So, meron akong 21 respondents na 18 years old. At ang pinakakonti ay 13 years old. So, 109 silang lahat. May butal kasi alam nyo, ano lang namin share yung question. Please share to your teenage friends, mga ganyan. Tapos nung bumalik, ang dami. Sobrang dami. Hindi naman ako, alam nga naman mag-delete ako, di ba? Kasi ibig sabihin, pipili ako. So, sinama ko na yung sobra yung siyam. Next, please. So, ito ang current location nila. From Luzon, we have 41 respondents. Visayas, 6 lang. I know, kulang na kulang yan, no? At hindi pantay. So, next time, aayusin pa natin yan. Mindanao, 25, and Mega Manila or NCR, 37 respondents. Next, please. Sa Luzon, may mga sumagot from Bukawi, Marilao, may Kawayan ng Bulacan. Meron from BB Facoma, Bungabong at Bansud ng Oriental Mindoro. Meron din from Silang at Dasma ng Cavite. Masingal at Vegan from Ilocos Sur. Meron din po from Baguio, Pangasinan, Camsur, Nueva Vizcaya, San Mateo Rizal, at tumagot ng Calabarzon. So, hindi na niya sinabi kung saan siya eksakto. Okay, next po, from Visayas, 2 lugar lang, Tarangnan, Samar, and Antique. Next po, Mindanao. Mindanao po, Marawi, Jensan, Sarangani, Coronadal, at Davao del Sur. Next, please. Sa Mega Manila, may pinakamaraming sumagot ay from QC. Next is Manila. Tapos may sumagot na very specific, Tondo at saka Pandacan, Manila. And meron from Caloocan, San Juan, Parañaque, Taguig, Mandaluyong, and Las Piñas. Next, please. So, mas marami po ang sumagot na babaeng respondent kaysa sa lalaki. So, 66 girls and 39 boys. At meron tayong 4 na ditiyak. Hindi sana di-discriminate ako, pero hindi kasi namin alam ko. Ano yung, kung babae siya o lalaki, ang pangalan ay Jamie, Cyril, mga ganyan. So, hindi kami makadecide kung babae ba yan o lalaki. Sorry, excuse. Next please. So, paano sila sumagot sa tanong na anong libro ang binabasa mo ngayon? Okay, next. Next please. Sorry. Next please. Ay, sorry. Balik po tayo. Okay. So, sumagot sila. Ito.
Bebang, 1 second. Excuse me, Bebang. Nawala yung volume.
Ayan.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, ulit tayo.
So, sorry po.
Okay, yes.
Okay, may sumagot na author lang, yung sagot niya. And then may sumagot na genre lang, as in halimbawa sci-fi, ganyan. Yan yung sinagot niya. Meron ding sumagot ng title lang, meron ding sumagot na local works lang, and meron ding sumagot na puro foreign works lang. At sa foreign works, ang mga bansa na pinanggalingan ng mga libro na binasa nila ay US, UK kasi Harry Potter, Nigeria, nagulat ako dito, no? And merong Japan, ang daming Japan because of the manga and anime na binabasa ng teenagers. Meron ding from Korea kasi dahil sa K-pop. Okay, and then meron ding sagot nila ay halatang for school. So ang sagot nila study book, educational book. Yan mismo yan mismong mga words na yan ang sinagot nila. Meron din sumagot ng Florante at Laura, Noli at Elfili. And then, meron ding sumagot ng reviewer. 3 silang sumagot niyan. Yung isa for college entrance exam, yung isa for career service eligibility sa government. At 2 pala yung sa college entrance. Okay, next. May sumagot na Bible, 4 yan. So, we the young ones are okay. Joke lang. So, sa series, ang daming sumagot na local, Wattpad kind of series, at marami ring foreign series, Twilight, Hunger Games, etc. Tapos marami ding sumagot na isa lang ang sagot nila, at marami ring sumagot ng marami, as in nag-elaborate sila. Sino ito? Mga younger teens, no? The older teens, usually isa lang sagot. And then may sumagot din na paksa ang sagot niya. For example, anong libro ang binabasa mo ngayon? Ang sagot niya, music and drawing. Ganon. Okay, may sumagot din na self-help, guitar, tungkol sa guitar, learning Japanese, and manual ng sasakyan. Yan mismo yung word niya. And then next, may sumagot ng storybooks, no? Isang 13-year-old boy from NCR. Next, please. Okay, ano yung mga sagot? Ano yung mga actual na sagot? Oh my God, eto na tayo. So, syempre, dahil curious ako sa Filipiniana na sagot nila, yun ang una kong tinignan. So, ito po. Sa author, ang kanilang ang pinakamaraming mention ay Bob Ong. Meron siyang 3 mention, at itong mga bata na itong teenagers na tayo from Bulacan, Oriental Mindoro, and Taguig. And meron 2 mention kay Luwalhati Bautista from Parañaque and QC, at 2 mention kay Virgilio Almario or VSA. Pero one teenager from Jensen siya, 17-year-old boy. At wika at pagsasalin books yung minention niya na libro ni Virgilio Almario, The National Artist for Literature. Okay, next please. May iba pang minention na Filipino authors. Si Jonax, no? Ang nag-mention sa kanya ay isang 13-year-old girl from Bungabong, Oriental Mindoro. At kay Norman Wilwaico, 19-year-old boy from QC. At kina Anthony Diaz ng Bicol at Michael Coroza. Okay, so yan lang yung authors na binanggit na Pinoy. Pero sumagot sila ng titles, no? So ang pinakamaraming sagot, Noli Me Tangere. Hindi na tayo dapat magulat dyan. Pero hindi ako naniniwala. ECQ, magbabasa ka ng Noli, no? So anyway, 4 na mention po ito. Elphily, 2 mention. And fiction, I Love You Since 1892, 2 mentions. The rest, isang beses lang na mention. Florante at Laura, nakabasa na pala ako. Stainless Longganisa, Wave of Memories, Masipag na Filipino. Gapo, May Titik sa Bubong, May Sigbin sa Silong, 13 series, Dekada 70, He's Into Here, Hell University, Detective Files. No? Ito pa, sa Ikatulong Aldaw ni Anthony Diaz. Ito, Girok, Anthology of Bicol Erotica. Oh my God. Filipino at amalgamasyong pangwika ni Virgilio S. Almario, 3 siglo ng pagsasaling teknikal ni VSA, at gawain ng pagsasaling ni Michael Coroza. May sumagot din na Supremo, which is young adult literature, Migrantic ni Norman Wilwaico. That's it for the Filipiniana. And we have the foreign titles. Ito yung authors. Dan Brown, Radiant Book, Ned Vizzini, Kerry Maniscalco, Raina Telgemer, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, Lily King, Uwem Akpan, yan po yung Nigeria. And marami pa pong iba. Si Rick Riordan, 2 mentions. Jane Austen. Ito pa po. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, etc. George Orwell, etc. Ayan pa. So, nilista ko lahat. Ito pa. Ang dami, no? So, authors pa lang yon. So, may sumagot sa tanong na anong libro ang binabasa mo ngayon? Ang sagot nila, titles na mismo. Okay, ito yung sa foreign works. Turtles All the Way Down, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Run for Your Life, Who Moved My Cheese, Treasure Islands, etc. etc. Ito pa. Okay? Men Are From Mars, Lovely Bones. So, ang tanong. So, walang-wala tayo sa foreign works, ganun po ba? No? Batay sa aking informal survey? Hindi po. No? Kasi, meron po tayong Wattpad. Yay! Okay. Merong 7 mention. Ibig sabihin niyan, 7 magkakaibang teenager ang nag-mention sa word na Wattpad. So, they are from NCR, Nueva Vizcaya, San Mateo Rizal, Gensan. They are 14 to 19 years old. Isang lalaki, 6 na babae. And of course, the Wattpad works they are reading are mostly Taglish works. Meron pa po. So, bukod sa nagsalita o nag-mention ng Wattpad as a word, no? Some of them give specific titles. So, tiningnan ko sa internet kung tama ba ako kung Wattpad nga ito. So, these are the titles from Wattpad that the teenagers are reading. Ayan, My Fangirl Dream, Hell University, Detective Files, Project Loki, Moriarty Cafe. Ito, parang detective. Walls of What You See is What You Get, and Pack Series, Titan Academy, Charm Academy. At ang dami! Ayan po. Okay. Next, please. Okay, anong observation ko? May laban tayo, foreign versus Filipiniana, via Wattpad! Nakagulat ba yun? Hindi naman, ano? Okay, next please. So, ano pa ang iba nilang binabasa? Ano pa, bukod sa mga nabanggit ko, ano pa ang binabasa nila? When they were asked the question, anong libro ang binabasa mo ngayon? Some of them answered these words. Genre. Ang sagot nila. 2 mentions for adventure, 2 mentions for science fiction, mystery, teen fiction, comics. Ang comics po ay 6 na mention. Storybooks, humor books, fan fiction. Next, please. Inspirational stories, satire book, romance books ng ate, pocket books, and erotica sa Bicol yan. Erotica. So, nung tinanong sila, yan yung sagot nila. Okay? When they were asked, anong libro ang binabasa mo ngayon? Some of the teenagers answered, ang sagot nila ay literary form. So, ito po. 4 of them mentioned novels. 2 of them mentioned stories. 1 of them mentioned storybooks or children's stories, no? So, may nag-mention ba ng dula, ng poetry? Wala. Wala ring anthology. Walang sumagot ng anthology. Okay. So, ito yung mga sagot by sex. Hindi ko na pala siya iisa-isahin, ano? Pero ito yung mga sample na sagot from the girls. Ayan po. Okay, ito naman yung for boys. Ayan po. Mga sample lang to. Anong observation ko, no? Sa girls and boys na reading list, halos wala po silang pinagkaiba. Halos walang pinagkaiba. Mas marami lang na Wattpad na readings among the girls. Pero halos pareho. Kung may Bible sa girls, meron din sa boys. Kung may self-help sa girls, meron din self-help sa boys. Kung merong fiction sa girls, meron din sa boys. Pareho-pareho. Okay. Next, please. Okay, ito naman by age. Halos pare-pareho ang diversity ng books from 13 to 19 years old. Wattpad titles, present siya sa bawat age level. 13 years old, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Lahat sila nagbabasa ng Wattpad. Okay? Tapos, ang self-help books naman ay na-mention ng older teenagers. Tapos, presence ng Filipino classics, early teenagers, 13 years old pa lang nagbabasa na, ay, ito yung Noli Metangere, Florante at Laura L. Fili. Pero sa foreign na classics, only the older teens read, no, mentioned that they read the foreign classics. Okay. Yun lang yung observation ko para sa anong tawag dito? By age and by sex. So ito naman yung mga kakaibang mga sagot. So may sumagot ng green mythology. So I think sex life ito ng mga gods and goddesses. Joke lang. Baka typo lang yan. Greek mythology. Okay. Next ay may sumagot ng sword art online. Golden Age Yuan Dynasty, Korean Novels View, One Piece, hindi ko alam yan. Yung magazine, sagot niya magazine. So baka naka-compile as a book yung magazines nung nabasa niya. At may sumagot na libro tungkol sa wedding. Okay. Isang 15-year-old boy. Okay. So, ano ang mga iba ko pang observations batay sa results ng survey na ito? Halos ganito rin po ang binabasa ng teenagers last year. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, hindi po nakaapekto ang crisis sa pagpipili ng librong babasahin ng teenagers. Okay? Number 2, grabe ang diversity. No? Topic, genre, ano pa ba? Local and foreign. Talagang iba-iba ang binabasa ng teenagers na Pinoy. Okay sa kanila, number 3, okay sa kanila ang text-heavy na mga libro. Text-heavy na mga libro. Number 4, majority sa mga binanggit nila ay fiction or novel. Next, please. At nagbabasa sila English at Filipino. At ang mga librong binabasa nila mostly mainstream publisher, local and foreign. At ito, ang lakas-lakas ng Wattpad hanggang ngayon. And then next is printed or online na libro, okay sa kanila. And may fans pa rin si Babang. Akala ko hanggang sa generation lang namin yan. Next, please. Sa NCR, puro foreign novels in prose. Mahina ang Filipiniana dito. Other than Wattpad. Nagbabasa ang NCR ng Wattpad. Pinakamarami nagbabasa ng Wattpad sa Luzon. Tapos, dalawang mention ng local work, Bicol literature sa Luzon. Sa Visayas, walang local works, mostly para sa pag-aaral ang kanilang pagbabasa. Sa Mindanao, halo for school and leisure, pero walang mention of local works. Next, please. Sad observation, marami pa rin ng foreign and English works. Next, please. Pinoy teenager, isa lang nag-mention ng libro about local work. Next, please. Okay, anong recommendations? Number 1, let's help our teenagers find more Filipino works, especially local works. Number 2, conduct a more formal study about reading habits of Pinoy teenagers. Number 3, ngayon pa lang po, gabayan na natin ang kanilang taste para lumalim ang pagnanasa nila sa Pinoy books. Thank you!
Ang bilis ng recommendation. Okay. Thank you, Bebang.
Sorry, natatakot ako sa aking connection.
It's okay. Thank you for that. We'll continue with Mina.
My turn. Hello. Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Mina Villas Guerra. I'm a romance author and publisher. I founded a community of Filipino romance authors called Romance Class. I'll start this presentation by saying if you're wondering what any group of people are reading on the internet, it's easy to find out what it is. All of our online activities, reading especially, have metrics. And these metrics, in some cases, are publicly available. If you want to know what Gen Z, for example, are reading, what we need to do is go to the app stores, look at book apps or reading apps, go to those apps like Wattpad, Radish, Webtoon, all of these things, and you'll see what their top 10 or most read titles are on any given day. If you want to look at what we're buying or what Gen Z is buying, go to Amazon or Kobo or Apple Books or whatever ebook retailer you want to check. You can look at their charts, and you will see sometimes hourly, on an hourly basis, what people are buying, if not reading. So since you can do that without me, you can do that on your own. What I'm presenting today is actually the data that I have as an author, a publisher, and someone in a community. Um, what I will offer will be my own experience, but it may clue you in on opportunities that are also available to you. Um, I'll let you know right now at the beginning what's the point of it all. If you're a creator or if you're interested in learning what people are reading right now, it's about access and audience, always. Next slide, please. Okay, at the beginning of lockdown, I was interviewed and asked what will change about my writing and publishing because of quarantine. I didn't know then how long lockdown would be, but my situation as a romance author, as an author writing in English in the Philippines, and self publishing online was like this on the slide before 2020. I publish digital and print on demand. Romance is what I write, and it's actually always popular. English is read by Filipinos and also non Filipinos. Amazon is a fully developed digital retailer space, and anyone with a credit card and internet connection can buy a book. I focus on community rather than marketing. My main audience has always included teens to early 20s as an age group, which apparently is the definition of Gen Z. I also offer a mix of free and paid content even before 2020. Next slide, please. So in 2020, what this means is what this meant for me when the lockdown came around is that me and fellow romance authors who also self-publish online actually saw an increase in our readership and in participation in our online activities. I will share 2020 activity in three areas, which would probably have a Gen Z audience. The first one is Wattpad, as Bebang mentioned also. It is one of the largest free fiction apps for readers. Majority of my readership on this app is from the Philippines and yes, in the 13 to 25 age group. The largest ebook retailer is Amazon, where I would have a Gen Z audience, but they would need to be older in the 18 to 25 range because they would need credit cards to purchase. The third area that I'll discuss, which is also available to you as Filipino creators, is Overdrive, which actually serves library systems. So this is not exactly the Gen Z audience paying through Overdrive. This is their library acquiring work that is digital on behalf of their patrons who may be Gen Z. This data that I will present from Overdrive will be mostly from North America though. Next slide. Okay, let's start. So, Wattpad. This year, I've been tracking the rate at which my account on Wattpad at Mina VE gets 1,000 new followers, and this is what I found. At the beginning of our lockdown or during the ECQ period, my account gained 11,000 new followers in 3 months. So that's 3 months, 11,000 new followers. From July to November, that dropped to 6,000 new followers in 4 months. That told me that during lockdown, people were reading. Young people were reading. As restrictions were lifted, less people were reading, but a lot of people were still reading. Um, in 2020, totaling everything from even before ECQ, my account has received about 20,000 new followers. That's a lot of new readers. Next slide. Can you find out who is reading your work on Wattpad? If you're on Wattpad, you can get an idea. These are sample stats from my young adult fantasy romance book, Interim Goddess of Love, which is free on Wattpad. 54% of the readers are aged 13 to 25, and 95% of all readers are from the Philippines. This book was first published in 2012 and has received thousands of new reads this year uh, in lockdown. because it's accessible and there are so many readers, and they seem to be always looking for something new to read. But this is what it looks like when your work is free. How about when people have to pay for it? Next slide, please. Amazon is the largest ebook retailer. I'm not by any means a huge bestseller on Amazon, but I have a comparison because I released a book last year and I also released a book this year in July in the middle of lockdown. So I had intended to release a book this year and had delayed it several times because it didn't seem to be a good time to release anything. I didn't think that people would buy anything non essential, and I considered a new book for me non essential. Um, so I still decided to release it, but I decided not to do the usual promotion or celebration. So this is what happened. Kiss and Cry, the book that I released last year, had a 26-day pre-order period. Review copies were sent to prominent reviewers, and we had a launch party. So it sold X number of copies by release day. I will not say how much exactly, but just to compare, uh, So Forward, which was released in July 2020, had no promotions, had a 6-day pre order, and actually exceeded Kiss and Cry's pre order sales by 19%. And actually met it even before the 6 days were up, and then by release day had surpassed it by 19%. So the main thing is, I was wrong. People were actually willing to buy new books, apparently, and my experience is probably replicated in other situations with other authors. And this is the kind of data you can find out if you publish the way I do. You publish online and you get metrics like this. Next slide, please. So knowing that people are reading and willing to buy books, because that experience of mine happened in July, uh, that inspired me to think of, okay, we need to give people book. People are willing to try new authors and buy books, but let's see what we can do about this with the community. So the next thing we did with my community romance class was coordinated sales on 9/9 and 11/11. September 9 and November 11, we did a group sale of about a dozen books, all price dropped to 99 cents. If you are able to do this, you can also track. You will be able to track and monitor the reach of your promotion. So that is the graph that I included at the bottom. You can see anything we do together. So the sale we did on 9/9 and the sale we did on 11/11 does surpass in terms of traction and reach and new clicks than just doing anything by ourselves. Next slide, please. So an area that I'm always fascinated to see that they're interested in Filipino books is the library systems, because let's face it, I'm not familiar with library systems. I don't receive purchase orders from Philippine libraries, but Overdrive, if you're opted into it, is a digital system, and even in lockdown, people have been able to purchase and borrow our books. This year, 14 libraries in the US and Canada purchased my books. The Boston Public Library, in particular, actually purchased 13 of my books, 13 different titles from me. These are purchases that you can track, and over the years, I have been able to track it, and I noticed that these are libraries in colleges or universities, or college cities and college towns. So they're purchasing my books and making my books accessible to a Gen Z audience in their location. Next slide, please. So these are just 3 digital spaces that I've decided to talk about, but there's so much activity going on in terms of creation and readership and audience in so many digital spaces. Next slide, please. I gave you a look into what I experienced because even if I'm just one creator, I'm part of a community, and the nature of community is sharing and learning and growing together. So being in a community, when something works for me, I am able to share it, and it's possible that 20 authors who are active on social media are able to do something similar. And then when something works for them, they share it with us, and we get to work on it too. And actually, when something works collectively for a community, even the authors who are not as active or who it's been a while since they released the book, they actually see activity on their books as well because of being part of the community. So if anyone here, so what works for me, as long as I share how, and as long as the community agrees to share information and learn from each other, we can have an effect on over 100 books easily. If anyone here is concerned about art not being created during lockdown, that is not the case. There's so much being created, and many communities actually need help, need resources, and need tools. Next slide, please. So it hasn't been a good year in many aspects of publishing and in many aspects of creating. But what saved my 2020 as a creator is being accessible, being in different formats, and being in a community. Next slide, please. As an example of the collaborative nature of communities, this year my romance community romance class released 8 books. This represents the work of over 20 authors, editors, designers, artists, photographers, models, printers, reaching readers in 20 countries. In terms of output, that isn't yet a book. Our community also produced a romance web series that's now on YouTube called Hello Ever After. So 12 of us wrote episode scripts and we're able to produce them through crowdfunding. We were able to hire actors and work with creative teams to produce something during lockdown. Because the creatives are all online, new lockdown literature can actually be a mix of all formats and media. Next slide, please. So the question of what Gen Z is reading or what Gen Z is watching, as I said, easy to track on a daily basis. Just to get to the top 10 list of just go to the top 10 list of any app that you're interested in. But by the time a story or book gets there, that's the end of its long collaborative journey that started with the community. A popular book or story or trend gets to the top because of the community that supported it. To keep this creativity thriving, my recommendation is to invest in the creative communities that have uh, given a creator the environment to create, collaborate, and support the story before it becomes famous. So give these communities the resources and tools and environment that lets them keep doing what they're doing. Buy their work, promote their work, open doors for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. And thank you, Bebang. Okay, so we I love data. Don't you love data? Because with data, you can actually come up with. We're all creators. We're all writers. We can actually come up with tangible solutions that can help our communities, our authors, our publishers, and ideally our industry uh, better. No? So let's start with some of the questions. I'll just scroll back. Okay, let's start with Erica Gonzalez. Hi, Erica. Besides as required reading, some better teaching and reading of Nolly and Philly have made some teenagers interested in the Nolly Philly works themselves. So I think these are comments. These are not um, questions. So here's one. Do some of these teenage respondents want to sound refined by giving those answers? Meaning to say, how accurate is the you Bebang, I think this is for you. Also, Mina. But in terms of the scope of how you did your research, and you already presented the limitation. You scope and limitation of your study, of your research. So how accurate do you think the answers were? Or how truthful do you think the answers were?
Sa akin hindi masyado. Lalo na yung sagot nila kapag tungkol sa school. Kasi bakasyon, tapos nagbabasa daw sila ng science and technology books, gano'n. So, feeling ko kasi baka matanda yung nagtanong sa kanila. Kaya they have to answer that, ano, that item. Yung may kinalaman sa edukasyon. Kaya, sa tingin ko ganun. Kasi yung NBDB readership survey, nung nasa NBDB pa ako, that was 2012, ganun din sa adults, no? Nagkaroon sila nationwide survey sa adults, Pinoy adults. Number 1 na sagot ng mga Pilipinong nagbabasa ay Bible. O, di ba? Parang, tapos ako parang, sige, religious tayo. Pero, totoo ba? Number 1 ang Bible. Kaya iniisip ko tuloy, dahil tinatanong sila ng stranger, syempre ang gusto nila good impression. Ganon din sa teenagers. Kaya palagay ko yung mga sumagot ng yung academic books, baka hindi ganon ka-accurate. Pero yung mga sumagot ng for preparatory, halimbawa, college entrance test books, preparation for that, I think that's true. Yun lang po.
Hi, share ko lang. Because I showed a map of where our readers are, but that was a world map. So if you actually zoom in sa Philippines, this is where there are people who are reading romance in English. Yon. At least who participated in the survey that we did. So because there is going to be a different parang profile if you ask people in general what do you read, and for us kasi we're very specific, this is romance readers, so we ask romance readers, it's already assumed that there's no judgment, you are reading romance. So so the next questions, we can get to ask more interesting questions after. Yan.
Mina, with your data, because the 11,000 were new readers, right? So it's that's amazing. Well, first and foremost, congratulations. That's amazing. Even if the July one was 6,000 and not 11, are those 6,000 new ones or recurring?
New pa because
New.
that's
Wow.
I was only tracking new followers every time, and I shared my data because I have it, but I am not considered popular on Wattpad. So if our most popular Wattpad authors were able to check how popular they got pa during lockdown, and their fans were probably checking because people were crossing the million followers threshold uh, during lockdown. So there's just so many. So yung example that I gave is just what I have access to, but that's just like a fraction of what other people are experiencing talaga.
And I guess the ones who are, as you said, the millions in followers or millions in readers, those are the ones that eventually make it to print, and some even get produced as films, right?
Yes,
So
probably yes.
even if to all of the viewers right now who think that, oh, that's access, high access, but doesn't have any. I mean, yes, the Gen Z readers get to read the books, but it doesn't translate to sales, which isn't necessarily true. If you look at the bigger aspect, I mean, if you're up for a quick sale, the answer is no. But if you take a step back and see that you're building readership over time, that eventually they will buy the book if they love the book that much, right? In terms of the data, so that's fantastic because accessibility and affordability were also two concerns with Bebang study, that a lot of the books that were mentioned are either downloadable or piratable or required by schools, 'di ba? Or nasa digital. So it's accessibility then to to these titles. Okay. Um, from Christian Pimentel, good afternoon, Ma'am Bebang, and to all viewers. When I taught in the private school, my students have a long list of books for leisure reading, but when I entered the public school system, medyo limited. I suspect that it's because they don't have exposure to a great selection of books. So I brought my favorite books, including local books such as Wattpad and anthologies, placed them in a box, and I was surprised with their reception. It's possible that they will read various genres, and that's where it stopped. But I guess the note is that it's again accessibility. So who has the authority to inform, create awareness for books, but schools or teachers. If the and that's why in Bebang study you have some of the titles like Noli and Philly and and Florante at Laura because they're required reading, right? So there is an impact if the government, if the DepEd, the teachers, the public school teachers, private school teachers would endorse local books. Because as Mina is evidence also that I'm a Filipino author, but I'm being read, diba? So that's where both of your researchers say different things, but they're both correct. So the gap is where it's interesting in that it is solvable if somebody who has the authority will decide to solve it, diba? Okay.
Can I share lang share ko lang the stats that I gave for the story Interim Goddess of Love. I discovered that there are teachers requiring it in schools. So that's probably why the composition of the readership and where they are for that book is what it is. And that's also the reason why I put it on Wattpad. So people, a student doesn't have to go to a bookstore and then discover that they can't find it. It's actually completely online. So that's something that creators need to think about also, yung access. Uh, if this is something that a student needs, are they actually going to be able to get it, and how much are you going to charge them for it,
Yeah.
and yon stuff like that.
Kasi Bebang, can you imagine even kasi Bebang and I were classmates in Philippine studies. And can you imagine if you have Rosario Lucero, her book on Wattpad? Can you imagine it will be accessed to so many readers
I
if Tita
oo.
Lacambra Ayala is on Wattpad? Because again, there people like to read. That's Mina's data. People like to read, and it's not anymore just your data says it's not just the popular genres as well. So that's where if different types of publishers learn from each other's data, that would be most beneficial for all.
Okay. Ay, sa palagay ko factor din yung wika. Kasi yung napakaraming Wattpad na binanggit dun sa survey ko ng mga teenager. Most of them are Taglish, written in Taglish. So yun, si Tita Lacambra ay English, I think, no?
English,
Tapos
yeah.
si Ma'am Chari Lucero ay medyo
English
medyo
and
malalim
yeah,
yung English tsaka malalim na Filipino. So baka magkaroon siya ng mga 10,000 fans, pero baka hindi, alam mo, mga 1 million, yan, ganyan. Pero hindi mga 20 million. Kasi yung mga nagtatap sa Wattpad, mga nasa ganun double digit na millions.
yeah. But one of your issues in your data is accessibility.
I
Diba?
think,
So
oo.
if
Yes,
it's
oo.
but it's not affordability yet. The accessibility and affordability don't match, diba? That's why iba yung
Ah,
present nila ng data ng sales, the ones that are different sales, which is Amazon.
mm. Pagdating sa accessibility kasi tingin ko yung kaya maraming sumagot ng Wattpad kasi free siya, online siya, madaling ma-access ng estudyante, ng teenager. Ngunit karamihan din doon sa mga binanggit na Wattpad titles ay nakita ko na rin as books, as in printed books. So, hindi siya usapin ng di ko alam mo yung accessibility, hindi ako sure kasi hinahanap din nila eh. Sila mismo naghahanap. Sila mismo yung gumagawa ng paraan para mabasa nila yung gusto nilang basahin. Yun ang palagay ko, ang behavior nila.
Okay, and because that's one step closer to my next question, and that would be, pag digital kasi karamihan libre, like in Wattpad, or it's pirated. So, what do you think about, what are your thoughts about sharing PDFs or selling like 100 pesos tas may 1,000 titles of PDF scanned copies of the books? As authors and as self-publishers, uh, that's part of the reality of digital technology. It's the value of certain items are really diminished.
It hurts to it just that the system exists, that your work can be really undermined in that way, because it really takes a lot, especially if you want to produce a good product. Just in this festival and in the past days of panels, diba, we advise editing, we advise people to work on their cover design, to work with real to have real collaborations with people who know what they're doing, and that can cost money, or at least yung effort, even if it's the group effort of friends, and no money changes hands, it's still time and expertise that's suddenly devalued right away. So I wish that it were easier. I wish that yun, I wish that's why I put my book that's most requested for schools on Wattpad, because I got to a point where some people actually do purchase the print copy from me because they prefer it in that format. But I'm not going to fight with people who don't have credit cards, or who cannot afford to buy an expensive book. I'm open to collaborating, for example, with teachers, that if they assign it in their class, I'll give them a copy, or I can give them copies to pass around. Sana hindi nagda-download ng, or nagbebenta ng download yung mga tao ng hindi dapat, but you know, that's why I keep thinking about access. It's a constant thing that I'm thinking about and trying to find solutions for.
Okay, any last messages, Mina and Bebang? Because our time's almost up.
Mm. I second the motion dun sa recommendation ni Mina na dapat pangalagaan yung communities para patuloy itong gumawa ng sarili nitong akda para sa sarili nitong komunidad. So makikita nyo dun sa study ko na yung mga teenagers, wala silang mention ng sarili nila, yung works mula sa sarili nilang community, isa lang, no? At Bicol literature, which is sobrang active nila ngayon. Ibig sabihin, kailangan talagang patatagin natin yung mga manunulat mula dun sa sarili nilang community para mabasa sila ng sarili nila, kapwa nila, kapitbahay nila, estudyante nila ng mga mambabasa. Salamat po.
Kasi that's true even with Mina's comment on communities. The communities helps us self-sustain ourselves, no? Because that's also true for comics. It's really communities that keep each other alive, no? Okay, so thank you, Mina, and thank you, Bebang. And it's good to see you. Always good to see you and to hear from you. Now, of course, with data is just the first step, right? So the smiles on Bebang and Mina's faces is because they already see solutions. Okay. Now, if you are the one who is developing book readership or developing publishing forward in this country, I think there are already clues to what can be possibly done, like government support to require readings for local books, right? That's one. Incentivizing publishers for just being publishers through grants and tax waves or tax incentives. We have DepEd Commons, so DepEd can acquire local content and upload it in DepEd Commons. so that it's available to all students in all public school students, and that's also possible for private school, and for publishers to invest in communities that buy the books and support readers, and will and support authors as well. So thank you, Mina and Bebang. I hope you continue to share your data because nobody's getting data. So it's very important. It's very important. So data with actual from actual real readers that read local, no? And that's why it's amazing to see your data, Mina, on foreign uh, other markets as well. So thank you, everyone. And to formally close this panel, I'd like to thank Bebang and Nina,
Thank you,
and to our
Paulo.
audience for tuning in today.
Thanks, Paolo.
Do stick around for the
Thanks,
next
Bebang.
panel on using literature to teach social
Thanks,
justice.
Mina.
The Book Development Association of Philippines would like to thank our partners in this LitFest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Daz Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. We'd like to invite everyone to visit Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. Mina and Bebang, are your books available in MIBF online? Oh, okay. So please support Mina and Bebang by going to manilabookfair.com to purchase their books. And thank you, everyone. Happy reading.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This event is brought to you by BDAP in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS, Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. Our panel for today is entitled Using Literature to Teach Social Justice, specifically, Navigating Social Justice in Children's Books. I am Lance Caparal, BDAP trustee and your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers. The first panelist is Candy Gourlay. She grew up in the Philippines wondering why there were no Filipino books and there were no Filipinas in the books that she loved. Years later, now living in London, she writes books centered on Filipino characters that have garnered international acclaim. Her first novel, Tall Story, was nominated for the United Kingdom's top awards. It won the Crystal Kite Award for Europe. In the Philippines, it won the National Book Award. Her latest novel, Bone Talk, was shortlisted for the Carnegie Medal and the Costa Prize in 2019. It is set in the moment when headhunting tribes in the Philippines come face to face with American invaders. Her picture book, Is It a Mermaid?, lushly illustrated by Francesca Chesa, was nominated for the Kate Greenaway Medal. Her latest book is a comics biography with illustrator Tom Knight of the explorer Ferdinand Magellan, who happens to be credited with discovering the Philippines. She lives in lockdown London with her family and yearns to visit her mother in Cubao. Our second panelist is Zara Gagatiga. She's a teacher, librarian, an award-winning author, blogger, and storyteller. She handles press releases and communications protocol for the Philippine Association of School Librarians and currently represents the library sector in the Philippine Board on Books for Young People. Sarah believes in three things: the power of love, the value of family and friendship, and with the use of appropriate methods, that books and reading can change lives. Visit her blog at lovealibrarian.blogspot.com. After both panelists speak, we will go to Q&A. So please type up your questions in our Facebook and YouTube comment space. So let's dig in, and let's start with Miss Candy. Miss Candy?
Hello, it's early in the morning here in the UK. Hindi pa ako gising. Oh my God. It's so nice to see your faces. You look awake.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've spoken as well in the morning.
It's 2 p.m. here in Manila.
When we started talking about this panel, we wanted the suggestion was to call it a panel about woke literature. And Zara and I discussed it, and we were thinking, alam mo, here in the UK, the word woke has been weaponized by right-wing people. You know, like the way the word politically correct has been weaponized by people who want to continue to be racist and want to continue to do all of the misogynistic things. So, ang woke, ganun na rin ang nangyari. So every time you say woke, people are like, oh, woke, ganon. So we suggested that maybe we should talk about social justice instead in children's books. Because that is what woke really means. The word is cloaking this thing that we are trying to share with our children. Can I share? I will share my presentation. I have some pictures. I wasn't going to, but it was, okay, I'm gonna share my screen and okay, Chrome tab. Okay, I think Lance, you're going to have to share the screen because I can't figure out how it works.
Yeah, okay. I hope you share the screen instead. Yeah.
Anyway, I was going to talk about what I'm going to talk about is about my books and where the social justice lies in it. And so here are my books. Tall Story is a book about a boy who is separated from his family by visa problems. He lives in the Philippines, and then one day he begins to grow, and it turns out he has this disease called gigantism. He turns into a giant, and he doesn't tell his parents. And then his visa comes, and he goes to London to join his mom, who's a nurse in London, and he's a giant. Shine is another book. It's about a girl who suffers from a disease called the calm. And I made up the calm. It's an invented disease. But in her village, in her town, people believe that the calm is something magical. And so she is shunned by everybody in the town. If she goes out, she might suffer harm. So she spends all her time in a tower like Rapunzel, and she's not allowed to go out. And then one day, she lives her life on the internet. And one day a friend that she has on the internet, she realizes that he doesn't live far away. Bone Talk is historical. It's set in 1899, a bit of history that we don't talk about very much in the Philippines, about a boy growing up in a headhunting tribe. And all he wants to be is a headhunter like his dad. And then one day the Americans arrive, and everything that he believes falls into he doesn't know whether he should believe them anymore. Next slide, please. My other book is a book about Sirena Bayan is my first picture book. And Sirena Bayan is about a dugong, the dugong. I don't know if you know about the dugong. It's called a sea cow in English. In Filipino, I think it's called baboy dagat. Kawawa naman, ano, baboy dagat. And it's in the olden days when Europeans arrived in Asia, they saw the dugong in the shallow waters because the dugong lives in shallow water, and they thought they were mermaids. So I thought, oh, what if the dugong really thought she was a mermaid? So in my story, the dugong says, "I am a mermaid," and the children go, "No, you're not. You're a dugong." And that it's all about identity and whether you should allow somebody to be who they want to be. And my other book, I don't know if it's out in the Philippines yet, it's called Ferdinand. And Ferdinand, it's a series of books published by David Fickling Books here in the UK, which called First Names Books, where we try to get the children to get to know famous people on a first name basis. And they asked me, who do you know a lot about? My publisher asked, do you know a historical figure? Do you know one historical figure well that you could write for this series? And I go, I know Magellan. So I wrote the story of Magellan, and you have to be funny, huh? This is supposed to be like, it's like horrible histories. You have to be funny writing the history. And I realized that actually I knew the Magellan that I was taught in school. And when I started to research Magellan, I discovered a lot of things about him that I had no idea about, and a lot of things about us that I had no idea about. Next slide, please. I grew up in the Philippines. I only went to England when I was in my late 20s. And I grew up during martial law. So in my family, my parents were not activists. We were we were kind of sheltered. We were middle class. I took the jeepney to school. I went to a private school, to STC, QC. And my parents didn't tell us anything about what was going in the world. You know, maybe they were like a lot of parents in that time of that status, where they didn't want to rock the boat. But then I grew up. Next slide, please. And I became a journalist. I became a journalist not because I wanted to be a journalist, but because it was the only writing job that you could get. I wanted to write children's books. That's what I wanted from when I was a kid. But the only job you could get as a writer was as a journalist. And it was journalism that woke me up to what was really happening in our country. As a journalist, this was before the people power. I traveled a lot around the country writing about all kinds of things. I witnessed things that I had no idea was happening. For example, I was once sent to check out a hamleting in Leyte, and it was my first experience of going deep into the countryside. I came into a village and all the huts were burned down, and the soldiers were all very hostile because they burned down the huts to stop the villagers from supporting the NPA. And that made me ask questions about justice. I asked, these people are really poor. Why were their huts burned down, and for what? And that was like that had a lifelong impact on them. And I realized in all of this research and visiting the urban poor and talking to people and actually experiencing their lives, because you have to walk amongst them and talk amongst them, you realize that the poor experience justice in a different way from the wealthy. Next slide, please. When I go to schools in the UK, and that's the way I make my money here, it's not through my books because royalties are very, very poor, very, very meager. I make my money by visiting schools and speaking. They pay me to do that. And I show them this map. I show them this map of the Philippines. And I tell them, if you had a giant barbecue stick and you stuck it in the middle of the Philippines, it will come out on the other side of the world. In England, that's where the Philippines is. And I show them pictures of Philippines. Next slide, please. And I show them, so this is what the UK looks like. This is London. And London has a very impressive, London has a very impressive skyline, and this is what the Philippines looks like. Next slide, please. And the Philippines, it's impressive enough when I show this to them, but then I also show them this. The next slide, please. I show them poverty because I grew up in Cubao, and right at our doorstep in Cubao is a huge, was a huge shanty town. And this is something that is quite startling for these children who have never experienced poverty before, never seen it. They don't live with it, so they're not experienced with it. And I talk about the poverty in the Philippines, and it's part of, I feel like it's part of my role to open the eyes of children to the realities around them, not just the ones that they immediately see, but things that they might not see on the other side of the world. Next slide, please. I ended up in England because I met a foreign correspondent in the Philippines during the People Power. So People Power had a lot of silver linings for me. I met my husband and we moved to the UK. And today I'm here living in London. These are a picture of my children. Next slide, please. That's Nicholas, that's Mia, and that's Jack. And they're grown-ups now. But having children is what made me think about the world in a different way again. Because in the past, I thought about it as a journalist in kind of an analytical way. But suddenly I was seeing it through the eyes of my children in terms of how they experience the world and how they might feel about the world, how it might affect them. And it was when I had children that I started writing books. Next slide, please. My first book, the first book I wrote I wrote several books. So this is one of my practice novels, and I'm a graphic designer. So I made this little graphic because I was sure that this book was going to get published, but it was rejected all over the place. It's a story called Ugly City, and it's about children who are left behind by their parents. It's about a city where the law is the parents have to leave, but the children have to stay. And the parents leave and the children stay. And the children are happy because they don't have parents. They don't have to go to school if they don't want to. They can eat whatever they like. There are no parents to tell them anything. But they don't have parents. And that really changes the dynamic, changes the way a child feels. And the reason I wrote this was because I did a lot of reportage as a journalist about immigration. And I met a lot of Filipino children who lived without their parents because their parents had gone abroad. And I asked them a lot of questions, and I learned all of the things that a child feels when your parent is not there. You feel a kind of strange tug between liberation and loneliness because you are so alone. And this is the experience of 11% of our population has experienced a parent leaving them behind. And I was one of those children. My father went and worked abroad, and it was a devastating experience for our family. So the book that actually got published, the next slide please, was Tall Story. This is the Philippine edition of Tall Story. And in Tall Story, this is about the child who's left behind, but it's also about immigration. It's about the mother of my character is a nurse who lives in London. Next slide, please. And in London, when the nurses came, it changed the complexion of Filipinos in the UK. So when you live in the UK, it's a completely different experience. When in the Philippines, ang feeling ko when I was in the Philippines was everybody wanted to leave. Mag-nurse ka na, mag-aral ka ng nursing, or people were trying to go abroad to get a job, to do anything. And then you come here and you meet the people who are working here, and their lives are terrible. We live in this beautiful city, but their lives are terrible. It's not a way to live. And a lot of the people, when I first arrived here in the 80s, were maids and cleaners. They were tago ng tago. They were illegal immigrants, and they really, really suffered. And I wanted to write about that. But then the things changed, and the nurses arrived. The nurses were not the same kind of people as the people who first arrived. They were illegal, and cleaners, they were official. They came with their visas. They were able to bring their families over. And so my character is a boy whose mother is an emergency nurse, and all the issues that come with nursing, where so I feel like some parents, I notice, especially parents in the Philippines that I talk to, don't want their children to experience the hardship that they experience. So they don't tell them about it. But actually the children are already experiencing it because the children live it. Next slide, please. My cleaner was a Filipino woman who left her 9 children in the Philippines in order to work here. The youngest was 3 months old. The oldest was 12 years old. And when she left, her family didn't want to look after the children, so the children lived alone, and the 12-year-old looked after the babies. And I went and met them later on. I went to visit them in the Philippines when they were grown up, and the kids were were like, if it were for our father, it wouldn't have been so bad, but it was our mother who left us. And my cleaner here in London thought, I'm doing the best I can because I left them, and I'm sending them money, but the money was being spent by other relatives. And I thought about, what was right and what was wrong. And in a novel, because it's a novel, I could discuss all of these things without having to be black and white, because justice is not black and white. Right and wrong is not black and white. Was it right for her to leave and leave her children like that? It was not right or wrong. There were all kinds of implications. And because you can explore that in a novel, I was able to do that. Next slide, please. And I want the thing about writing for children is you want children to notice things, and maybe they haven't noticed it before, and writing about it means that you can shine a spotlight on something that they might notice. This is a picture of a faith healer that I interviewed in the Philippines a long, long time ago. And in Tall Story, there's a faith healer and she is a bully. She's a complete bully. She bullies everybody because she has the power of magic to have control over her village. And she curses this boy, my hero, and that is the reason he turns into a giant, or is it? But that bully, that woman who wields power over the village because she allegedly has power, she also has a backstory of poverty, and which is why she became a faith healer, because it's her only power. Many years ago, I traveled around the Philippines with Mandy Navasera, the photographer, and we interviewed faith healers in many, many villages. And every faith healer had the same story. It wasn't the magic, the faith healing that was interesting to me. It was their story. They were all women. The people we met, they all were very, very poor, and most of them were abused women. They were beaten by their husbands. They had no choice. And the only thing that lifted them up from poverty was becoming faith healers. Next slide, please. Shine is another book, and it's an interesting, the source of Shine was I was talking to a relative about something that I'd done in London, a relative in the Philippines. And this relative suddenly said to me, oh, I went to London. When I went to London, I did this, and I did this, and I did this. And I was like, wait a minute, that's my experience. That she's talking about herself as if it's me, about me, but she's pretending that it's her. But she wasn't. She suffered from something called delusion. Delusion is a mental illness. And it made me think about what mental illness could be. A lot of children will grow up with adults who have mental illness, or might even suffer mental illness themselves. And we have a tendency in our culture to shun those people. We don't want to be around people who are sick. So I wrote Shine, and about this girl who's being shunned. Next page, please. At the time, Twilight was the big thing. So I thought, I'm going to write a monster story in which there's a girl who's growing up in the Philippines, and she becomes a monster. Next page, please. So I wanted to write my own aswang story. But the more I wrote it, the more I felt sorry for the aswang character that I was writing. I was like, it's so unfair, it's not her fault that she became what she was. And slowly the aswang side of the story fell away, and it became this child who suffered from a disease that made people shun her. Next page, please. And in our society, kasi, from the olden days, here's a picture of a leper. A leper used to have to walk around carrying a bell, ringing that bell so that people will know he's coming, so that they can hide. And I've always felt that injustice, because as a kid, I was a chubby kid who was different from in a lot of ways. And sometimes I felt like my classmates would shun me because of many, many reasons. And a lot of children feel that way when they feel like outsiders. And I spent a lot of time in the library. So silver lining, I became a big reader. Next page. But there are other reasons why we shun people in this world that we live in today. For example, anorexia. It might be growing up in there's something in our culture where we poke fun at people who have disabilities. And sometimes I see that when I come home, and I feel really, really bad about it when I see it. But we do. And that is a way of shunning and making a person other. Next page, please. And one of the worst things that we do is we might treat people who are homeless, who are poor, who are addicted, who have mental health issues as other and do not include them in ours. Of course, we don't want to rock our boat, and so we just leave them out. And that's what that story was all about. It's about this girl who is being left out and the choices that are up to her. She could leave. Actually, she has a choice in that her father is English. She could leave that village. She has the power. They have the money. They can leave. But she does not leave because she is attached to that place by her love for her dead mother, who was, her mother is Filipino and came from that particular place. And she doesn't want to leave. And so our choices are not clear-cut. We can leave. We can just cut off and not have this experience and not have a bad experience. But sometimes we choose to stay and live a bad life because of love, because of all kinds of reasons. So nothing is cut and dried, nothing is black and white. Next slide, please. My third novel is Bone Talk, and Bone Talk is historical. Next slide, please. I saw these photographs of the Bontoc people that were taken by Americans during the American era. This is a picture of Pita Pete, this little boy. That's what he looked like. And in this book that I read, there was this picture of him as a 9 years later. That's what he looked like. And this was being portrayed by the Americans as a good thing because we stopped being wild. We became cultured. We became like them. But is it a good thing? And that is the question that I ask in my book. What does it mean to be civilized? What does it mean to be civilized? And I myself didn't have the answer when I started writing the book. When you start writing a book, you're asking questions and you go down all of the wormholes to find that answer. And when the Americans came to the Philippines, reading all the history books, they came and they didn't see civilized people. They saw brown people. And remember, when the Americans came, they had a civil war in which they were fighting over slavery. And during the time that they came, there was still a war going on. There's a war of attrition in which the black people were suffering all kinds of terror. They were being lynched. It was really, really terrible. And they come to another country with brown people, and they only saw us in that prison, that we were just brown people. And not only that, there were people who were dressed like that little boy, Pita Pit, and they saw them as wild and savage, and they didn't see anything of value in our culture. And the first thing that they did was they emasculated the men. They made the men stop being headhunters. They stopped all of the things that were valuable to the culture of these people. Next page, please. This is a picture of Dean, oh God, his name has flown from my mind. But this American wrote a lot of books about us. And in his books, he has photographs like these of himself comparing savages to the civilized. But I found the answer at the end of writing Bone Talk. What's in the next slide? I can't remember. Oh yeah, so this is another photograph by Dean, what's his name? I found the answer writing this story. And the only way to find the answer is to occupy the lives of the people you're writing about. So I wrote from the point of view of the savage. And the savage is just like us, with our hearts and minds. And I want my reader to occupy them as well. I want them to be these Bontoc headhunters. Because what does it mean to be civilized? To be civilized means that you are able to see other people as human. And ask yourself, who in the Philippine-American War saw people as human? Who was able to value that other that they met? Next page, please. So my first picture book. Now, when I became a writer, I only wanted to write picture books. That's what I wanted to write. But unfortunately, I was in the UK. And in the UK, it's all about money. And so my stories I couldn't get my books published because anything published in the UK has to be publishable in other countries so that they can just swap out the text and put in a foreign text. And I was writing stories that were very, very particular. And right now there's a change in picture books in the UK, and people are beginning to be more open to other cultures being in books. But my first book was Sirena Bayan. And it's all about that. I told you about the story of the dugong, of how how Europeans coming to the UK, to the Philippines, felt like these dugongs were mermaids because they had not seen women for many months when they were traveling by sea. Next slide, please. And it's an exploration of how it feels to be told you're not who you are. Now, this is me when I was a little girl. When I was a little girl, I hated dressing up in dresses. My mom was always dressing me up in dresses, and I hated being a girl. I wanted to be a boy. I was like, why do I have to play with dolls? They gave me dolls. I don't like playing with dolls. They dressed me up like a girl. I didn't want to be a girl. I wanted to do all the things that my brothers were doing. And I thought, why do girls have to behave well? Why do girls have to act the way they're told to act? Why can't we just play what we want to play? And I got made fun of by my cousins because I was channeling all of that. You know, that sometimes a kid might present in a certain way and you might say, no, you be a boy, you act like a man. You know, no crying, act like a man. When we were kids, my mother used to say, girls, wash the dishes. And I was like, how come my brother's not washing the dishes? He's a boy. Oh my God, that generation talaga. Anyway, I made my sons wash dishes. So all of these gender stereotypes, we don't have to grow up with that. And I thought that this would be like a very slight and funny way to address it and make all of us think about who we are trying to turn the people around us into. Next page, please. This book, Ferdinand, was like a joy to write. Even though I was made to write it in 2 months, it was really a fast job. Next page, please. One of the things about it was like a bit of the revenge of the nerds, where I had my revenge on this man who discovered Ascuno. And all my life, when I was a kid, our history lessons always began with Magellan. We were discovered by Magellan, as if we didn't have a culture before Magellan came. And in fact, it was really, really hard to research it because, of course, we didn't have a written history, and we haven't got much archaeology that talks about our colonial story. But one of the best sources about the Philippines is the guy who traveled with Magellan. His name was Antonio Pigafetta. He kept detailed diaries, and he wrote up his diary in 4 different versions to give as presents to European kings. He gave a present to the French king, to the Spanish king, to other kings. So there are 4 different versions of what happened to him when he traveled. There's a lot of, and he mentioned he loved being in the Philippines. They ate bananas for the first time. This is them discovering bananas. Next page, please. And when they met the Filipinos were covered with gold. They were like wearing a lot of golden stuff. So I was able to write about the Philippines as if we had a history before the Spanish came, which was a real joy because we were not taught that way when we were kids. But I also discovered the story of Magellan, who is he's a bit of a pathetic character who finds he finds his real story in the Philippines. But the story of him before he came to the Philippines, he was kind of kawawa because nobody wanted to give him money so that he could have the adventures that he wanted to go on. He went and fought many wars, but nobody honored him. He participated in a lot of the big wars in which Europe transformed Asia. So he was part of those fleets of ships that went and ravaged Africa and India and the Indian Ocean. And it was really interesting discovering that history and wondering, why was I not taught about this when I was a kid? This is really important to who we are now. So that was a joy to write, and it's really interesting writing about something that happened a long time ago, and again finding that justice has not been kind to the poor, because our story is told by our enemies and by the people who have vested interests in telling our story. And I'm really pleased that now we are beginning to tell our story, but at the moment, we're still attached to a lot of the myths that come with that story. For example, the story of Lapu-Lapu. Lapu-Lapu is only mentioned like very slightly in the story of Magellan. And the big story is actually Humabon. And I can't go into it, but maybe we'll have time in the questions. I think I'm at the end of my slideshow. Can we see if there's another slide? Because I can't remember what's in my slideshow. Oh, another. Oh, this is the picture of the Battle of Mactan. And the Battle of Mactan is the way I was taught it is different from the way what I found out when I read the Diary of Pigafetta. But we can talk about that later. I give the floor to the beautiful Zarah.
Thank you, Candy. You can go on and on and on.
Oh, did I go over time?
With
Sorry.
listen. No, that's okay. It was a joy listening to you as always. So let me share my screen now because you've handed me the baton, and this is for me. It's like a kwentuhan and a sharing of my writing journey so far. And it's really an honor to be invited alongside you to discuss social justice. Actually, nabilaukan nga ako nung makita ko yung yung invitation, and then I saw who was the signatory, Annie Almario. Okay. Okay, so let me begin. Sabi ko magkukwento lang ako, diba? And I'm going to tell a recent story I had last year, no, as a participant to the Room to Read Kwentong Musmos writing project. And mas naging klaro sa akin dun sa experience na yon yung idea ng social justice bilang manunulat. As a librarian, alam ko yung provision of access, distribution of information, building a knowledge society down the line sa level ng K-12. Pero nung magpunta kami ng Bohol noong October 2019, mas dun ko napag-isipan talaga yung role ko bilang manunulat sa buhay ng mga bata ngayon. Am I writing stories na talagang ma-appreciate nila? Am I providing them a window to the world? Am I giving them opportunities to open doors? Am I providing them a mirror for which they can look at themselves and see that another person is not as different as they are? So, na-touch ako talaga dun sa session ni Joan Nicolas na ng OMFIAS. Kasi may tanong siya, what is your worldview, writer? So, a year after, ito ang nagagawa ng pagkain ng bulaklak sa Bohol Bee Farm. Patuloy na pag-iisip sa mga dahilan, no? Medyo existentialist ang dating. Ito kami, nun sa Bohol, at isang napakasayang pagtitipon ng mga manunulat. At nakapag-produce kami ng 20 storybooks or 20 picture books under Room to Read project. At ngayon ay ipinapakalat na, dinidistribute na sa iba't ibang parte ng bansa. And some of the books were also translated into different languages, no? At through Room to Read, cooperating with the 4 publishing houses, Adarna, Lampara, OMFIAS, and Anvil, nakabuo tayo ng mga aklat pambata na ang mga topics nila ay sasabihin nating sensitibo, no? Dapat na i-review din natin yun how sensitive really is sensitive. At sensitive ba talaga ang ating mga batang mambabasa sa mga issue na yan? So long and short, ito ang nagawa kong libro, one of the 20 books. Masaya ang maging ako. At mamaya ikukwento ko rin ang backstory ng aklat na yan. So, ano nga ba yung worldview ko? Kaya medyo pang beauty queen ang aking introduction. Kasi ito na yung paniniwala ko bilang manunulat. Naniniwala ako sa pag-ibig na makapangyarihan, the all too powerful love, no, that conquers all. Naniniwala ako sa pamilya at sa pagkakaibigan. Ang pinakabago kong advocacy ngayon dahil pandemic ay family literacy. Paano ba tayo natututo sa bahay at paano natututo ang pamilya? Naniniwala ako na ang pagbabasa ay pag-asa. So, reflect. Ano na yung nagawa ko? Parang retrospective ito, no? Tinatanong ko rin ng sarili ko na mahirap magsulat, kailangan talaga maging matapang. Kasi lalabas mo kung sino ka. At kung sino ka, that's your authentic self and you're at the most vulnerable. There are characters in your story, in your fiction that is masked, and actually that's you. And I think that's the relationship of the writer presenting his or her worldview. But let's not forget that the reader also has a worldview. And so what is this transaction? What is this dynamic? Nakaka-achieve ba tayo ng empowerment? Nakikita ba ng bata ang sarili niya? Nabibigyan ba natin ng kakayahan na mag-isip ang ating batang mambabasa? So yun yung mga personal kong issue. So My Daddy, My One and Only, yung aklat na sinulat ko na patula, tungkol ito sa isang bata na observant siya kasi nakikita niya yung mga expensive things ng kanyang mga kaklase. At nagtatanong siya sa isip niya na bakit yung kaklase ko may sinusundo ng kotse, ang yaman ng tatay, he has all these fancy things. And then kami, ano kaya ang buhay namin? So yun ang tanong niya at araw-araw nag-o-observe siya, may nakikita siya sa kanyang pamilya at unti-unti sa katapusan ng aklat, nasagot naman niya kung ano yung katangian ng kanyang tatay, most especially, na talagang masasabi niya na hindi man sila kasing yaman ng kanyang mga kaklase, ay masasabi niya na iba ang kanyang yaman. Ito yung paborito kong illustration ni Jo Mike Tejido. Isang eksena to na wala sa manuscript ko pero dinagdag ni Jo Mike dahil ito ay reflection no nung larong bata na ginagawa ko kasama ang tatay ko, ang nanay ko, ang aking mga kaibigan. So ito yung nilahad ni Jo Mike in visual storytelling, one spread in that book to na nagpapakita na time spent with a child is actually a richness or isang yaman. So kung may panahon ka para sa bata na mag-isip, maglaro together, magbasa, ito ay isang rich experience na binibigay sa kanya. Sorry, nag-skip ako. I think okay. So my next book, Tale of Two Dreams, ito naman ang una kong aklat na may mangyan character tungkol sa dalawang bata, isang batang Tagalog, isang batang mangyan. Again, wala sa manuscript ko na maglagay ng batang mangyan, kundi si Bernadette Solina Wolf, ang illustrator ng aklat, ang naglagay ng batang mangyan. Lumaki sila, yung batang Tagalog, nag-abroad, nag-OFW, dahil wala siyang makitang oportunidad sa isla. Kaya nag-ibang bansa siya para maghanap ng opportunities na makakapagbigay sa kanya ng economic freedom, ganyan. And then yung mangyan boy, na mas nasatisfy siya na magstay sa isla at pagyamanin ang lupa. So years after nagkita sila and they tried reconnecting at marami rin silang na-discover sa isa't isa. My third book, Dear Nanay, illustrated by Eliza Flores. Ito naman ay isang kwento ng bata na sabik sa kanyang ama, actually sabik sa kanyang ina na makitang muli kasi ang kanyang nanay ay isang OFW. Gustong-gusto ko rin ang ginawang illustration ni Eliza Flores para ipakita kung ano yung kawalan ng isang magulang sa pamilya na kinakailangan pang magtrabaho sa ibang bansa para mabigyan at matustusan ng magandang kinabukasan ang kanyang pamilya dito sa Pilipinas. So ito yung ginawa ni Eliza Flores na spread at pag-uwi ng bata, it's an empty room, andun lang ang mga gamit ng kanyang nanay. So backstory, ginawa ko ito ng kwentong patula din ng unang trip ko sa Singapore. At gusto kong i-drown yung ingay ng mga kababayan natin sa loob ng eroplano. Pag nasa eroplano kasi sila, they're so excited to go home at ang dami-dami nilang bitbit, no? Ang dami-dami nilang pasalubong. But in my mind, because I also had an experience of a father, ang father ko, nagtrabaho rin for many years sa Saudi Arabia, nag-OFW din siya. Kaya ramdam ko din yung pananabik ng isang anak na makasama ang kanyang ama. So nilagay ko yung kwentong yun sa aking mga storybooks. And then Big Sister by Ruben Totet de Jesus, Lampara Books 2015. Isa siya sa top 10 Kids' Choice of 2016. At ito naman ay kwento ng magkapatid. Ako yung ate and I'm the annoying ate. At ito yung paborito kong spread dun sa ginawa ni Totet, no? So makikita natin 5 different ways on how your sister can really love you no matter how annoying your ate is. Your ate protects you, di ba, from the rain. At ang ate dito, siya din yung nag-aabang dun sa mga bully sa kanto para hindi mabully yung nakababatang kapatid. You play with your sibling, you read with your sibling, at you have fun with your sibling. So gusto kong ipakita na yung dynamic ng magkapatid, no? Nagkakainisan kayo, nagtutuksuhan, pero sa loob ng isang pamilya, kayo'y nagmamahalan. Okay, next is The Day Max Flew Away. Ito naman ay illustrated muli ni John Mike Tejido at isang finalist sa CMMA Best Children's Story noong taong 2017. So The Day Max Flew Away, isa naman siyang kwento ng pag-aalaga ng hayop. Pero yung mga hayop na inaalagaan ng ating bida, si Nico, gusto niyang mag-alaga ng ibon. Kaya lang yung ibon na inaalagaan niya, yung mga ibon na lumilipad, yung mga city birds, tinatawag nating pipit, but actually it's not no? Mga Maya to, mga Maya na hindi naman talaga sila yung ibong Maya, they're just city birds. The thing is, when he bought 2 birds, yung isa namatay, and he had difficulty letting go of that other bird. So in the process, Nico was helped by her parents to let go of the bird. Kasi in the first place, hindi naman talaga yon dapat na alagaan sa kanyang bahay. So this is a child now struggling to make a choice. And between life and keeping that bird in his possession, and in the end, he'd rather set it free. So yan yung larawan na binigay ni Joe Mike Tejido dun sa kwento. At ito rin yung isang spread na gusto ko sa kwento dahil pinakita niya ang isang pamilya. Yes, no? Ganda na magkasama kumakain. Ito yung pagkatapos ng palayain ni Nico yung kanyang alagang ibon. Okay. And then Ino the Invincible, illustrated by Jonathan Ranyola in 2017. Hinubot ko naman ang kwentong ito dahil fascinated ako sa mga estudyante ko nun sa Xavier School. Librarian ako noon. At binigyan ako ng pagkakataon na maging class advisor or class assist ng isang class. At nakita ko na enjoy silang mag-basketball. And I found out also na konti lang yung mga kwento natin on sports. So bigyan naman natin ng kwento yung mga batang mahilig maglaro ng sports. And this is about losing a game. In the process, what will you lose in a game? Ang pagkakaibigan ba ay maapektuhan? Ang pagsasama ba ng isang klase ay maapektuhan? So yun naman yung mga tanong that the lead, no, Carlo and Ino are grappling with. So in the end, Carlo made a choice because Ino apologized wholeheartedly for not being the captain of the team that he was expected to be by the entire team. And then when a book talks, ito ang aklat naman na aking homage sa mga librarian. Ang illustrator ko ay isang librarian din, si Gika Balar. At na-publish ito ng Lampara Books noong 2018. Tungkol naman ito sa technology, ang ating mga chikiting, ang ating mga batang mambabasa ay mahilig sa gaming, sa computers. So titingnan ko yung pagkakataon na paano naman ang mga libro hindi na sila binabasa. Ano na kayang mangyayari? So may sinasabi ang aklat, kinakailangan nating basahin. At ito ang pinakabagong libro ko na release last year or na publish last year, which is available now, yung printed format niya. Ito yung part of the 20 books published by Room to Read and the 4 publishers I mentioned earlier, no. At equally important din sa akin ang aklat na ito kasi ito ay kwento ng aking anak na bunso at dumaan siya sa buhay niya na kinakailangan niyang harapin ang mga school bullies. So gusto kong tingnan kung paano nag-survive yung aming bunso dun sa ganung experience. Kaya ito yung pinakita ko, ito yung experiment ko sa Bohol for 3 days. At ang husay ng pagkaka-illustrate ni Jamie Bausa, dahil ang batang ito ay nagtatanong din. At natouch ako dun sa binigay na illustration ni Jamie, no? Bakit kaya siya pinagtatawanan? Bakit kaya siya nabubuli? Dahil ba galaw-gaw siya? Dahil ba bibo-bibo siya sa klase? Dahil ba namimigay siya ng kanyang baon? Pero ang gusto ko ring sabihin sa part na to, especially this spread, no, na bigyan natin ng space ang isang bata na mag-isip dahil kaya nilang mag-isip. They can think for themselves. Bulilit Books, 3 aklat na sinulat sa Filipino, tinranslate ni Sisuk sa Cebuano at Hiligaynon. At pinablish naman ito ng NCP Publication Corporation, illustrate ni Tinsley Garanchon. Ito naman ay we were exploring about, again, identity. Si Baby Bibi naghahanap ng kasama sa pag-awit. Ang dami niyang nakilalang mga hayop pero hindi nag-swak ang kanyang kwak-kwak. So sino kaya ang kanyang nakakwak-kwak para makaawit, no? Miyawing kuting, ang napakatamad na kuting na nakakita ng tulong sa kanyang mga kaibigan at sa komunidad na kanyang kinabibilangan. At ang tinuro ng kanyang mga kaibigan ay tulungan mo muna ang iyong sarili para matulungan ka rin ng iyong komunidad. At patulang kwento, magbilang tayo, isa rin siyang coloring book. Co-author ko dito ang isang librarian din, walang iba kundi si Daryl Marco. Meron pa akong nasulat na aklat, Tales from the 7,000 Isles, na nanalo ng Storytelling World sa Tennessee, USA noon, way back 2015. At ang parangal na ito ay ginagawad sa mga collection of stories na makakapagbigay sa mga guro, librarian, magulang ng mga ideas kung paano nila maikukwento ang mga folktales sa kanilang tahanan at sa kanilang mga eskwelahan. At ang early reading series na pinapublish din ng Lampara, this is for kindergarten. Binubuno namin ng grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and this is illustrated by the fantastic Bernadette Solino-Wolf. So, sa pag-iisip kung yun, nakita ko rin naman na ano yung mahalaga sa akin bilang manunulat at mahalaga sa akin na makita ng bata ang sarili niya sa kwentong binubuo ko. Maaring kwento ng aking pamilya ang pinapahayag ko na minsan nagtataka na sila bakit palagi akong kumukuha ng kwento sa aking pamilya sapagkat yun ang alam ko. That is also my worldview. Kaya na-realize ko din na kinakailangan pa natin tayong mga manunulat na tingnan ang iba't ibang worldview para mas makasulat pa tayo ng mga kwento na may representation, may inclusion, at tayo rin ay unang magiging compassionate sa mundong ginagalawan natin at sa ibang manunulat. Sabi nga ng aking kaibigan si Francis Ong, the world shapes the writer who writes to shape it in turn. But before the world got its hands on that writer, I'm sure other writers had a hand in shaping that world. So, meron pa akong isang point na gustong ibahagi, sa paghubog ng worldview, sa pag-present ng ating mga agenda, ng ating worldview sa ating batang mambabasa, huwag nating kalimutan ang bata na nagbabasa ng ating mga kwento. Special sa akin ang Big Sister kasi hindi ko inakalang mapipili siya ng mga batang mambabasa na kung saan ay bata ang nagbasa, bata ang nagpataw ng pagpili, malaking karangalan na mapili ang kwento mo ng mambabasa na talagang intended reader mo. So, Totet, sana mahabol mo at mapanood mo. Ito yung aklat na ginawa natin. So, yung Kids' Choice, 2014 NCBA, PBBY and NBDB Collaborative Project ito. At ang ganda nung exercise na to dahil pinagbasa namin ang mga bata ng mga aklat na na-publish ng 2 taon at sila ang gumawa ng choice. Kaya ito yung mga links para sa list of winners at yung mga bata din, list of Kids' Choice at yung grand winner. Alamin nyo na lang, si Tari Sabido ay nag-vlog dito. Siguro may oras pa naman ako para bisitahin yun, Ayan, para lang makita nyo. Ayan. Basahin ninyo kung hindi nyo pa nababasa ang blog entry na to ni Tari Sabido, PBBY President. Ano yung sinasabi ng mga batang mambabasa dun sa mga napili nilang 10 libro at dun sa pinaka-top nila, yung top 1 nila na talagang masasabi nila, ito yung choice namin. So, makinig tayo, pakinggan natin yung mga bata na nagsasabi ng kanilang mga choices. Okay? So, there. Going back, ayan, pwede nyo ring bisitahin ang 2016 NCBA Kids' Choice Award na binlog ko din, nilagay ko sa aking blog. So, bigyan natin ng pagkakataon ang mga bata na makapag-express ng kanilang mga opinion at ng kanilang sariling worldview kasi meron sila nun. Listen to children for they have a voice. Provide them with opportunities to make choices. And children become better at reading when they themselves choose books and stories to read. Formal reading instruction is still very important, but a space and time for children to pick and read books are essential in being and learning. Mahalaga ang pagpili, mahalaga ang pagsasalita, mahalaga ang communication sa isang bata sa kanilang katauhan at sa kanilang pagkatuto. So, mga ilang suggestions. I'm now wearing my teacher librarian's hat na pwedeng gawin sa bahay, pwedeng gawin sa paaralan, pwedeng gawin sa ating mga communities para mas mabigyan din natin ng boses o mas magkaroon tayo ng pagkakataon na makinig sa ating mga batang mambabasa. Reading challenges, no? Usong-uso pa rin naman yun ngayon kahit sa panahon ng pandemya. Makahanap tayo ng avenues on how we can challenge our readers to read. Read a book about a character who doesn't look like you or live like you. Read a book about a topic you don't know much about, and read a book in a format that you don't normally read for fun. A chapter book, a graphic novel, a book in verse. Maari din tayong magbigay ng mga pagkakataong makapagsulat ang ating mga kabataan, ang ating mga batang mambabasa. Ang isa sa mga paborito kong activities, yung reading passport, nagsisimula sa grade school, pwede pa rin gawin sa high school. Ano yung response nila sa nabasa nilang literatura? So ito yung, panitikan, ito yung ginagawa ko sa library at bumabalik yung kanilang mga worksheets or kanilang mga booklet, mga reading passport. At nalalaman ko kung ano yung opinion nila, kung ano yung nararamdaman nila sa mga aklat na pinili nila para gamitin babasahin. Let's involve children and young adults in the writing of stories, their own stories, the stories that they see in the world. At pagbasahin natin sila ng kanilang mga ginawang tula, short story, novel in progress, even research work or investigative project. At marami silang avenues ngayon, no? Sa Wattpad, sa blog, sa vlog, sa YouTube, ginagawa nila yan. So, bigyan pa natin sila ng pagkakataon na ibalik sa diskusyon. It's good that they're consuming information, it's good that they're creating information, pero ibalik natin sila, humanap tayo ng mga spaces and avenues where we can communicate, we can come together and talk to our children and young adults. Isang example, Wing of the Locust Blog Tour, gagawin namin ito sa darating na December. At may mga book bloggers tayo, no, na nag-volunteer na para pag-usapan ang Wing of the Locust, si Joel Donato Ching Jacob. At gagamitin nila ang kanilang YouTube channel, ang kanilang blog, ang kanilang podcast, ang Instagram, ang kanilang social media account para bumuo ng public discourse or discussion about the book that Joel Donato Ching Jacob put together. And this is Scholastic Asian Book Award winner of 2018. So there, I think this is the last slide, and my ending spiel would be, patuloy tayong lumikha, huwag tayong matakot. Meron tayong worldview, meron tayong intended reader. Sa pagbuo natin ng mga kwento, palagi din natin iisipin yung transaction at yung response ng ating mga readers. And perhaps in that way, we can be more kind and more compassionate. And I think that's where social justice really begins. If we are compassionate and kind, then we can share, distribute, and provide stories or access to books in a fair and equitable way. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Candy and Sarah. Alam kong sobrang bitin yung ating discussion based sa ating tech run. We've talagang bugpas tayo ng 1 hour from the and then now that we're live, I know maraming questions, but we don't have time. Siguro, I think there's a really good question. Now that what story concept have come to you in this time of the pandemic? Dalawa lang. Story concepts that have come to you in this time of the pandemic. Meron bang mga na-inspire kayo during the pandemic that you would like to write about?
I would like to put together an anthology on mental health.
Mental health.
Oo.
You,
Oo,
Miss Candy,
yung
what about
response.
you? Mhm.
Candy, you're on mute.
Mute. We can't hear you.
I spent the whole of the pandemic not researching because I couldn't go to the British Library, writing a sequel to Bone Talk. So I spent the pandemic on a ship going to St. Louis, Missouri. and visiting 1904 Manila, which is very interesting, and also traveling on a train. It's amazing. It's amazing. I've had a good pandemic.
Okay. So thank you, Candy and Sarah. And thank you to our audience for tuning in today. Do stick around for the next panel on science fiction and fantasy in today's dystopia with Eliza Victoria and Dean Alfar. And we have Jack Wigley as our moderator. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Shade. So we'd like to invite everyone to visit the Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. Don't forget to check out, of course, Candy Sirena Bayan, Tall Story, Shine, and Bone Talk, and Sarah's The Day Max Flew Away, Ino the Invisible, and her new book, Masaya Maging Ako. Thank you for joining us.
Umpisa na ba? Check muna tayo ng sound. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pandemic Playbook, the Book Development Association of the Philippines Literary Festival. Now, this festival is brought to you by BDAP in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. And our panel for today is titled Science or Speculative Fiction to Others and Fantasy in Today's Dystopia. I am John Jack Wigley, BDAP trustee and your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers and celebrated writers. But before that, let me first orient you with our discussion for today. Science or speculative fiction and fantasy are umbrella terms, no, that cater to or refer to a specific genre of literature that encompasses any fiction which is related with either science, technology, the future, the supernatural, magical realism, and even modern myth making. Hopefully, our speakers will be able to discuss, relate, and problematize the writing of speculative fiction in today's world, which is a world that is riddled with uncertainty and replete, no, with untenable changes. So we are fortunate to have with us two speakers who are experts in the field, writers who have written about this genre. No? They have written novels, short stories, essays, and even creative nonfiction. And I shall introduce them one after the other. No? Our first speaker is the author of several books, including the Philippine National Book Award-winning Dwellers in 2014, Wounded Little Gods in 2016, the graphic novel After Lambana, also in 2016, which is actually a collaboration with Mervyn Malonzo, and the science fiction novel in stories Nightfall in 2018. Her fiction and poetry have appeared in several online and print publications, as well as international speculative fiction journals and publications. Friends, I give you Miss Eliza Victoria.
Hi. Thank you for having me. Hi, Sir
Eliza.
Jack. How are you?
I'm doing good. A little bit nervous, actually.
Yes, and
Anyway.
can I just comment on the framing ninyo? Kasi I can see your mask like behind you na nakasabit sa may pinto. Parang very pandemic. Playbook talaga.
Yeah, exactly.
Sadya ba yun?
True to the theme, di ba?
Oo.
Yeah. Anyway, do I have to introduce the second speaker? Ikaw na muna, Eliza. No, so the floor is. I'm turning the floor over to you.
Okay, so I'll start na my presentation. I'll just share my screen. One sec. Oh, sorry. Can you see that?
Yes. Nawala ng konti.
Oh, can you see it?
Hindi pa. Baka nag-upload pa.
Can you see my slide now or hindi pa rin?
Hindi pa. Do you want me to introduce the second speaker muna while you are going through
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Sige. Para fair, no? Para malay mo, may mga fans na yung pangalawang speaker and they're also anticipating him to speak today. So while you're working on the on your slides. Now, our second speaker is a multi-awarded author, anthologist, and advocate of speculative fiction. His books include the novel Salamanca, published by Anvil, short fiction collections The Kite of Stars and Other Stories, How to Traverse Terra Incognita by Visprint, East of the Sun and Other Stories, and The Field Guide to the Roads of Manila and Other Stories, published by Anvil, and also the children's book, How Rosang Taba Won a Race by Lampara Books. He is the founder of the Philippine Speculative Fiction Annuals and editor of several anthologies of speculative and science fiction. He is also a published author internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my very good friend and also a colleague who I esteem very much, Mr. Dean Francis Alfar.
Hello, everybody.
Diba?
Hi, Dean.
Hello.
Yes. So ayan, nakita nyo na yung guests natin. Mag-hi ka na, Dean, bago ka isa lang mamaya.
Sige. I just want to say hi to everybody viewing. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am here in a purely supportive role for my idol, Eliza Victoria.
Wag ganon. Hindi ko nga ma-share yung slides ko.
Yan yung takot ko kanina. All right. So,
Okay.
Start ka na.
Okay. Yeah. So,
I think the BDAP team will just share it for me. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sige, Eliza. You can have
Pasensya sa technical difficulties. All right. So, why write speculative fiction when the real world is already strange? Or why write or read what is considered escapist literature when there's so much work to be done in the real world? Next slide. Escapism is speculative fiction's virtue and formal device. It allows us to step outside the world to escape it in order to reimagine it. Next slide. Speculative fiction is rooted in reality, but it negates it, alters it, transforms it. Unlike realist literature that aims to accurately depict reality, speculative fiction shows reality through a different lens. So why alter reality? Wouldn't it be more productive to show the world as it is? Next slide. When you see something all the time, it's as if that thing isn't there. You become desensitized to it. What is strange becomes normal. What is horrific becomes acceptable. If you want to write about injustice, how will you make it speak above a whisper? How are you going to make it louder than background noise? Speculative fiction offers as a lens to see the world in a different way, to make it strange and brand new, to shock us into recognizing the world as if seeing the world for the first time. Next slide. And I'm just adding this as an example. One of the works that I read recently and enjoyed, El Arcangel by Julius Villanueva. There's a chapter there called Lupa ng Mga Naglaho. It depicts the reality of Tokhang, but juxtaposes it with the supernatural. So what does this juxtaposition? Kinakabahan ako.
Doing great.
So what does this juxtaposition achieve? By showing the reality of Tokhang and juxtaposing it with the supernatural, the story is able to highlight the lawlessness of the real world by showing the supernatural world still having rules. So in both worlds, you have evil, but in the supernatural world, even the poor has weapons to fight this evil. So it's just another way of, shocking you into seeing the world for the first time. Because if you keep seeing news about Tokhang, it just becomes part of the normal world, which it shouldn't be. Yeah. So, next slide. Of course, any good art form can do this, shock you into seeing the world as if it were new, but speculative fiction offers us that further leap outside, a nowhere space to critique the present. You can't really escape the present, but it provides you a nowhere space to challenge beliefs that are accepted without question. And often the impetus to write is driven by seeing something that is wrong with the world. Next slide. To right a wrong takes time, especially in the case of the Philippines. It takes years and decades. But in fiction, you can do it in a few thousand words. So in that sense, speculative fiction is liberating and comforting. So liberating in the sense that you're given space to find meaning and to test and question those meanings in this space. And comforting in the sense that because there are certain conventions that genres follow, you know what will happen next. So it makes life intelligible. It simplifies it. Next slide. Yep. Next slide, please. So it might be strange to end my presentation with a quote from a horror novel, or maybe not with the way things are going with the world. But I just like this line from Shirley Jackson's The Haunting of Hill House. No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. That's because we need space and time to dream. And that's what speculative fiction lets us do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eliza. That's a very insightful talk, no, about writing, especially at this time when we are all grappling with so many things, no, and challenges. By the way, friends, please save your comments and questions for later because, of course, we will have another guest, no. But at this point, if you are watching this from StreamYard, you can type up your questions in the Q&A box or the chat box, and I'll try to, as much as possible, read them for our speakers to answer. And for those watching us through YouTube or Facebook, you may post your questions in the comment space. So, giving way to our second speaker, I'd like to give the floor, no, to our guru, Dean Francis Alfar. Yes.
Okay, wag muna i-share yung slide. Wag muna. Wag muna.
Wag daw muna.
May
I
problem.
wanted to add muna to what Eliza talked about. I'm so glad that she focused on the writing portion because I did not. My focus is on the reading. So I'll just talk briefly about the writing part. I will be speaking mostly about myself as well as the small writerly circles that I am involved with during the time of the pandemic, especially during the early part. And it was really difficult. I myself, as well as some writers I know, were simply unable to write. Ako, honestly, until this point in time, I'm having difficulty. I felt this deep sense of heaviness that I could not articulate at the start, and it took me a while before I came to terms with the fact that it was grief, and I was grieving, and in a sense, I was traumatized because the entire world that I knew was turned upside down, and no one knew what was happening at that time. And parang it felt so insensitive to write spec fic because there were so many other things to be concerned about. As the head of house in my small family, my small household, our concerns became rather existential. How to survive and where to get food and rice, and would things be going on, what's going to happen to my kids. So it felt like the beautiful lyricism that I use when I write, or the fanciful concepts, it just felt so far away and distant and not in touch with reality. So ironic because Eliza and I do not write about reality per se. We fling ourselves out there. So it was hard for me to come to terms with the fact that I was grieving because it felt like surrender. But I realized also that surrender is not giving up. Surrender simply means accepting the fact that these are the circumstances and we just have to find a way to move on. Not in terms of resilience, I hate that word because of the systemic inequalities that, our government, etc., etc. But with that in mind, I was able to help myself or start helping myself, as well as other writers that I've been mentoring who also reached out to me with similar difficulties. So parang naging circle of grief kami. And it's interesting because these are usually among the happiest people. Spec-fic people are happy people. We're crazy people because we see things that other people do not. But especially during the early part, parang naging issue kasi some people began to critique and even judge other writers who were in fact writing. And sinasabi nila parang exploitative daw. And that was difficult for me to process also because exploitation implies taking advantage of something. So yes, we were all grieving and we didn't know. Ang point kasi nila was, at that point in time, we were all in the same boat. Tapos, bakit ka magpa-publish ng kwento na either merong kinalaman or walang kinalaman sa nangyayari para lang malabas yung pangalan mo or ma-maintain yung prestige or what, when there are more important things to consider. On the other hand, we as writers in general, we exploit reality all the time. Honestly, we
used it, diba?
Yes, we use it, we twist it, we subvert it, we represent and misrepresent and de-represent it. So I was iffy about that, and then I realized that it was just a matter of comfort zones, and these people, writers talking about other writers, trying to stop them from writing, it became rather prescriptive, which I don't like. People should be free to deal and cope with reality and the things that are happening as they are. And for writers, it is writing or not writing. So to end this preamble, there are sci-fi, spec fic, fantasy, horror, and other sorts of writers of the genre who are writing, and I'm glad because I see things happening. But there are also so many who are not, and I feel that it's important to recognize the fact that it's okay. It's okay for you not to be so productive as before. I mean, I judged myself. There was a time in a given year I would put out anthologies and short stories, and ang dami talaga. Then I'd be cheering on and rah other people. This year, ako yung zero. So part of me is rather embarrassed, and sometimes I'm brought to tears because parang ano ang nagawa ko. But I realize I also need to be kind to myself. So for all the other writers, especially the younger writers who are listening to us right now, if you are not being productive right now, it's fine. Neither am I. Neither are a lot of people. But there are those who are. So don't blame them because they're coping in the best way they know how. And it is their stories that will be published pretty soon that will continue to help us cope and deal. So support nyo din sila. Our turn will come because I know that we can still write. It's just hard right now. It's very emotional. I feel so vulnerable and parang ang gulo eh. And now that's the cue for my slides. Thank you for the time.
I'll add to your comments mamaya after your presentation.
Sige, sige.
Yeah.
Okay. So, ako din, like Eliza, my thoughts are about escape, but I thought I'd focus first naman on the reading portion because before I became a writer, I was a reader. And I still love to read. So, escape. Next slide. We read to escape. I mean, that's true. But people have been, and critics and other people have given escape a bad connotation. Parang negative siya. And my point is there is nothing wrong in escape. Next slide. We escape to the familiar. So people who are reading right now, especially during the first part of the pandemic, nag-stock up tayo ng mga libro. And I'm sure meron kayong mga favorites to dyan mixed in with new things you haven't read before. So why are you going back to Lord of the Rings? Why are you returning to Narnia? Why are you going back to these places or Harry Potter's or things that you know? Because they're familiar to you. Because they're familiar to us. Going back to someplace familiar gives us a sense of comfort in times of uncertainty. And that is very, very important because even prior to the pandemic, going back to a favorite book, going back to that setting and the characters you know, it made sense. And it always gave you some degree of comfort of being able to be safe. So books have always offered us a safe place, and this is very, very important. And there is nothing wrong in escaping to the familiar. Next slide. We escape to collect ourselves. What does this mean? Ako, sometimes when my sadness or anxiety becomes a bit too much to bear, I retreat. I go to books to be able to give myself some time to collect myself. When I'm reading something in particular that's interesting, my spirit, my mind, and my soul are transported into that other place. It gives my heart time to heal. For those of us readers who are in difficult situations, and there are many of us, because there are all forms of, for example, abuse that we live through in our present circumstances. This offers us the ability to take time and space for ourselves. During the time of the extreme lockdown at the start, it was heartbreaking for me when some people reached out via messenger or what, that they were having difficulty with their own families or the people there. And I understand how horrible that is. But they had the ability naman to escape for a while with books, to collect themselves, to give them some time. So this is when escape is important for mental health. So I fully support that also. So next slide, please. We also escape to find answers. Okay. It may be funny, bakit ka maghahanap ng answers sa spec-fic or SFF ng nangyayari sa mundo? Well, because a lot of it, to some people, are analogies. Okay? So some science fiction stories are predictive. Some of them, pandemic fiction, in fact, already deal with viruses. Magbasa ka ng mga Michael Crichton or things like that. On the non-fiction side naman, the historical type novels will show you how people dealt with similar things, the pandemics like the Spanish flu or things like that, the bubonic plague. So people read to find answers. And it's so important kasi, especially again during the first half of this year, walang may sagot. No one knew what was happening. It was confusion and a lot of misinformation, and that was terrible. So we do escape. We look for answers. It doesn't mean that they're right answers, but it gives us a sense of agency, of power to be able to go and seek something out and find answers, no matter how tentative they are. To be able to hold something that you found is powerful and important. And like Eliza mentioned earlier, a lot of spec fic is about what is happening, but it is couched in different terms. So it becomes interesting, and you are not desensitized to it. Next slide. We also escape to track the narrative. What does this mean? Tayong mga readers, nasanay na tayo sa kwento. So the concept of kwento is may beginning, may middle, at saka may end. So there's a narrative through line. So during the time, at the start of the pandemic, there was a lot of fear and uncertainty. So people wanted to know, gaanong katagal ba ito? Sana 2 weeks lang. I remember myself at the start, nung nag-initial lockdown, sabi ko, siguro 2 linggo lang yan, so parang vacation na ganyan. And then it became a month, and then it became 2 months, and then 3 months, and so on, na parang it's unending. So we look to fiction to see how things can progress, so we can track it. Kasi, and this is a very important observation, fiction, unlike real life, makes sense. Yung real life kasi minsan talagang we don't know. But with fiction, there's
resolution.
Oo.
Walang resolution, walang natatapos, walang nare-resolve.
Oo, yung real life, parang lugi lagi tayo, walang closure, or parang malabo. Pag fiction, there's a sense that things are happening for a reason, things are going to progress, there is going to be some sort of plot complication, then climax, and then a resolution. And that, and that gives us comfort. So even the technicalities or the techniques of fiction writing give people comfort. It's that narrative, okay, that gives them hope. Okay, next slide, please. And ito, as ako, we escape because we believe in happy endings. Hinahanap natin ito. Whether we are accused as Filipinos of being unreasonably romantic or what, even if personally as a writer, I write really sad endings or what, deep inside, humanity believes in happy endings, or at the very least, we hope for a happy ending. So, while things are going to hell in a handbasket all around us, is it so wrong for us to escape to read something that gives a happy ending or a resolution for characters that we have grown to like and love? It's not. It gives comfort, again, to our hearts, our spirits, our souls, and our restless minds. So when we read fiction, we believe in, it's because we believe in happiness. Whether that is, ito, baka funny, kasi horror, paano horror din happy ending? May happy ending ang horror kahit namatay silang lahat, because it's about getting your just desserts, di ba, Eliza? So people get what they deserve. The situation more or less is dealt with. Or there's the thrill of the reader na may kasunod pa. There's going to be a next book, or this character is gonna go through more. Okay? So we escape because we believe in that kind of thing. Next slide, please. We escape to heal. And this is very, very important, because linked to the issues of mental health and all that, and giving ourselves space, is just the ability for us to read something that makes us feel better. So people will say, mambo jumbo na naman yan, Din Alfar. Paano nag-heal ang words? I'm sorry, makikipaglaban ako sa inyo. Fight me. Okay? Because words can heal. Alam mo, kahit mag-scroll ka lang sa Facebook, eventually, sa kaka-doom scroll mo ng malungkot, may lalabas na inspirational nice thing dyan, which can actually help you if you're that kind of person. But for other people, being able to read science fiction and fantasy is actually healing. Okay? And for some writers, or most writers, being able to write simply is healing. It's an act of healing. And we want to understand how people are dealing with things. So the nice thing is, ang mga SFF readers, hindi lang sila nagbabasa ng genre. They also read nonfiction. So during the times of the pandemic, people are reading more than just genre. They're reading news and they're reading nonfiction. And the nonfiction portion is important. So champion namin ni Eliza din yan. Damay ka na, girl. Because it's so important when we look at how other people are coping. So there are a whole slew of books on experiences of the pandemic, which normally SFF people would be allergic to. But now, surprisingly, we long for it. We want to see, ano bang kasi chismoso tayo. Sa totoo lang, yun na yun. Chismoso tayo, nais nating malaman paano ginagawa nila doon sa Japan. Paano nag-cope sa Brazil, ang horrible. Paano yung US of all countries, sila pa yung parang na ganyan. So there are all sorts of narratives. And let's not forget, we're talking about books, di ba? But take a step back. What is a book? It's a story. And what is a story in Tagalog? Mas maganda yung word kwento. Gusto natin ng kwento. Yun ang katotohanan dyan. So stories or kwento, they help us to heal. Next. We escape to gain perspective. Eliza covered this very, very nicely earlier in her talk. By stepping back, we are able to look at the situation and understand how things are. Kasi minsan, or madalas actually, pag nandito ka, tas ang lapit-lapit sa'yo ng sitwasyon, parang masyado nang mabigat or wala ka ng sense of distance or what's happening. When we read, we are able to take a step back. We gain perspective and hopefully some insight into the situation. Next slide. Because we escape to return. Hindi tayo prisoners. Okay? More of may day pass. Nalalabas ng world, pero babalik. And you know what, guys? When we return, we are stronger. We're more powerful. Kasi naka-rest tayo, naka-enjoy tayo ng day off natin. May insights tayo na baon pagbalik natin dito. So life is not as terrible as it seems. Life is no longer as heavy and the situation is no longer as impossible. And that's all because of story and all because we left and all because we are empowered when we return. Next. And we escape to live another day. Let's break that na lang. We escape to live. Basically, that's true. I can say that I read to live and I live to read. Okay? Actually, more than writing, it's reading. If you were to take away, give me a choice. Dean, tatanggalin namin capacity mo to write or wala ka na ever mababasa and understand and appreciate for the rest of your life. Oh no, di ba? Parang issue.
What a choice naman, Dean. Bakit papipiliin ka ng ganong klaseng? Those are tragic choices.
Jack, tingnan mo nga ang title ng panel natin. Okay, so ganyan ang buhay namin ni Eliza. Okay, so we escape to live another day because we are denizens of the real world. We are not airheads na sa kabilang dako nakatira. We are firmly rooted here. We are students and workers and family members and part of society. Except that we have the key to a different place. And that is how readers are dealing with things during the pandemic, by escaping. And believe me when I tell you, escape is not a dirty word. It's a powerful word. And it's high time we claim it. If you're going to attack me for this, unahin niyo si Eliza, siya una nagsabi niyo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean, for sharing your thoughts and insights. Again, let me reiterate, ang ganda-ganda ng discussions natin. We will now proceed with the question and answer portion. And as I said earlier, please type your questions in the Q&A box. And for those watching us through Facebook or YouTube, you may post your questions in the comment space. Meron dito, may isang question dito from Coco Pimentel. Hi, Miss Eliza. I read your stories from the city, from Fast Food Fiction, Delivery Anthology of Anvil, and I really like it. Actually, I have been using it in my classes. My question is, do the characters in those stories or in your other stories resemble a real person? Or what inspired you to write those characters? Where did they come from? Ayan.
Thank you so much.
Divulge that kasi I know that some writers would not want to answer questions of this sort. Diba? Pero sige, bahala ka.
It's really more like, I always get this question and ang hirap sagutin. Kasi sometimes when you write stories, it's like, well, I don't want to use the word, but it's like magic. Like you don't know where it came from. Yes, but I'll try. So, in Stories from the City, thank you so much for using it in your classes, and I hope may natutunan yung mga estudyante mo. For example, in Stories from the City, there's a scene there in the MRT with people like lining up for hours and not being able to enter the station. So as you can see, it's still rooted in reality. I just changed it up by having a guy do a blood sacrifice para makapasok siya ng MRT. So that's it's like to be able to express the desperation of people who are just trying to commute and get to work. What will you do? So yeah.
Yeah, very good. There's another from Karina, Bolasco, also a BDAP trustee and one of our moderators in yesterday and today's panel. Thank you, Eliza and Dean, for joining our Lit Fest. Here's a question. Could it be difficult for spec-fic writers now to imagine what next world is possible? Because I know that 20 years ago, di ba, yung mga nangyayari ngayon, ini-imagine lang ng mga writers before. But now, everything is happening in reality as of this time. So, now that what earlier science fiction writers imagined have become real and true, but your new stories can begin to imagine and create a new, better, equal world. So the question is, could it be difficult now for spec-fic writers to imagine?
Ikaw muna.
Hala, ako na naman.
Siyempre, support lang ako.
Okay.
I guess this is in a way a reaction also to what Dean said earlier, why it's so hard to write this year. Kasi just to add to what you said earlier, Dean, I'm also having a really hard time.
Yeah.
Like thinking about my productivity as a writer, like comparing to how much I wrote in previous years compared to this year. And it's like all of the words escape me. Parang ganon. Parang it's so hard to rein them in and to make sentences make sense. That sort of thing. So I think to answer the question, we would need time. And time will provide distance also from this fiasco. Like maybe in time we will be able to imagine the future based on this reality. But
Yeah.
I certainly can't imagine myself writing about 2020 in 2020. Like I would need several years to figure everything out. Parang ganon. Yeah.
I'm in a similar boat, Jack and Eliza, kasi we are smack dab in it right now. Wala akong sense of katapusan pa eh.
Yes.
Diba? So I feel that I have no insight. I have no means of looking at this situation and then transposing it to a made-up or fictional secondary world wherein I can give commentary or write a narrative that details things. And normally that's a tool that I am able to use. I'm sorry to say, but the pandemic has affected our ability to make use of our imagination, not in the sense that we can no longer imagine, but the act of writing what we can imagine. But I'm sure that all writers, for that matter, will be able to think of more scenarios because the world has gone through cycles of horror and despair. It's just that this is our time for it. So, alam mo yung when we write fiction or when we read something like the Dark Lord's reign lasted for 1,000 years before the heroes of light came. Nandun pa tayo sa 1,000 years of darkness.
And it's actually like 1,000 years at this point.
Oo. Yeah. So, wala pa tayo dun sa heroes have come. And normally, Eliza and I would write about the heroes who have come. Yun ang exciting eh. Sadly, nandito pa tayo, Jack, sa the reign of darkness. So,
yeah. At saka isa pa yung it's we are the writers in this day and age, I would like to believe, are in a very compromising situation kasi on the one hand, 'di ba, pag writer ka, privileged ka because you are there in the comforts of your home, tumatanaw.
You are writing, 'di ba?
Yes. Tinitingnan mo ang realidad sa labas samantalang kaliwat kanan namamatay ang kasama mo. And then you are there and you just want to write about it. So merong parang ganon, nasaan ang mga manunulat sa panahon ngayon, 'di ba? Yung are you still from the outside looking and from the inside looking out, 'di ba? O parang iyan lang ba ang panlaban mo sa buhay para makatulong ang magsulat, 'di ba? Which is so, parang nahaharap tayo sa ganung klaseng dilema, 'di ba? Yung mga writers na parang may kabuluhan ba ang mga isinusulat mo sa panahon ngayon? Samantalang yung ibang tao nakikidigma sila sa labas, the frontliners and all that. So may ganung factor din, ano?
Yes. Parang you also have to struggle with that guilt. I mean, writers like us, matagal na tayong may issue na ganyan. Like tayo nagsusulat lang samantalang may mga tao nga sa labas. The activists, for example, who actually do things. Tas tayo, we write our protest poetry or whatever na ganyan. But to us, it's important.
Yung condition ng kwarto mo at kumakain susulat, di ba? Yung mga ganyan. Of course, hindi naman lahat na nagsusulat may aircon, di ba?
Hindi. But questioning your privilege and then thinking of things that you can actually do to help. And I feel that's so important right now. Especially during the early part, nakita ko yung nagtutulungan yung mga tao. Dito sa area namin, yung nagkaroon ng parang Viber Brigade, kung kailan darating yung gulay, saan pwedeng bumili ng itlog. Alam mo, I was in that level talaga na ako yung lumalabas. Parang specific nga, I'm armored and weapon, invisible foe, lumalayo ako sa mga tao, parang zombie apocalypse na ganyan, pero hindi zombies, zombie na lang para exciting, may katana na ganyan. So, it became a matter of writing is important. There is no question that it can change the world. But what the world really needs right now, perhaps from some of us, is to actually do something apart from or in addition to writing. Diba?
Yes.
And if I can just add a personal writing story.
Yes.
It feels really like writing feels trivial right now because of everything that's happening. But I recently wrote an essay about exactly that feeling of hopelessness in this period of time. Like feeling like you're so much in the thick of history that you can't even see history anymore because you're in it, like you need that distance, but you can't find that distance. So that essay got published online, and I was surprised by the number of people who messaged me after that essay was published, telling me na, thank you for articulating what I can't say. So maybe in a way,
Tama.
that's maybe the instrument that at least I can give in my own small way is to at least find the words to say the things that
Yeah.
we can't say at this point. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I was
Become
surprised
about-
because when I was writing that essay, it didn't feel like it was important. Like like it's a personal essay, like what right do I have and all that. But in the end, it's the readers who, make it important. I
Yes.
suppose.
In other words, parang writers become a mouthpiece, no, of the things that are not easily articulated by the common people. Okay, may tanong dito, no, from Sentimental Rasa. Magandang hapon at buhay po sa inyo. Are there any differences pagdating sa mga writing techniques ng mga speculative fictions na nagagawa dito as compared sa ibang bansa? Ano po kaya yung mga differences at similarities? Maraming salamat po. Would you like to comment on this? Is there a difference between spec-fic writing in the Philippines from spec-fic writing in other countries?
Sa akin, wala. If the question is purely in terms of technique or the ability to use tropes or things like that, none. Our spec-fic writers, the Filipino spec-fic writers, are just as good as any international writer. It's just that they have better opportunities and they have access to more markets. And of course, they write already in the language that is English. A lot of us write in English as our second language, and you would have to get it translated pa and things like that. In terms of the quality of imagination, lalaban tayo. And in fact, ang ganda-ganda ng context ng Filipino culture to use or to use when you write. So as an editor and anthologist with the Philippine Speculative Fiction Annual Series, as well as other anthologies I put together with other editors, I can tell you that there are very, very good Filipino spec-fic writers deploying international techniques. But let's not call it that. These are just writerly techniques that actually, as a reader, you can glean if you read works done by other authors from anywhere. So you can adapt, take it, use them, and then tell your own story. So honestly, I don't see any difference if it's in terms of technique. But of course, in terms of cultural perspective, talagang iba. And then in terms of representation, talagang iba din. For example, yung Black Lives Matter, this is huge and important. And I can understand it, but I have no personal experience kasi dito sa Philippines, iba yung Black Lives Matter natin. At iba yung concern natin. So, parang ganon. Lisa?
Yes.
Yeah, so siguro thinking of conventions, like for example, the short story conventions that we know came from the Americans through public education in our colonial history. So that's what we inherited, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the agency to transform it. So, and we are drawing from our own traditions and our own reality. So magkaiba talaga yung that's where the difference would lie. Where we draw our own inspiration. We draw inspiration from our own traditions. And that's always been, I think, the project of Dean through the Philippine speculative fiction anthologies is to find that Filipino sensibility in speculative fiction.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Meron pa dito. Hi, Sir Dean at Miss Eliza, galing kay Chris Nasayaw. Nasaan po ngayon ang spec-fic sa mga kwentong pambata?
Ako sasagot yan.
Yes.
Nasa panel kanina ng 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Yes, nanonood din ako noon. Ang ganda-ganda ng discussion nila.
Ang ganda ng discussion nila, Candy, Gourlay, at saka ni Zara Gagatiga. And I hope that, this is recorded naman and they can look for it on YouTube.
Yes, it's available on YouTube.
Yes, so please, for that question, kasi ako, I only have one short story for children published by Lampara. But I'll let Eliza answer for herself. Para sa akin, yung mga recommendation ng previous panel, beautiful. So, pinaplug ko po yun para ma-invite ako ulit next year.
Wow, strategist ka talaga din, ha?
Of course.
What about you, Eliza? What do you have to say? Do you write spec-fic children's stories?
Yun nga, I don't. I primarily write for an adult audience. And dahil na rin siguro yung mga tema ng mga kwento ko masyadong violente.
Parang R rating for children.
I remember one time my mother commented na parang, anak, bakit ba sa mga kwento mo lagi may namamatay? So,
Dahil po horror siya, nanay.
Yeah.
Horror siya.
Meron naman dito from Matt K. Tianyo Nepomuceno. I have revisited the best of Philippine spec-fic 2005 to 2010, this pandemic. The
Thank you.
imagined worlds in those narratives do resemble our lived world in one way or another. What is then? Okay, is reality?
Then, what is it then?
What is it then? Sorry, okay.
Naputal.
Is reality that keeps up with fiction, or is it fiction that creeps up with reality? Parang ngayon, what used to be spec-fic in the past is no longer spec-fic today, di ba? Kasi
Yes.
mga apocalypse, yung mga dystopia, yung mga ganitong klaseng binabasa lang natin in the realm of imagination, nangyayari na sa totoong buhay. So, I think this is one way connected with the question I posted at saka yung kanina. So, maybe you can add some more about this.
Sure. From my perspective, if you are a Filipino living in the Philippines during these times, going from the Duterte presidency, going backwards, and you take a look at all the things that our country is going through, you'll realize that parang we're living in a fictional universe because it's absurd. It's crazy. Things that if I were to write as a short story or a novel 15 years ago, parang sasabihin talagang fiction yan, impossible din. Okay? Pero tingnan mo ang nangyayari ngayon. Tingnan mo how our government acts with things that are happening for the pandemic. The Marcos burial, for example. So many things. Dapat
Sa iba, no? Sa ibang viewers, sa ibang readers. Pero sa atin, parang natural lang yun. No?
And this is exacerbated by the truth that the Philippines has always been a strange place, kahit noon pa. So we are part of the tropical, parang Latin America na hindi tayo nasa Latin America, magic realist things. Because you can go to any village and you can go to any household. May kwento sila. May kwento sila ng duwende or the supernatural or nakakatakot. May mga alam sila, especially yung mga matatanda ng mga alamat. And all of these things are believed in. So there are people who believe in the manananggal, the mangkukulam, and who's to say they're not true? So if the question is it reality that becomes fiction or that inspires fiction, or is it fiction that reality has crept into? It's both. It's just that it's a crazy, crazy planets.
Wow. Okay.
And,
I'm sure you get the reference, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Si Stella Estrada ba nagsabi nun?
Yes.
Okay.
and just to add to that, from my presentation earlier, yung chart ko na paikot na ganun. So, fiction comes from reality, but readers can be changed by fiction. Who can change reality also? So, they're all just interconnected in that sense.
Yeah. Okay, meron naman dito from Abby Escarilla, ang tanong, ano po yung mga nahugot nyo sa Filipino context na naisulat nyo sa works ninyo? Welcome rin po si Miss Eliza na sumagot. Ayan.
O siya na. Siya ang sumagot.
Ikaw ba din? At sa'yo naka-address.
Ikaw ang ako supporting cast. Go.
Well, in my stories, yung mga concerns are my own concerns at that point in my life. For example, just trying to get yourself established, and someone who grew up in the province and went to the city to work and to study, that sort of thing, that feeling of alienation. I would say that is, I wouldn't say Filipino context, just my context, I would say. I just,
Personal context, you mean?
yeah, personal context. I just happen to be Filipino, I suppose. Yeah, so lagi lang bumabalik dun sa una ko sinabi na even if I write speculative fiction, all of it is rooted in reality. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
I echo that. Kahit na mga far-fetched and wildly imaginative ang sinusulat ko, it all boils down or goes back to the fact that I am a Filipino writer.
Yes.
So my being Filipino influences my writing, whether I like it or not, whether it's deliberate or not. I could determinedly do a project that has no Filipino elements, but there will be.
Yes.
Diba? May lalabas at lalabas din dyan. Just my tone, just the way that I think, how I'm situated. And I'm proud of that. I don't see it as a weakness. And it is something that I feel we should all explore at some point in time in our writing. What makes it Filipino beyond the cosmetic, beyond the so-called cultural context? Kasi may masasabi ka, may author na mababasa ka, oh, it's so Japanese. Diba? Yung dating niya, Murakami or what. Dapat tayo eventually meron ding sense na ganyan. This is a Filipino work. And not because it says Philippines, made in the Philippines or may flag. Or yung pangit na eagle na logo na bago ng bank.
Okay. Meron pang isang tanong dito.
Can I add?
Okay, sorry.
Just to add to what Dean said, to get that sense of Filipino-ness or just the sense of the local, this is something that we can learn also from realist fiction, like that very strong sense of place. So even if you're writing speculative fiction, it's important to add a lot of detail of where the character is, that sort of thing.
Yes.
That would be really amazing if that can be done.
Meaning ang identity talaga ng isang writer ay sumasalamin, no, dun sa sinusulat niya, whether he is conscious about it or not. Okay, from Jason Velasquez, why is it that we only have a few spec-fic novels? Is this true?
Yes.
We only have a handful of spec-fic novels.
Hindi naman handful.
Hindi naman handful.
Dalawang handful.
Two handfuls.
Not just spec-fic novels, novels of any kind. Mas ano tayo, like in Philippine literature, mas short stories talaga. Parang mas yun yung mas malaki yung corpus. To hazard a guess, to write a novel takes a long time.
Yes.
And we were talking about privilege earlier on, just finding that time and space to write. Lalo na ngayon
in the Philippines, no? Writers are not novelists or writers.
Exactly.
They're something else. They're teachers. They're corporate people.
Yes, you can't survive without a day job. Like
Or
seriously.
three jobs.
Yes, racket.
So I agree with your point. Novels are harder to write because they're long and they require a lot of time and investment that is privileged. But also from an economic reality, there's no benefit in writing a novel. Because if you're going to hope for your novel sales to, make you a millionaire or what, I'll have you know that the reality is your 1,000 copies sold makes you an instant bestseller. Oh my God. And then what is your royalty there? So a lot of us who write novels, it's not for the money. Kasi iba yung market dito sa abroad. So sadly, there is no incentive for us to write novels. So people who write novels write it because they want to, or they choose to, or they love to. So I'm happy that you write novels, girl. Oh, and along those lines, diba? So eto ako, short kwento lang, despair. And then my eldest daughter comes up and says, Mom, Dad, I finished my novel. Your what?
Oh,
I finished writing my 110,000 secondary world novel, and basahin nyo na para maka-critique and then edit, revise. Tas ako, syempre, as daddy, yes, I'm so proud of you. Pero inside, ako,
where did you find the time?
Oo.
Amazing.
she started working on it last year before the pandemic. Tapos she just, it became her way of dealing. So she is one of the few writers who were able to write. Tas ako, honestly, inggit.
Nakatingin lang sa malayo, sa
Oo.
walang kawalan, di ba?
Oo, na kunyari proud.
Anyway, do you have books that are available at the Manila International Book Fair now that, for example, some of us who are watching this episode may be interested to know more about your works? Would you know ba? Plugging na ito. Meron ba kayong ipa-plug na mga libro ninyo na available sa MIBF?
I asked Visprint. I don't think they participated this year, but siguro ipa-plug ko na lang my only copy that I have, that I was able to bring over here. Speaking of novels, this is a novel.
Yeah, that's
It's called Nightfall.
Nightfall.
And yeah, so it's science fiction, something different.
And you, Dean?
Sa akin, puntahan nyo ang Anvil, and then you can find copies of Kite of Stars, Salamanca, and a field guide to Roads of Manila there. Puntahan nyo ang UP Press, nandun yung mga anthologies namin. Nandun yung best of Philippine speculative fiction, as well yung anthologies namin for young adult readers.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we're wala nang question, ano? Medyo nasagot naman natin lahat yung nandito.
Yeah. Well done.
And we're right on the mark. Diba?
Congratulations, Eliza.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Dean Francis Alfar and Miss Eliza Victoria. Thank you very much to our audience for tuning today. And do stick around for the next panel, which is on translations with Kristian Cordero and Chuckberry Pascual. And our moderator is Paulo Sibal. So again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Das Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. We would like to happily inform everyone that MIBF is extended until January 3, 2021. So may isang buwan pa
Holiday
sa
shopping.
ng MIBF, which means there will be a longer time to purchase books, to celebrate the value of reading and all. So we'd like to invite everyone to visit the Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. So you may check and purchase the book of Dean Alfar in Anvil and UP Press, and Eliza Victoria in Visprint. So again, maraming salamat, Dean and Eliza. Maraming salamat sa lahat. At mabuhay tayong lahat. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye, guys. Keep
Bye.
safe. Stay sane. Love you.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This festival is brought to you by Book Development Association of the Philippines in cooperation with National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Dazzling Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Thing. Our panel today is very apt. You know that with the world getting smaller because of the internet and travel, there's really no borders anymore. But the only border left that I can is left by the internet is the border of language. So today's panel is entitled Crossing Language Borders on Translation. I am Paulo Siba, Book Development Association of the Philippine trustee and your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel are two esteemed speakers. The first panelist is Chuckberry Pascual. Is the author of Kumpisal, Mga Kwentong UST, Pagpasok sa Eksena, Ang Sinehan at Panitikan at Pag-aaral ng Piling Sinihan sa Recto UP. Ang tagalabas at Panitikan UST, Hindi to Romansa, SWF UPD, and co-author of Collab. Ang Mga Dula UP, His Ang Nawawala Visprint won the National Book Award for the Best Book of Short Fiction in Filipino. His translation of the novel Ilustrado by Miguel Sujico, winner of the Man Asian and of the short story collections by Cristina Pantoja Hidalgo, Where Only the Moon Rages, Ballad of a Lost Season, and Catch a Falling Star are forthcoming from the UST Publishing House and Lampara Publishing House. Our second panelist is Kristian Cordero. Kristian Sendon Cordero has authored more than 20 books of poetry, fiction, and translations in Rinconda, Bicol, and Filipino, which received the Madrigal Gonzalez Best First Book Awards, the National Book Awards, and the Gitlong Aklat Awards. He was a Filipino writer in residence in the University of Iowa International Writing Program in 2017 and the artist in residence of the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor 2018. As a translator, he has translated the works of Rainier Marie Rilke, Oscar Wilde, Franz Kafka, George Louis Borges in Bicol and Filipino. He has received the 2017 Southeast Asian Writers Award from the Thai Royalty. He serves as the Deputy Director of Ateneo de Naga University Press and runs an independent bookshop in Naga City called Savage Mind. He is also a filmmaker. After the panelists speak, we will go into a Q&A session. For those on YouTube or FB, please type your questions in the Q&A box or in the chat box. For those watching us through Facebook, we can post their questions in a comment space. Let's begin with our first panelist, Kristian Cordero. Kristian, good afternoon.
I think it's Chuck Pascual's turn first.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Ibigay natin kay Chuck.
You got the short end of the stick. Go ahead.
Okay. So sige, naka-share screen na po ba tayo? Okay. So, ang babasahin ko pong papel ngayon ay may titulong Sapin-Saping Salaysay, ang pagsasalin sa Where Only the Moon Rages ni Cristina Pantoja Hidalgo. First slide. May tatlong bahagi ang presentasyon na ito. Una, ilalarawan ko si Cristina Hidalgo bilang isang postkolonyal at cosmopolitang manunulat. Sunod, ipapakita ko kung paanong matatagpuan rin ang mga katangiang postkolonyal at cosmopolitan sa kanyang mga akda, partikular sa koleksyon ng mga kwentong Where Only the Moon Rages. Magbabahagi ako ng CP mula sa aking sali ng kwentong The Spinster at ang huling bahagi ay magtataglay ng aking maiksing refleksyon tungkol sa pagsasalin kay Hidalgo mula Ingles patungong Filipino. Next slide. Lumaki si Hidalgo sa isang pamilya na 3 wika ang gamit, Espanyol, Ingles at Tagalog. Kapag nasusulat siya at nababanggit ang kanyang mga tiyahin o lola, madalas niyang ibahagi ang pahayag ng mga ito sa Espanyol. Ngunit Ingles ang kanyang unang wika at karamihan sa mga tekstong kinukonsumo niya ay syempre nakasulat rin sa Ingles. Sa tuwing nagsusulat siya tungkol sa mga akdang nakaimpluwensya sa kanya bilang manunulat at bilang babae, madalas niyang mabanggit ang comic strip na Brenda Starr, ang mga akdang Little Women, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm, Anne of Green Gables, Pollyanna, Daddy Longlegs, 8 Cousins, at Girl of the Limberlost. Nahilig rin siya sa panonood ng mga pelikula at ang mga ito ay pawang mula sa Hollywood. Nakaapekto rin ito sa kanyang pagnanais na maging manunulat. Next slide. As a child, I would go to the theaters on Avenida Rizal and the Escolta with my grandmother and Tita Pasita to watch the musicals starring Anne Blythe or Jane Powell or Catherine Grayson or Debbie Reynolds or Doris Day, as well as the period pieces like Ivanhoe and Robin Hood and Rob Roy. Films expanded my safe, sheltered little world, which, for all that I was happy in it, I may have already recognized as too confining for someone who already knew what she wanted to be above anything else, a writer. Nang maglaon, napagtanto ni Hidalgo na ang politikal na implikasyon ng kanyang mga personal na pagkahubog bilang manunulat at tinawag niya itong misedukasyon at isang uri ng kolonisasyon. Importante ang pahayag na ito dahil nagpapahiwatig ng pagkilala ni Hidalgo sa kanyang sarili bilang postkolonyal na subheto. Binanggit rin niya na naipasa ang kolonisasyon na ito sa kanyang mga anak dahil ang mga librong binasa niya noon ay binasa rin ng kanyang mga anak. Hinaharap rin ni Hidalgo ang isyu ng kolonyalismo sa pagbasa ng panitikan nakasulat sa Ingles at bilang epekto sa kanyang sariling panulat. Sa kanyang introduction sa prosa sa Our People's Story, sinabi niyang ang unang isyong dapat harapin sa anumang pagkakataon na pag-uusapan ng panitikan sa Ingles ay ang katotohanan na nakasulat ito sa wika ng dating mananakop. Katuwang ni Presilina Pataho Ligasto, inedit niya ang Philippine Postcolonial Studies, Essays on Language and Literature, ang unang koleksyon ng mga sanaysay ukol sa postkolonyal na aralin sa bansa. Mula rin dito, maaaring ugatin ang kanyang partikular na lapit o approach kapag nagsusuri ng mga teksto. Isinasangkot niya ang sariling subjectivity sa pagsusuri ng panitikan. Sa sanaysay na The Ironic Double in the Fiction of Edith Tiempo, halimbawa, nakakwadro sa personal na naratibo ang kanyang pagsusuri sa representasyon ng banyaga sa mga akda ni Tiempo. Malinaw ang politikal na tindig ni Hidalgo kung gayon bilang postkolonyal na manunulat at kritiko. Ngunit nais ko itong susugan. Maaari rin siyang ituring bilang manunulat na cosmopolitan. Ang uri ng cosmopolitanismong nais kong tukuyin ay hango sa rooted cosmopolitanism na iniuugnay ng kritikong si Nathan Snyder kay Hannah Arendt at sa patriotic cosmopolitanism ayon kay Kwame Anthony Appiah. Sa aking palagay, tumutugma ang mga ito sa pagiging postkolonyal ni Hidalgo. Noong dekada 60, natanggap si Hidalgo sa MA program sa Fordham at natanggap naman ng kanyang asawang si Antonio sa MA program sa Stanford University. Next slide. Ngunit, nagdesisyon ng kanyang bana na hindi tumuloy sa Stanford dahil sa patriotikong dahilan. Antonio realized by then that what the country needed was not more MAs from Stanford. Ngunit noong sumunod na dekada, nagdesisyon rin silang umalis ng Pilipinas dahil sa kanilang mga politikal na paninindigan. Sa Universidad ng Pilipinas nagtapos si Antonio, isang aktivista. At kahit sa konserbatibong Universidad ng Santo Tomas nagmula si Hidalgo, nag-asawa naman siya ng aktivista at kapwa sila miyembro ng Kaguma, isang malaking organisasyon na binubuo ng iba't iba pang makabayang samahan ng mga guro. Dahil dito at sa iba pang mga salik, kapwa sila nawalan ng trabaho matapos ideklara ang batas militar. Pabiro pa ngang binanggit ni Hidalgo sa isa sa kanyang mga sanaysay ang akala ng karamihan na natanggal siya sa pagtuturo sa UST dahil sa kanyang estilo sa pananamit at hindi dahil sa mas seryosong dahilang politikal. Next slide. Ani Hidalgo. Martial law had just been declared, and I had been rather unceremoniously thrown out of UST for what I was told were my subversive activities. In fact, my brand of activism was so innocuous that some of my students thought that I had been dismissed for wearing miniskirts. Naging regional planning officer ng UNICEF si Antonio at umalis na nga sila ng bansa noong 1975. Sa loob ng 15 taon, nanirahan sila at bumisita sa iba't ibang bansa tulad ng Lebanon, Burma, South Korea at Amerika. Nagbunga ang sitwasyon na ito ng mga libro ng sanaysay tungkol sa kanyang paglalakbay tulad ng Sojourns, 5 Years in a Forgotten Land, A Burmese Notebook, I Remember, at Skyscraper, Celadon and Kimchi, A Korean Notebook. Sa mga koleksyon na ito, maaaring masalamin ang pahayag ni Apia tungkol sa mga cosmopolitan patriot. Next slide. Narito ang CP. The cosmopolitan patriot can entertain the possibility of a world in which everyone is a rooted cosmopolitan, attached to a home of one's own with its own cultural particularities, but taking pleasure from the presence of other different places that are home to other different people. The cosmopolitan also imagines that in such a world, not everyone will find it best to stay in their natal patria, so that the circulation of people among different localities will involve not only cultural tourism, which the cosmopolitan admits to enjoying, but migration, nomadism, diaspora. In the past, these processes have too often been the result of forces we should deplore. The old migrants were often refugees, and older diasporas often began in an involuntary exile. But what can be hateful if coerced can be celebrated when it flows from the free decisions of individuals or groups. Mararamdaman sa mga sanaysay ni Hidalgo mula sa kanyang matimyas na paglalarawan ng mga lugar sa Beirut hanggang sa masuyo at metikulosong pagbanggit ng mga bagay na maaaring matagpuan sa mga junk shop ng Rangoon. Ang pagkamangha at taos na pagkalugod sa samot-saring banyagang kulturang kanyang nilubugan o nilusungan. At bagaman politikal ang dahilan ng kanilang pag-alis at taliwas sa kanilang unang desisyon na manatili sa bansa, maaari pa rin sabihin na nagmula ang desisyon ni Antonio na tanggapin ang trabaho sa UNICEF bilang malayang desisyon. At kung lilimiin, hindi nalalayo ang pahayag ni Gertrude Stein na America is my country and Paris is my hometown. Sa naging realisasyon ni Hidalgo nang mapanood niya ang mga mananayaw ng flamenco sa Barcelona. Anya, isa siyang Pilipina mula sa Timog Silangang Asya, ngunit mayroong ugat sa Espanya. Ngunit sa kabila ng kanyang mahusay na pakikitalamitam sa mga banyagang kultura, mahalaga pa rin kay Hidalgo ang pagkakaroon ng ugat. Oo, mayroon siyang afinidad sa mga Espanyola, ngunit nananatili ang katotohanan na isa siyang Pilipina. At kung tutuusin, bilang isang kakatuwang figura ng diasporikong manunulat, kasi hindi naman siya pangkaraniwang OFW dahil asawa siya ng opisyal ng UN. Hindi rin naman siya lubos na expat dahil naninirahan sa iba't ibang bansa bilang kinatawan ng Pilipinas sa halip na naturalisadong mamamayan. Central rin sa kanyang panulat ang isyu ng tahanan, ng uuwian. Next slide. Maaari itong makita sa susunod na CP. Our lifestyle involved moving to a new country every 3 years or so, which meant that our children could not really think of any one place as home. We always told them that their homeland was the Philippines, but as they spent less time there than anywhere else, this didn't mean much to them. Also, we had sold our own little house in Marikina, so home leave meant living in their grandparents' house and going off on weekends to resorts or hotels and vacation spots outside Metro Manila. What we wanted was for them to have a specific place in mind when they thought of home and for them to think of it as really theirs. Nasa likod pa rin ng kanyang isip ang pagnanasang bakahin ng kanyang misedukasyon at hindi maulit sa kanyang mga anak. Naging matingkad dito sa kanya noong panahong tumira sila sa Amerika at nasaksihan niya kung paanong naging gamay agad ng kanyang mga anak ang kulturang Amerikano. Wika nga niya, noon ay naging ganap na ang pananakop. Kaya nagpa siya sila ni Antonio na umuwi sa Pilipinas. Ito rin ang dilema ni Amanda, ang pangunahing tauhan sa kanyang nobelang Recuerdo, ang bigyang edukasyon ng kanyang mga anak tungkol sa halaga ng pagkakaroon ng sariling bayan, sa pamamagitan ng pagbabahagi ng kasaysayan ng kanilang pamilya na konektado sa mas malaking kasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Interesante ang pagpili ni Hidalgo ng epistolaryong anyo sa nobelang iyon dahil ang mga email ng ina ay nagmumula sa iba't ibang dayuhang lugar, mula sa Thailand, Burma at Australia. Cosmopolitan ang pinagmumulan. Ang email ay hindi nakatali sa alinmang lugar, palipat-lipat ng lugar ang nagsusulat na si Amanda. Ngunit ang tinutumbok ay pagwawasto o lokalisasyon ng isip ng anak na si Risa. Ang estilo ni Hidalgo ng paggamit ng metikulosong paglalarawan na matatagpuan sa kanyang mga sanaysay ay taglay rin ng nobela. Ngunit kung ang mga detalye sa mga sanaysay ay ginagamit niya para buhayin sa isip ng mambabasa ang dayuhang lugar, ang mga detalye sa rekwento ay walang tigil na paghuhudyat sa bayan. Ito ako nagmumula sa pagsasabi na ang cosmopolitanismo ni Hidalgo ay maaaring sabihing nakaugat. Sa kanyang pag-aaral kay Hannah Arendt, Inilarawan ni Snyder kung paanong naninimbang ang pilosopo sa pagitan ng universal at partikular. Next slide. Throughout her work, Arendt explored the philosophical concept that the universal and particular are mutually constitutive, the relationship between them one of inherent connectedness rather than opposition. For Arendt, the universal means what it does because the particulars are its background, and the particulars mean what they do because the universal is their background. When one changes, the other changes, but neither disappears. Ang tensyon ng universalisasyon at partikularisasyon ng Holocaust ang pinagmumulan ni Arendt. Ani Snyder, binaklas ng Universal Declaration of Human Rights noong 1948 ang konteksto ng pagdurusa ng mga Hudyo at iniangat ito sa level ng universal. Ngunit maaari ring basahin ang pagtatambis na ito sa konteksto ng relasyon ng mananakop o universal at sinakop o partikular, ng lokal at global, sarili at iba. Makikita ito sa mga sanaysay ni Hidalgo, ang pakikipagdialogo niya sa mga banyagang lugar na kanyang pinupuntahan dahil kapwa nila naapektuhan ng isa't isa. Halimbawa, sa kanyang sanaysay na pampahaba ng buhay. Nagpunta si Hidalgo sa Hong Kong dahil sa panghikayat ng kanyang mga kaibigan. Mayaman ang kanyang mga kaibigan at matingkad ang kanilang kontradiksyon sa iba pang Pilipinang nakita niya roon. Narito ang CP. Next slide. And most surreal of all, my countrywomen taking over the city streets, spreading out small banig or newspapers or making do with the bare pavement to eat adobo out of styrofoam boxes or read letters from home and Filipino paperback romances or show each other the contents of shopping bags or give each other pedicures or gossip or a bit of surprise, play Scrabble. And looming around them, the palaces of sleek steel and polished glass, the chic boutiques with their discreetly displayed signatures, Chanel, Chopard, Etistoni, Ferragamo. Akma ang paggamit ng salitang surreal dahil nasaksihan ni Hidalgo ang pagtatambisan ng puwersa ng globalisasyon at lokalisasyon. Nabago ng global na kapital ang sitwasyon ng mga Pilipina na in-export ang lakas paggawa at binabago rin ng mga Pilipina ang hitsura ng lugar na kanilang pinuntahan. Gayun din, nagkaroon ng ibang partikularidad ang universal na karanasan ng paglalakbay. Dahil mayroon ding mga Pilipina na nagpupunta sa Hong Kong dahil sa pangangailangan na ibang-iba sa kanya na kinailangan pang pilitin ng mga kaibigan. Ngunit pagkatapos ilahad ang mga partikularidad na ito sa pagwawakas, muling kinabig ni Hidalgo ang sanaysay patungo sa universal na konsepto ng pagkakaibigan na maaaring maranasan at pagsaluhan ng kababaihan saan man. Next slide. So, here's to friendship and ladies' lunches, pampahaba ng buhay in Baguio or Hong Kong or wherever we may be fortunate enough to have them. Ito sa palagay ko ang kontribusyon ng mga kanyang travel memoir. Ilarawan kung paano nagtatambis ang loob at labas, kung paano niyang pinapartikularisa ang universal na karanasan ng paglalakbay at sabay ring binubura ito para muling itawid sa mga universal na termino. Sapat upang kapitan at angkinin ng kanyang mga mambabasa na isa ring pag-uwi sa pagiging partikular. Tatagpuan din ng katangiang ito sa kanyang nobelang A Book of Dreams. Hindi may tatanggi ang pagkalubog nito sa partikularidad. Detalyado, buong-buo ang paglarawan sa kapaligiran ng Pilipinas. At sa hinala nga ni Ruth Pison, kaya po ang lunan ng maraming eksena. Ngunit umaangat din sa level ng universal dahil sa pagsasalaysay sa pamamagitan ng mga panaginip at tales. Ilustratibo ang kanyang tale na The Birdman, kung saan may isang lalaki nasa harapan ng katolikong simbahan at may hawak na kulungan na mayroong mga ibon. Kapag may taong nagpakawala ng ibon sa kulungan, aani ng merito sa kabilang buhay ang taong yon. Tinukoy ito ni Pison bilang isang paniniwala mula sa Budismo. May isang estranghero nagtanong sa Birdman kung nararapat ba itong gawin sa harapan ng simbahan. Ang naging tugon lang ng Birdman ay, does it matter? Na kung sasagutin ay hindi. Dahil ang paghahanap ng kabuluhan at kahulugan ng buhay, paniniwala man ito sa paulit-ulit na pagkapanganak o sa buhay na walang hanggan, ay isang universal na karanasan, isang universal na pagnanasa. Ngunit naganap pa rin ang eksenang ito sa lugar na hindi may pagkakamaling kamukha ng Quiapo. Matagumpay ang A Book of Dreams sa pagtawid sa pagitan ng partikular at universal, pangunahin dahil sa paggamit nito ng anyo ng tale. Ngunit una itong ginamit ni Hidalgo sa kanyang mga koleksyon na Tales for a Rainy Night at sa Where Only the Moon Rages na isinalin ko at siyang tatalakayin ko sa susunod na bahagi. Next slide. Sentral sa panulat ni Hidalgo ang pagkakaroon ng tagatanggap o mambabasa. Nagsusulat siya hindi lamang para sa sarili, kundi dahil mayroon siyang nais bahagian ito. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit madalas niyang ginagamit ang salitang konversasyon patungkol sa kanyang mga akda. Ang subtitle ng Over a Cup of Ginger Tea ay Conversations on the Literary Narratives of Filipino Women. Ganitong estilo rin ang ginamit niya sa To Remember at talagang konversasyon sa pagitan niya at ng iba pang kababaihang manunulat ang itinampok sa 6 Sketches of Women Writers. May pagkilala rin sa epekto ng social media at sa mga konversasyon na ibinubungan nito ang kanyang mga koleksyong Stella and Other Ghosts at Thing with Feathers. Kapwa mayroong mga piyesa sa mga librong ito na unang lumitaw bilang Facebook Notes at inilangkap ni Hidalgo ang Facebook comments sa publikasyon. Binanggit ko ang lahat ng ito upang bigyang diin na mayroon talagang hibo ng oralidad ang panulat ni Hidalgo at makikita rin ito sa kanyang koleksyon na Where Only the Moon Rages. Pinili niya ang anyo ng tale na isinasalin ko bilang kwentong bayan upang mas paangatin ang pagkakautang nito sa oral na tradisyon. Gayunman, malayo ang mga kwento ni Hidalgo sa mga tradisyonal na kwentong bayan sa Pilipinas. Tinukoy niya bilang impluensya sa kanyang pagsulat ng mga modernong kwentong bayan sina A.S. Bayat, Doris Lessing, Isaac Dinesen, Hilda Cordero Fernando, Nick Joaquin at ang mga manunulat na Latino-Amerikano. Ngunit hindi rin ito nangangahulugan na banyaga o nakalutang ang kanyang mga kwento. Dahil binalanse ng impluensya ni Cordero Fernando at ng kanyang tinukoy na true master na si Nick Joaquin. At siya mismo ay mayroong matiim na pagpapahalaga sa pagpupuok pagdating sa pagsulat ng kanyang katha. Sa kanyang sanaysay na The Story of My Stories, ibinahagi ni Hidalgo ang kanyang dilema sa pagkakapuok nung nasa ibang bansa. Next slide. Hindsight tells me that I could not write much fiction because fiction seems to require that one be rooted in a culture. If not the culture of one's birth, then the culture of one's adopted home. But we did not stay long in any one country. We were forever foreigners, forever strangers. On the other hand, the longer we stayed away from our own country, the more distant it became. Muling sumusungaw rito ang ulo ng postkolonyalismo sa cosmopolitanismo ni Hidalgo. Bagaman komportable siya sa paglalakbay at sa pagsusulat tungkol rito, hindi pa rin nawawala ang pangangailangan na magkaroon ng puok, ng ugat. Nakabalik na siya sa Pilipinas nang isulat niya ang Where Only the Moon Rages. Sa kanyang pagmamapa ng sosyological na kasaysayan ng literary fairy tale, tinukoy ni Jack Zipes sa mga literary fairy tale bilang simbolikong gawain na nahawahan ng ideolohikal na pananaw ng aktor. Ayon kay Zipes, naging laganap sa Europa noong 18 taon ng apropriasyon ng mga individual na manunulat sa mga fairy tale na mula sa oral na tradisyon. At ginamit ito ng mga manunulat upang ipahayag ang kanilang mga nosyon sa sitwasyong panlipunan. Sa ganito ko nais ikwadro ang mga kwento sa Where Only the Moon Rages. May pagkakautang sa oral na tradisyon, may hibo ng pagiging eternal o walang maliw, ngunit hindi ligtas sa tinutukoy ni Zipes na manipulasyon ng autor kung kaya naging mga simbolikong gawain. Ngayon narito ang CP na aking babasahin. Simple lang naman ang kwento ng The Spinster. Tungkol ito sa isang babae, si Miss de las Alas, na tumandang dalaga dahil nasawi sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ang kanyang kasintahang si Vicente. Naging guro siya ng Espanyol ng maglaon at madalas maging tampulan ng lihim na pangungutya ng kanyang mga estudyante dahil sa tingin ng mga ito, siya ay kaawa-awa, hindi maganda at pinagkaitan ng pag-ibig. Narito ang CP mula sa aking sali. Next slide. Sisimulan ko na po. Pakisundan na lang po yung babasahin ko. Okay. Pinamunuan na ni Don Pedro ang pagdarasal ng pamilya ng pasasalamat nang biglang humango si Tinay sa kwarto. Nagkakandabulol na iniulat na narito si Pepito. Narito siya, senyor. Nagtatakbo siya papunta rito mula pa sa ermita at sabi niya, ano ang sinabi niya, punyeta? Bulalas ni Don Pedro. Dalhin mo siya rito ngayon din. Si Pepito ang katulong ng mga Pineda. Next slide. Pinapasok siya, hinihingal at nanginginig. May dugo sa kamiseta, sa mga binti at sa buhok. Madre de Dios, usal ni Doña Caridad. Nasaktan ka ba, Pepito? Hindi po, sabi ni Pepito, ngunit patay na sila. Patay na sila. Sino ang patay, por Diyos? Lahat sila, sagot ng binata. Patay na silang lahat. Dumating ang mga Hapon at pinagbabaril ang lahat ng tao. Sina Don Edgardo at Doña Clara, Senyor Garding at Senyora Nena, Senyora Dulce, Senyorito Carlos, Senyorita Mina, at si Vicente. Wala sa loob na sagot ni Elvira. Opo, sabi ng binata, siya ang unang binaril ng mga Hapon. Alam nilang isa siyang gerilya. Kinubkob nila ang buong lugar. Ang akala ng senyorito ligtas ang bahay dahil sa lihim na taguan sa ilalim. Inanyayahan niya ang mga kapitbahay na magpunta at magtago roon. Pinatay rin sila ng mga Hapon. Sina Don Ramon at ang kanyang mga anak na babae, sina Doña Piedad at Doña Choleng, ang Bingi at Piping Sigorio. Binaril silang lahat. At sina Juanita at Basilio at Pina. Siya, si Pepito, ay nagkunwari lamang na nabaril. Bumagsak sa kanya ang katawan ni Basilio, awa ng Diyos. Sinisiguro ng mga Hapon kung may buhay pa at binabaril nila ito ulit kapag kumilos. Ngunit siya, si Pepito, ay hindi kumilos at hindi siya nakita ng mga Hapon dahil kay Basilio. Awa ng Diyos. At nang makaalis na sila, gumapang siya sa palabas at, ay, Diyos ko po! At ngayon, bumunghalit na ng iyak ang binata at hindi na nakapagpatuloy. Alam kong mamamatay siya. Sabi ni Elvira, walang buhay ang boses. Next slide. Ang isa sa mga pangamba ko nang simulan ng proyektong ito ay ang partikularidad ng boses ni Hidalgo bilang babae sa kanyang mga kwento. Ngunit naibsan ito kahit paano habang nasa proseso ng pagsasalin at tumangan ako sa anyo ng mga kwento. Ang mga kwentong ito ay kwentong bayan. Ipinasa kay Hidalgo ng kanyang mga nakatatanda at ipinapasa sa akin ni Hidalgo bilang kanyang mambabasa. At bilang kanyang tagasalin, ipapasa ko sa kanyang mga susunod na mambabasa. Ngunit tulad ng paglalarawan ni Prof sa intrinsikong katangian ng panitikang bayan at ni Zipes tungkol sa interbensyon ng manunulat, nahawahan na ng ideolohiya at ng historikal na sitwasyon ni Hidalgo ang kwentong ipinasa sa kanya ng matatanda, kung kaya isa ng simbolikang gawain mula sa kanya. At bilang tagasalin, nahahawahan na rin ng aking ideolohiya at historikal na sitwasyon ang mga kwentong ibinahagi sa akin ni Hidalgo, kung kaya sarili ko na ring simbolikong gawain ang ipapasa ko sa mga mambabasa. Madali kong nakapitan ang kwentong The Spinster dahil universal naman ang kwento ng trahikong pag-ibig. Gayun din, madali ako nagkaroon ng afinidad kay Miss de las Alas dahil naiugnay ko ito sa aking partikular na subjectivity bilang tagalabas at isang bakla, isang individual na hindi pinapayagan ng Estado at simbahang ito na ikasal. Pareho kami ng soltera. Soltero ako hanggang mamatay. Pareho kaming hindi sumusunod sa batas ng lipunan, sa ilang batas ng lipunan, kaya kung minsan kinukutya ng iba. Pero sa kwento ni Hidalgo, iniiba niya ang representasyon sa figura ng soltera. Ang pinagkaitan ng pag-ibig ay bunga ng pag-ibig na hindi sampung-sampera. Ang pag-iisa ay hindi simbolo ng pangungulila kundi ng lakas. At ang pagiging kaawa-awa ay naging kahanga-hanga. Sabi nga ni Mrs. Franco tungkol kay Miss de las Alas. Next slide. Nakaligtas siya kahit nawasak ang kanyang buong mundo. Pinulot niya ang mga piraso nito at saka ito muling binuo nang walang tulong mula sa kahit na sinong lalaki. At bilang tagapakinig ng kwento, bilang mambabasa at tagasali ni Cristina Hidalgo, malaking bagay ito para sa akin. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful analysis of Christina's work. I'm very, very impressed. I'm sure all the listeners are very impressed. Okay, so can we move on to the second panelist, Mr. Chuckberry. Sorry, Kristian.
Magandang araw. Naririnig mo ba ako?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can
Marhay
hear
na aldaw, gikan sa Savage Mind, digdi sa Naga. Ang pamagat ng aking presentasyon ngayong hapon ay Bukal sa Loob, Loob ng Bukal, isang pagsasapoetiko ng pagsasalin. May apat akong tunguhin na gusto kong maiparating sa ating mga manonood ngayong araw. Una rito ay ang ilang tayako sa pagbubuo ng kasaysayang pampanitikang Bicol gamit ang lente ng pagsasalin. Personal ko itong proyekto na hindi ko pa mabuo-buo pero alam ko at kumbinsido ako na kung titingnan natin ang lente ng pagsasalin sa nangyaring kasaysayan ng panitikang Bicol o maging ng panitikan ng Pilipinas, magkakaroon tayo ng ibang mga pagtataya, ibang mga pagsusuri at ibang mga pagkikilatis. Pangalawa, gusto kong ipakita ang ilang gawain ng pagsasalin sa kontemporanyong panitikang Bicol. At pangatlo, ang personal na danas ko ng pagsasalin. At pang-apat, ang bagong proyekto ko kasamang apat na makatang Bicol noon. Ito yung aking current project. Next slide. Ang pagsasalin sa panitikang Bicol ay maiuugnay natin sa panahon ni Francisco Gainza, 1862-1879, isang Dominikanong obispo. Mahalagang talakayin ang proseso ng pagsasalin sa konteksto ng kasaysayan ng pananakop at ng pagpapalaganap ng bagong relihiyon. Masasabing bukod sa relihiyon, higit ring pinatingkad ni Gainza ang ideya ng rehiyon sa pamamagitan ng pagsasalin ng mga akdang relihiyoso patungo sa wikang kikilalaning Bicol o Bicolnon. So we should take note of this na sa konteksto ng panitikang Bicol translation is important in that process, in that identity formation na bahagi naman ng agenda ng mga mananakop. Next slide. Ilan sa mga akdang lumabas ng panahon niya, una rito ay ang pasyon. Sa panahon ni Gainsa na isalin ang pasyon ng isang laiko mula sa bayan ng Pulangi. Nagkaroon ng reprint ng Vocabulario de la Lengua Bicol na sinulat ni Marcos de Lisboa. Nagkaroon din ng pagsasalin sa Bicol ng epistolaryo, ng pagsisinulat-sulatan ni Urbana at Felisa ni Fruto Ramirez. At nagkaroon din ng salin ng spiritual exercises ni Ignacio de Loyola sa wikang Bicol, at nagkaroon ng isang bagong publikasyon si Gainsa tungkol sa debosyon ng Peña de Francia o ng Birhen ng Peña Francia sa lungsod ng Naga. So I'll be introducing some more personalities that are important in the literary history of the region. Next slide. Ang sunod ay si Mariano Perfecto. Mahalagang tukuyin si Mariano Perfecto dahil sa tingin ko, he can inspire us to look into a new kind of model. Sa tingin ko, maaari nating gamitin si Mariano Perfecto para tukuyin itong pangangailangan ng cross-regional publications. Ibig kong sabihin, tumataya ako sa panahong makakita na tayo ng mga pagsasalin mula sa wikang Bicol patungo sa iba pang wika sa Pilipinas, hindi lang sa Filipino. Sa katunayan, ang ganitong uri ng mga pagsasalin ay pinasinimunuan na noong pang panahon ng mga Kastila at maging noong panahon ni Mariano Perfecto, na siyang nagdala ng imprenta sa Naga at sa Iloilo. So meron tayong pwedeng tingnan na Bicol Hiligaynon connection sa kay Mariano Perfecto. Ngayon, tutukuyin ko itong tatlong taong mahalaga sa kasaysayan ng panitikang Bicol. Next slide, please. Si Rosalio Imperial na naging alkalde ng Naga, isa sa pinakamasigasig na tagasalin at manunulat sa wikang Bicol. Naisalin niya ang mga akda ni Rizal, ang Noli Me Tangere at El Filibusterismo patungo sa wikang Bicol sa at ang anyo ay nasa anyo ng korido. So ang nobela ay sinalin sa tula. So napaka-interesting figure, napaka-interesting ng naging proseso ni Imperial, at bukod sa Noli Me Tangere, El Filibusterismo, nagkaroon din ng mga bersyon ng mga salin sa wikang Bicol ng Madame Bovary, nagkaroon din tayo ng War and Peace sa wikang Bicol, at lahat ito ay nasa anyo ng korido. Si Imperial ay naging alkalde nga ng lungsod ng Naga, at isa sa mga tinitingnan ko na hindi lamang mahalaga sa konteksto ng panitikang Bicol, kundi sa mas malawak na pagtingin, mahalaga siya sa panitikan ng ating bansa. Sunod ay si Luis Dato, kilalang kilala dahil isang makata na pre-war poet na nagsulat sa wikang Ingles. Pero interesting ang figure ni Dato dahil halimbawa sa atin, sa maraming nag-aaral ng panitikan sa Pilipinas, si Dato ay kinikilala lamang bilang makata sa Ingles. Hindi alam ng marami sa atin na si Dato din ay masigasig sa pagpupursige sa pagsusulat sa wikang Bicol. So napakalimitado na ng pagtingin kay Dato kung titingnan lang natin siya bilang manunulat sa wikang Ingles. Hamon kung gayon na tingnan din ang mga isinalin ni Dato, halimbawa, at ang kanyang mga orihinal na akda sa Bicol. So hindi lang isang side ang yun yung challenge sa atin when we think of a national literature. Napakalimitado nun dahil hindi tayo nagkakaroon ng pagbababad sa mga regional na panitikan. Si Gaudencio Cecilio ay isang publisher. Siya ang may-ari at nagtatag ng Cecilio Press na siyang nangasiwa ng maraming akda ni Dato at Imperial Senior sa pagsasalin ng mga akdang pampanitikan mula sa Europa patungo sa wikang Bicolnon at maging sa mga diksyonaryong ilinabas ni Luis Dato. Next slide. Gusto ko lang ipakita itong isang manuscript ni Sally Imperial o Rosario Imperial, ang kabayong tabla o buhay ni Prinsipe Don Juan, asin ni Prinsesa Doña Maria. Ito namang isa ay Vida ni Blanca Nieves, Snow White, at marami pang akda na isinulat si Rosario Imperial, at ang Ateneo de Naga University Press ay may special section na tinatawag na Obicoliana, at makikita ninyo dito ang mga manuscripts ni Imperial. So I am hoping that hindi lang kaming mga Bicolano ang dapat magkaroon ng interes sa mga tekstong ito. Buksan natin sa iba pang mga scholars sa iba pang bahagi ng Pilipinas. Gayon din sa aking palagay, makakatulong ito. Hindi lang kami ang dapat tumingin sa mga sarili naming teksto. I am dreaming of that day na other people will be interested, kasi doon sa tingin ko mapapayaman ang pagsusuri at ang pagtingin natin sa mga panitikan natin. Next slide. Si Maria Lilia Efria Lubit ay isa sa one of our foremost Bicol literary scholars. Very interesting ang kanyang naging kontribusyon sa panitikang Bicol, dahil isa sa kanyang mga unang akda ay salin, ng tekstong ibalon ni Mariano Goyena del Prado, Ethno-History of the Bicol Region, na isinalin ni Ria Lubit mula sa Spanish patungo sa Ingles. Itong isang teksto ay The Historical and Cultural Heritage of the Bicol People ni James O'Brien, isa sa mga pangunahing teksto na kung saan ang mga oral literatures sa pamamagitan ng kanyang metodo ng pagtuturo ay naikalap niya at nagkaroon ng transcript ng mga kwentong bayan, ng mga awiting bayan. At sa isang panahon ginamit ang textbook na ito ng maraming henerasyon ng mga Atenista sa Ateneo de Naga. Next slide. So, ang Ateneo de Naga University Press ang isa sa mga tagapagsulong ng panitikang Bicol, at katuwang nito ang ina ng Bicol Foundation, at ito ngang aming munting bookshop, ang Savage Mind. Malaking bahagi ng aming pagtataya ay nasa proseso ng pagsasalin. Ngunit hindi lang ito mula sa isang wika patungo sa Bicol. What we do is that we do translation from Filipino and from other Bicol languages. In fact, we also publish through the Ateneo de Naga University Press an anthology of European stories translated in Waray. So, nandoon yung pagbulig, yung pagkikipagtulungan sa iba pang mga rehiyon sa Pilipinas, dahil nga meron tayong inspirasyon. Nandoon yun kay Mariano Perfecto. So, in one way or another, this act of translation, this translation project, is coming from a long history of regional connections. Okay, so the next slides are some of the publications IBFI and Ateneo de Naga Press and Savage Mind have released through in the last few years. Naririto ang Bicoliana Classica, ang mga bagong edisyon ng Spiritual Exercises in Bicol, ang History ng Peña Francia, at ang paparating na Bicol Translation ng Urbana at Felista na may anotasyon ni Dr. Jaya Jacobo. Next slide, please. Masugid na tagapagsalin si Father Wilmer Tria, ang aming University Press Director. Ang tatlo sa nakikita ninyong slides ay isinalin niya, samantalang ang isa naman ay salin ko kay Kafka. I'll be talking later on about my translation kay Kafka. So, meron tayong salin ng Ansadit na Prinsipe sa Bicol, meron tayong salin ng Anmapangahas na Agi-Agi ni Pinocchio ni Carlo Collodi, at meron din tayong salin sa Bicol ng An Profeta ni Khalil Gibran. So, hindi lang isang direksyon na nagsasalin kami ng ng tekstong Bicol patungo sa Filipino o patungo sa Ingles. May isang direksyon at malakas ang agos ng gawaing ito ng mga teksto mula sa ibang wika patungo sa wikang Bicolnon. Okay? Next slide. Sa pakikipagtulungan ng Czech Embassy sa Manila, na ilabas namin itong antolohiya ng mga kwento ni Karel Čapek sa wikang Bicol. Yung Bicol, we have to know that there are other languages that exist in the region. Merong Rinconada, merong Buhinon, merong Katanduanon, merong Minasbate, merong Tigaunon. So napakaraming wika, napakaraming pwedeng bintana na tingnan natin. Okay? So next slide, please. Ito ay ilan sa mga publikasyon ng Ateneo de Naga University Press na bagaman nasa Bicol kami, interesado kami tumulong at ibahagi ang mga publikasyon mula sa iba pang rehiyon ng Pilipinas. Sa gihapon palangga ang uran ay koleksyon ng mga binalaybay ni Genevieve Asenjo na may salin sa Ingles. Ang Waray Hiunong sa Gugma ni Jerry Gracio ay koleksyon ng mga tula niya sa Waray at isinalin niya o isinulat niya sa wikang Filipino. Ang Memory of Water inedit ni Merly Alunan ay koleksyon ng mga sinulat ng mga manunulat sa Waray tungkol sa kanilang karanasan ng Yolanda. Ang isang koleksyon na bukod nakatangi-tangi itong koleksyon ng mga balak ni Michael Obiñeta na sa wikang Cebuano, at ang unang Twitter book sa Pilipinas, ang #pag-ibig ni Rolando Tolentino, bagaman ay naunang na-tweet sa wikang Filipino, ay isinalin namin sa iba't ibang wika sa Pilipinas para mas malawak yung market, ika nga. Sunod na slide. Meron tayong Heartland ni Rio Alma, na isinalin ni Marnie Kilatis mula sa Tagalog ni Rio patungo sa Ingles. At meron naman tayong koleksyon ni Alan Popa, ang una niyang aklat, ang Hunos, na orihinal na nakasulat sa wikang Filipino ay isinalin ni na Jerry Rubio at Valedor sa wikang Katanduanon sa Norte at Sur. So sa Katanduanes, merong two language groups, ang North at South. Si Ginoong Valedor ang nagsalin ng tula ni Popa sa North, Filipino to Katanduanon Norte. Si Rubio naman ay mula sa Filipino patungo sa Katanduanon South. Next slide. Ito ang aking mga personal na proyekto ng pagsasalin, gaya na nga ng nabanggit. Nagsimula ako sa pagsasalin ng mga tula ni Rainier Maria Rilke, ang Minatubod Ako sa Diklom. Isinalin ko rin ang mga tula ni Borges patungo sa Bicol at Filipino, at ni Oscar Wilde ang larawan ni Dorian Gray sa wikang Filipino. Napakarami kong gustong sabihin dahil iba-iba ang nangyaring karanasan ko sa pagsasalin ng mga makatang ito. Pero sa tingin ko, isa sa mga nakakapagpalubag loob, kung meron man akong bagong kontribusyon na ibinibigay sa konsepto ng lubag loob, ay may koneksyon si Borges at si Wilde. Halimbawa, si Borges ay nagsalin ng mga akda ni Wilde sa wikang, ay isa sa mga hinangaang manunulat ni Borges ay si Wilde, at isinalin niya sa wikang Espanyol, katulad din ni Kafka na isinalin din ni Borges sa wikang Espanyol. Next slide. Ang pagkagimata ni Gregor Samsa, ito ang salin ko ng Metamorphosis, pero sa halip na gumamit ako ng isang salita katulad ng The Metamorphosis o ng Metamorphosis, at pinili kong baguhin ang pamagat at ginawa kong ang pagkagimata ni Gregor Samsa dahil na rin sa personal kong pagtataya sa naging karanasan ko ng mismong pagsasalin ko ng teksto ni ni Franz Kafka. Yung pagkakagimata is a kind of awakening. It's the word for when the moon it's a word for the new moon, pero sa Bicol at sa iba pang bahagi ng Timog Luzon at sa Visayas siguro, ang gimata ay may konektado ito sa isang uri ng pagbubukas ng mata, isang uri ng awakening, isang uri ng realization. At sa tingin ko, ang biyaya ng translation, ang biyaya ng pagsalin ay nakapaloob doon sa constant awakening, constant reawakening, At ito yung bukal sa loob, Ito yung bukal sa loob na patuloy na umaagos at may ilan akong sasabihin tungkol dito when I pag-discuss ko nitong bago kong proyekto. Ang isa sa ginawa ko na personal kong ikinatuwa ay dahil sa salin kong ito kay Kafka noong panahon na nagsasalita na si Gregor Samsa ng isang wikang hindi niya maintindihan o hindi maintindihan ng kanyang mga kasama sa bahay, pasalita ko siya ng wikang Rinconada. So in this translation of Kafka, the whole text is in Bicol Naga, but the dialogues of Gregor Samsa at that time when he became his family could not understand him anymore. The language, ang wikang pinili ko ay yung isa pang wika na sinasalita ko ay ang wikang Rinconada. So nagkaroon ng ganoong tensyon, nagkaroon ng ganoong relasyon ang wikang Rinconada at ang wikang Bicol. Sinasabi ko dito na ang translation may ganoong espasyo ng pagbubukas, may ganoong o hindi malinaw sa akin o ibang karanasan sa akin sa tuwing magsusulat ako ng orihinal kong mga akda. Kung meron pa nga bang masasabing orihinal na mga akda, dahil mismong si Borges ang nagsabi na I am the sum of all the books that I have read, I am the sum of all the cities that I have visited, I am the sum of all the people that I have loved. So sino ako? Sino ako sa mismong proseso ng pagsasalin? Kundi loob na pumapaloob sa iba pang mga loob. Siguro mula doon sa konseptong ito, I'm trying to develop a kind of poetics that will explain this translation process that I am into. So let me introduce, we have a few minutes more. Let me introduce my current project. Next slide, please. Sa tuyang kakanon sa oral daw ay koleksyon ng mga tula ng 25 makata mula sa Bicol na isinalin ko sa wikang Filipino. Inilathala ito ng Komisyon sa Wikang Filipino at ng National Commission for Culture and the Arts. So pumili lang ako ng 25 makata na pinakikibagayan ko. At mula sa koleksyon na ito, pumili ako ng 4 na makatang lubos kong hinahangaan. Gusto kong tumalab sa kanila, gusto kong makipag-usap sa kanila. At ito ang sa personal na pagtataya, naging pamamaraan ko ang pagsasalin na ito bilang pakikipagpalagayang loob kina Luis Cabalquinto, Gode Calleja, Rafi Banzuela at June Belgica. Next slide. Ito ang bukal sa loob ng bukal. Sa antolohiyang ito, isinaalang-alang ko ang kanilang mga tula bilang mga kaloob sa akin at ang pagsasalin na ito ay ang kaloob ko rin sa kanilang mga tula. Sapagkat ganito ko nauunawaan sa tagpong ito ang pagsasalin, ang pagpapaloob sa loob ng iba at gawing saksi ang sarili sa kaloob na ito ng tula. Kung babasahin ang naging pag-inog ng panitikang Bicol, masasalansan ito sa kung paano nagsasalikop ang kapalaran ng buhay at panulat ng 4 na makata na mga tampok sa antolohiyang ito. Nitong nakaraang mga taon, ginawaran naman ng Unyon ng mga manunulat sa Pilipinas ang 3, si Belgica, si Banzuela, sa kanilang natatanging kontribusyon sa panitikang Bicol, samantalang una nang kinilala si Cabalquinto sa kanyang ambag sa panulaang Ingles. Kinilala rin ang 3 makatang sina Belgica, Banzuela at Calleja ng probinsya ng Albay, samantalang binigyan ng Ateneo de Naga University si Cabalquinto ng Bulawan, Bicolnon ang pinakamataas na gawad na ipinagkakaloob sa isang alagad ng sining sa Bicol. Let's show the photos of these 4 gentlemen, 4 poets from Bicol. Una ay si June Belgica. Pangalawa, si Rafi Banzuela. Kasalukuyang naninirahan sa bayan ng Kamali, ginawaran siya ng gawad pambansang alagad ni Balagtas. Nasabi ko na ito, So, next slide please. Si Godet Calleja na isang publisher, editor, makata, tagasalin at microbiologist. Malaking bagay ang paglalathala niya ng Burak na naging isang malaking repositoryo ng kontemporanyong panitikang Bicol noon. So doon sa Burak na yon, you get contemporary poetry, translations, folk songs. It's a one-page poetry newsletter that is distributed wherever the Bicolanos are. Kung meron kang email ad ni Manoy Godet. Next slide ay si Luis Cabalquinto. Pinarangalan na siya ng maraming gantimpalang pampanitikan. So bilang panghuli, gusto kong magbasa ng tula mula kay Belgica. Salin ko ito ng kanyang tulang busay o talon. Sandali lamang at meron tayong ilang. Okay. Yaong ambong alay ng mga ulap, mga sanga at dahon ang nangalap. Ibinuhos sa mga ugat na magkayakap, natipon, mga lumot ang sumangkap. Bukal itong tinitipon na sa ganap na panahon, mapupunot maghahanap ng sapa, ng ilog, ng lawa, ng dagat. Iiwan ang sinapupunan dahil naghihintay ang araw, ang magsasaplot ng kinang na hinabi ng mga bituing di mabilang. Next slide. Aagos sa bagong bihis, magpapaalam, walang salitang tutumbas sa dilim ng panglaw, ang nakaharang na bato, sangang nakahandusay, tulay nagagabay sa ganitong paglalayag. Bukal sa loob ang loob ng bukal, na pinalakas ang paniniwalang huhukay sa tatahaking landas. Ano ang makakapahinto? Ano ang sasagabal? Sa ganitong pagtahak daan mang masukal. Mahinay man sapat dagat mag-aabot sa sapit. Sa may bingit, may bahagharing tulay ng langit. Sa mga nakikinig, gusto kong tingnan ninyo ang awiting sa Lampating Guminaro. Ito ay isang katutubong awit ng mga Bicol noon. Isinalin ko ang awit na ito, ang pamagat ng awit bilang ang ibong nahulog ang loob. Inilarawan kung paano ang isang patak sa awit, kung paano ang isang patak ng luhay naging ilog, naging sapa, naging isang napakalaking lawa. Taliwas marahil ito sa karaniwang akala natin na ang ilog ay laging nagtatapos sa dagat. Sa halip, ibang direksyon ang tinahak nito. Ang awiting bayang ito na sa palagay ko siyang maaaring maging paliwanag kung ano ang nais ipakita ng bago kong proyekto. Maaaring ganito rin ang gawing pagbasa ng antolohiya. Magpaubaya lamang sa agos, magbukas. At ito yung lagi kong disposisyon sa tuwing haharapin ko ang tekstong isasalin. Humanda para sa kasunod dahil hindi ko inayos ang mga tula ayon sa tema o taon o koleksyon ng individual na makata. Ang awit kong gayon ay di tungkol sa isang agos palabas, kundi pagtatagpo ng mga kalooban sa isang danaw ng mga abot-tanaw at pananaw. Walang pagkagunaw o pagpanaw, sa halip isang pag-unawa. Mula sa nanunumbalik na lagalag, tutulo ang kanyang luha na siyang magwawakas sa isang danaw na dakula, isang malawak, buhay na bukal, naliligiran ng samot-saring salimuot, mga sariling karanasan ng maraming pakikipagsapalaran na nagiging kagampan ng bukal sa loob at loob ng bukal kumukulo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much. I can Kristian that you do an in-depth analysis, all the work that you do translation, and congratulations on your passion for translation of regional languages. Fantastic work. So we have a little bit of time for some questions. If we can just keep the answers short because we only have very few time. So can I start with a question for Mr. Chuckberry Pascual? How did you decide on becoming a translator? How different is the process of writing your own work versus translating another writer's work?
Actually by accident lang, no, na parang una na nakuha ng UST Publishing House ang rights para sa ilustrado ni Miguel Sihuko. Tapos inialok sa akin, no, kung gusto ko daw i-translate. Sabi ko, sige, payag naman ako. Tapos pagkatapos nun, sinubukan ko na mag-translate ng isa pang short story collection. At syempre kasama naman din kasi sa mga sa production, di ba, ng mga akdang isinasalin yung pagkuha ng rights. So, mas madali yung kakilala ko. So, tinanong ko si Ma'am Jing, baka pwede kwento niya. Tapos pumayag naman siya. So, yun. So, hindi ko naman talaga sinadya.
Okay. So there you go. Thank you. Can we have a short answer for this question from Karina Velasco? Hello, Kristian. Congratulations on the many translations you have shepherded into Bicolano. I am interested to know how these are received in the Bicol region in terms of sales or reviews, psychic rewards, or actual usage in schools.
Salamat sa tanong na yon. Shepherd daw sabi ni Ani Almario. Sandali, mag-compose tayo ng sagot. In terms of psychic reward, ang ganda nung term na yon. Gustong-gusto ko yon. Lagi yun sinasabi ni Tito Valiente kapag nalulugi yung mga bagay-bagay, psychic reward. So far, ang pinakamabentang akdang pampanitikan sa amin dito ay ang Little Prince na isinali ni Father Wilmer Tria. Although sa tingin kong best of his work ay ang adaptation ng Animal Farm sa Bicol, ang Gabos na Hayop Pantay-Pantay. Ito yung pinakabago niya at inilabas ito ng Savage Mind, kung saan ang mga karakter, halimbawa si Napoleon ay naging Ferdinand, si Snowball ay naging Benigno, meron tayong Ponce, merong Aimee, meron tayong you can just name names, at makikita natin na nandoon yung paglalaro. And I think yun yung pinaka psychic reward doon, Karina, na may nosyon ng paglalaro at you have to enjoy what you are doing. Otherwise, bakit mo pa ipagpapatuloy kung hindi ka masaya, di ba? So, yun, and we are always excited to collaborate with other agencies na maisali ng mga akdang ito. Pero just to clarify, hindi ito bago. Ginawa ito ni Sally Imperial, ginawa ito ni Mariano Perfecto. Hindi kami something na kami ang nagsimula nito. We are just continuing what Sally Imperial and Mariano Perfecto, Luis Dato have started.
Thank you very much. Chuckberry Pascual's books, ang Talabas at Panitikan, UST, Pagpasok sa Eksena, Sinehan at Panitikan at Pag-aaral, Collab Collection, Mga Dura Avenida, Kristian Cordero's books, Labi Collection ng Mga Tula, Cantuecos, Apat na Boses, Kulto at Santiago, mga aklat at maikling kwento sa Bicol at Filipino, UP Press. Thank you, Kristian Cordero, Chuck Pascual, and thank you to our audience for tuning in today. Do stick around for our next panel on postmodernism in pandemic times. Again, the Book Development Association of the Philippines would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. We would like to invite everyone to visit the Manila International Book Fair online at the manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. So thank you again, and we're off the air. Bye, Kristian. Bye, Pascual. Bye, Chuck. Good job.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Pandemic Playbook, the BDAP Literary Festival. This is brought to you by BDAP in cooperation with the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste does dishwashing, liquid, and prime trade. Our panel for today is entitled Postmodernism in Pandemic Times. I'm Segundo Matias Jr., your moderator for this afternoon's panel. Featured in this panel is Ricky Lee. Actually, I'm going to interview him. Ricky Lee is an award-winning Filipino writer and is considered a towering figure in Philippine cinema. He is the writer of close to 200 movies, including canonical classics like Jaguar, Brutal, Salome, Relasyon, Himala, Moral, Macho Dancer, The Floor, Contemplacion Story, Jose Rizal, Anak. His films have been screened in several A-list international film festivals, including Cannes, Berlin, and Toronto. His screenplays have won him more than 70 awards, including Lifetime Achievement recognitions by Cine Manila IFF, Gawad Urian, Gawad CCP, the PMPC, and others. He is the recipient of the prestigious UP Gawad Plaridel in 2015, the Gawad Dangal ni Balagtas, the Apolinario Mabini Achievement Award, and the Gawad Laurel. For close to 4 decades, now Ricky Lee has generously shared his scriptwriting skills through free workshops for film workers. The Ricky Lee Scriptwriting Workshop has produced hundreds of filmmakers who continue to actively shape Philippine cinema, including Lav Diaz, Ralston Hover, Jeffrey Heturian, Jerry Sineneng, Dwayne Baltazar, sana nanonood kayo, and others. Through the workshops, Ricky Lee has inspired artists to go outside the box, find their voices, and be more socially conscious, resulting in community of responsible artists. He is the author of several books, including Trip to Quiapo, the country's definitive textbook on scriptwriting, and the newest Ricky Lee Film Scriptwriting Workbook. Also, the best-selling novels, Para kay B, Si Amapola sa 65 Kabanata, Bahay ni Marta, Kung Alam Nyo Lang, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, Ricky, nasa ka na? Hello, Ricky. Hindi ako mag-ganon sa'yo. Sorry. Inasahin lang ako. And kinorek ako ni Annie Almari, ang presidente ng BDAP. Hindi raw ako moderator ngayon.
Ano ka?
Ako isang interviewer. Okay, hindi ako sanay. Ang alam ko kay Ricky, isang mahusay na writer, isang mahusay na guro, award-winning writer, of course. Hello, Ricky. So, hello. Sige, mag-hi ka muna.
Ay, okay. Ayun. I-workshop ako kanina eh.
Chill lang tayo. Okay. Anyway, Ricky, yes, chill lang tayo. Sabi ni Annie, interviewer ka at anak ka ni Ricky. O sa mga hindi nakakaalam, kasi si Ricky nagpa-workshop siya na libre. At isa ako sa kanyang mga naging anak. During that time, natutulog kami sa bahay niya. Tapos, nagsusulat kami. Nagtuturo siya. Tapos, nag-overnight sa bahay. And then, pati laman ng ref, kabisado namin, nagluluto kami. So, yung ginawa ko kanina, first time kong ginawang ipakilala ng ganun si Ricky. But then again, sige, punta na tayo dito sa ating pag-uusapan ngayon. Chill lang. Yung mga magtatanong, pwede pong magtanong pagkatapos nito. Or pwede kayong magtanong-tanong, pasingit-singit. Okay. Ricky, yung post-mod, alam ko ayaw mo malabel. Ever since sa workshop, ayaw mo masabi ng ganito, feminist, ganyan-ganyan. Tapos, yung postmodernism na tinatawag, sa iyong sariling pananaw, ano bang ibig sabihin nito?
Totoo. Ayaw ko magpa-label eh. Dahil parang magulo naman ako talaga eh. Ang hirap akong ikahon kung ano eh. Pero through the years, nakikita ko naman na maraming bagay-bagay na associated o connected sa postmodernism. Sorry, medyo pa ako. Buong araw ako nag-workshop. Katatapos lang namin. a little while ago. So nakita ko naman through the years, looking back, na marami nga yatang mga bagay na connected or associated sa postmodernism na andun sa mga sinusulat ko. Lalo na itong mga huli kong ginawa, like Amapola. Like I keep shifting from one world to the next, to the next, to the next. Shift ako ng shift sa iba-ibang mga mundo. May mundo ng, may multo, may altar, may tauhan, may totoong character na gaya ni Nora Honor, totoong tao, Nora or Andres Bonifacio, may lower mythology. So shift ako ng shift sa iba-ibang mundo. And then, nung paman sa workshops ko, lagi ko nang sinasabing hindi ako naniniwala na mayroong isang template na makakapagpaliwanag sa mundo na magagamit sa pagkukwento. So hindi ako naniniwala doon sa sinasabi nilang pinaniniwala ng modernists na grand narrative. Hindi ako ganun. So parang, nung payata, ang dami ko ng ganung nagagamit na elemento sa pagsusulat ko. Malikot ako, laro ng laro, hindi ako mapakali. So yun. So, although ayoko ma-label na postmodernist o postmodernist, o kung ano pa man, natatanggap ko naman na may mga elemento doon. Mahilig ako mag-meta, mahilig ako ng maraming layers ng representation, intertextual, may alamat, may ginamit dito. Ang dami kong ginagamit na.
Sa Amapola kasi ang dami. Even the characters ni Amapola mismo, ang dami yung layers. So, paano sinulat ito ni Ricky? 4 ba? 4 ba lang? Spoiler. 4 ba yung pag-split personality? But then again, Ricky, ang ganda na kasi noon, sige, pag-usapan natin ng konti ang Amapola. Kasi si Joel David at saka nabasa ko yung kanilang review at saka si Caroline si How. Yung pagkakasulat, 4 nga bang kanyang personality? Di ba? Isang gay,
isang
Amapola,
tapos may dalawa siyang alters, and then may isa pa pala na leading alter. Sa bali, 4 sila. Lahat na character. So parang sa Amapola, isa siyang mundo where pantay-pantay ang realidad ng totoong tao na character, ng alters, ng isang namatay nung panahon ng Kastila na nag-time travel papunta sa present time, ng isang manananggal, ng isang totoong tao like Andres Bonifacio and Nora Honor, and then mga fictional characters na ni-create. So parang lahat sila nakatira sa isang mundo na parang pare-pareho natin silang nare-recognize. Hindi natin sinasabing, ay multo yan, ay hindi ganito yan. Hindi, pare-pareho silang lahat nakalagay sa mundo. So, yun.
Okay, wala na. Pero dahil sa pupuri kita, kasi one sitting lang ang basahan ko nito, hindi ko makalimutan, isang biyahe lang sa Baguio, pagdating ng Baguio, tapos na. Ayaw mong bitawan kasi sa dami ng karakter, baka makalimutan ko yung iba. And wala sinusundan ko. Anyway, Ricky, having said that, yung mga sinabi mong layers, lahat-lahat, balikan natin yung childhood mo. Alam ko may kinalaman lahat, di ba? Lagi mo sinasabi na lahat na panulat, nandun ka. Di ba? Ang isang writer. Lagi mo sinasabi yan sa workshop. So, ano yung connection sa pagsusulat mo, sana hindi tayo lumayo, yung pagsusulat mo, sa naging karanasan mo sa Bicol, na lagi mong kinukwento sa amin na parang comics, sa pagsusulat, sa pag-evolve mo as a writer ngayon. Di ba? Kasi kung babasahin mo yung Wei Fung, ang batang si Wei Fung to Servando Magdamag, etc. Hanggang dito kay Amapola, nag-evolve eh. Even yung gamit mo ng lengguwahe. Ito Amapola, ang tapang. Ricky, ito lang tanong ko. Yung pag-evolve na yun, pagdating dun sa Amapola, ang may mo, me, ang dami mong nilalabag sa grammar. So, wala quotation marks, etc. But, binasa. Ano yun? Ano nagtulak sa'yo na parang tinulak mo sarili mo sa edge and, sige, ito gusto ko. Paano yun? Di ba nag-evolve from batang Wei Fung hanggang sa ngayon? Parang,
oo.
Ano sekreto? Ba't ang tapang mo?
Hindi naman siguro sekreto, hindi naman ang tapang. Baka it's basically, well, sige, kung i-trace natin, one possible reason kung ba't ako maligalig, I go all over the place. Lumalabag ako sa batas, binibreakdown ko yung barrier, hindi dahil sinasabi ko ang husay ko naman, binibreakdown ko yung barriers, kundi kung saan sa ako tumatagos. Baka dahil partly, wala akong totoong roots as a person. Wala akong ampun lang ako, maaga namatay ang parents ko, lumayas ako, lipat ako ng lipat ng tirahan, very mobile ako as a person. So, hindi ako napapakali na nag-i-stay put sa isang lugar. So, I suppose yun lumalabas din yun sa pagsusulat ko. Yung pagsusulat ko hindi mapakali sa isang lugar. Pupunta sa iba-ibang planes ng reality, pupunta sa iba-ibang genre. Kuminsan isang nobela, comedy na drama, na thriller, na etc. etc. So siguro yun, hindi ako nakatali sa isang ground. Lipat ako ng lipat na hindi mapakali. And I think as a person, ganun din ako eh. Pag nagsusulat ako ng isang script, may kasabihan na 2 o 3. Nang sinulat ko yung Amapola, sinusulat ko yung para kay Beat, saka yung political novel ko na hindi ko pa napapublish. Sabay-sabay ko silang sinusulat at natapos ko sabay-sabay yung first draft nila until tinutukan ko na yung para kay B and then yung Amapola. Hindi ako maka-stay put, hindi ako maka-focus sa isa lang. Depekto yun sa tingin ko nung una. Hindi ako maka-focus na gaya ni Napit. Yung ibang mga kaibigan kong writers, focus sila, tutok. Ako, lipat ng lipat hindi mapakali. Eventually, nakasanayan ko na i-turn around yun and gamitin to my advantage na rin. And nakita ko na ba, reflected din pala sa writings ko. Yung para kay B, lipat ng lipat siya, iba ang bida sa first chapter, iba na naman bida sa second chapter, iba na naman, iba sa 5. And then yung totoong protagonist pala, nasa gitna, may nobela, sa loob ng nobela. So, yun, hindi mapakali. So, yun, basically parang ganun ako hindi mapakali at ganun ako kaligalig bilang tao at bilang manunulat.
Speaking of ligalig, pandemya ngayon.
Yeah.
Magsusulat. Gusto ko i-connect. Di ba nakulong ka during the martial law years?
Yeah.
So i-connect natin yung kaibahan noon at kaibahan ngayon. Alam ko, nakakulong tayong lahat. So, isa ka maligalig. Kumusta ka? Kumusta ka? May naisulat ka ba?
Nung mag-lockdown, syempre nag-panic ako initially. Kasi may panic attack ako. Hindi ko kayang ma-suffocate na nakakulong sa isang lugar. May times na nasa loob ng aeroplano, gusto kong bumaba. Maski umandar na yung aeroplano. So may konti akong ganong etc. So, nang dumating yung lockdown, makukulong ako sa bahay. Kailangan ko may stay put. Sanay ako lumalabas halos every day. Pag nagsusulat ako, galaw ako ng galaw. Marami ako nasusulat pag nasa sasakyan. And kaya cryptocopy yung manual ko kasi nung nag-aral ko sa UP, nagbubus ako from UP to Quiapo to UP to Quiapo to UP, balik. Sa bus ko nasusulat yung mga kailangan ko sulatin. So I'm very mobile. Suddenly lockdown, kailangan ko mag-stay put. So natakot ako. Pero inisip ko na lang ano ba yung pinaka-best kong nagagawa as a person? Wala akong alam lang gawin except magsulat. So doon ako kakapit what I do best sa feeling ko. So nagsulat, maski na mechanically, sige lang, sulat na sulat. Before I knew it, umaagos na and na-save na ako ng writing ko At so every day, wala akong naramdamang anxiety or what, I just kept writing. And so nakatapos ako ng 4, 5 scripts and nakapag-workshop ako na partly writing in a way ng 4, 5 overlapping and then nakatapos ako ng isang libro, collection ng essays during the lockdown ko nasulat yun, although hindi tungkol sa lockdown lahat. So, ayun, na-survive ko ang lockdown. Nililigtas ako ng pagsusulat.
Merong rito, may question. Ito nga pag-interview sa'yo, hindi ko kinakaya. Gusto ko lang makipagkwentuhan kay Ricky. Pero may question dito, ano pa kaya ito? Christian Lord, naku po, Kristian Valenzuela, may question, Valenzuela, tanong siya, Sir Segundo and Ricky, what if gagawa kayo ng libro na kayong dalawa susulat, patutukol, hindi ko kaya. Hanggang saan ang galing ni Ricky? Anyway.
Tayong dalawa gagawa ng libro.
Ay, may ginagawa ka ng libro. Tsaka dalawa ka na ba? Well, secret pa yun.
Dito pa yung question
Oo, sabi niya, may patungkol sa ito. Ako. Sige, ako. Sagot ko muna. yung experience ko bilang Kristian, yung experience ko bilang workshopper, hindi ko makakalimutan yun eh. Kasi yung nandito si Ricky, baka akala niya. Anyway, nandito si Ricky, siya yung nagtahak sa akin sa mundo ng panulat at nakita ko sarili ko. At kami, pag nag-uusap kami ni Willie, lahat-lahat, no? Kilala mo yung mga workshoppers, pinakamalapit na kay Willie kasi kami pinakabata sa batch. So pag nag-uusap-usap kayo mga karanasan namin, sa interview namin nung naging researcher mo kami, etc., yung dinadala mo kami sa mga film, sa shooting, pinapakilala mo sa amin si Lino Broca, nakatunga nga kami, fans kami, ganyan. Yun ang gusto ko isulat. At yung karanasan ko bilang tinatawag bilang Ricky Lee Baby. Actually, of course, hindi lahat maganda, Ricky. Meron din tayong mga samahan na mo yun. Bisa binabagyo, nagsusulat ko sa bahay ni Ricky. Hindi makasulat si Ricky, kawawa naman. So, ngayon nararamdaman ko yung nararamdaman. Yung time na yun, bata pa lang kami. And I want to write that as a writer. And yung mentor to write. Pinag-uusapan namin ni Willie yan eh, kung paano namin pagtagni-tagniin yon. And Ricky, pag nabasa ni Ricky, gusto ko rin isulat niya. Ano nararamdaman niya? Sobra. Yung karanasan na anyway.
Yeah, so okay yun. And ako, I'd like to say na I've always been a collaborator as a writer. Meaning, I'm open to collaborations. I've collaborated with my scripts maski sa mga baguhan o datihan. Hindi ako nag-look down baguhan man siya o datihan. Kaibigan o hindi kaibigan. So, open ako sa collaboration. And magandang idea na binabanggit mo na pwedeng gawing libro. Pwede siyang dalawang POVs. POV ninyo ni Willie, and then POV ko, and then POV nyo, shifting POVs siya. Kasi pwedeng iba yung iniisip nyo sa panahon yun sa iniisip ko.
May working title na nga yun eh, Ricky Lee Baby eh. Kung may Ricky Babies, sabi ko, what are Ricky Babies?
Okay yun na gawin. At saka, makikita nila na natututo kayo habang natututo rin ako. Nagtuturo kayo ako na habang nagtuturo din pala kayo. And then yung mundo na time, yung pag-absorb sa kapaligiran, sina Lino, sina Bernal, learning how to write, itinatayo yung ABS-CBN. Yeah, maganda.
At saka yung time na yun, kasi para kami mga bata, sponge, lahat kinukuha namin lahat ng sinasabi ni Ricky. Now, nandito na kami si Ricky, alam mo naman natin that he's an international awardee already as a writer. So parang, balikan natin. Tapos iba din siyempre yung perspective namin ngayon. Minsan, pinagtatawanan namin ng mga sarili namin. May isa pang tanong, Ricky, tanong ko lang po ngayong pandemic, saan po kayo kumukuha ng inspirasyon sa pagsusulat? Si Ricky to, hindi ako.
Ako muna. Una-una, hindi na ako naghanap ng inspirasyon kasi tinanggap ko na sa buhay ko na ang kaya ko lang gawin ay magsulat. At mag-share ng karunungan ko sa pagsusulat. So, writer ako. I write every day, whether may inspirasyon, may bayad, may deadline, or whatever. Nagsusulat ako every day. So, hindi ko kailangan ng inspirasyon para magsulat. Pero during the pandemic, na-feel ko yung mas pangangailangan na magsulat kasi ang dami-daming kailangang ikwento na nangyayari sa palibot. Parang pag may panahong ganito ka, bagsak tayo lahat sa napakaraming dahilan, mas kinakailangan i-express natin ang mga sarili natin sa marami ring paraan. At isa doon yung pagkukwento. So sa akin, enough na inspiration na yon. And finally, sa akin inspiration, yung mga tao sa palibot, may mga tumutulong, mga frontliners, yung mga nagdo-donate, sina Angel Oxin. Kasi ang feeling ko, para din silang mga writers, binabago nila yung buhay ng ibang tao, tinutulungan nila yung buhay ng ibang mga tao, ginagawan nila ng panibagong kwento yung buhay ng ibang mga tao. So na-inspire din ako sa kanila na, gagawa rin ako ng kwento. Kung hindi ako makakalabas ng bahay, dahil senior citizen ako, para tumulong, at least gagawa ako ng kwento.
Okay. Having said that, yung pagsusulat, Ricky, sabihin mo sa akin, ano ba talagang medium ang paborito mo? Ano talaga? Pero may nasabi ka na, ayoko sabihin. Ano mo sinusulat? Napunta ka sa pelikula, pero nagsimula ka sa short stories. Tama ba ako?
Yeah.
Pero may spoiler. Sabi mo, tula, hindi ka matagumpay sa paggawa ng tula. Pero ano ba favorite mo talagang gawin?
Well, totoo. Pangit yung mga tulang nagawa ko. Pero maligalig ako, sinubukan ko na lahat ng mediums na kaya kong subukan. Ang susunod na gusto kong subukan, graphic novels. Hindi ko nagawa yon sa Amapola. Although gagawin na namin graphic novel yung Amapola ni Manix. Pero siyang gumagawa. Tumutulong lang ako. Pero dream ko yung makagawa ng gano'n. Sa mga nagagawa ko ngayon, kung fantasy muna na hindi matutuloy Totally, dahil fantasy. Actually, gusto ko maging rock musical writer. Kung hindi ako magiging rock singer, rock musical writer. Pero fantasy yan kasi hindi naman magagawa ng madalas yun lagi. So, yung sa katotohanan, mas paborito ko nobela. More than pelikula. Pagsulat ng nobela kasi akin lahat yan. Akin lahat ng mga pagkama at period at pati mga pagkakamali, akin lahat yan.
Okay. Si Karina, may tanong, of course, Karina Velasco.
Hi, Karina. Yeah.
Hi, Ricky. Thank you for joining our Lit Fest.
Thank you for having me here.
Your great novels have to be translated into English for this to enter world literature. Just as all the world literary classics like Albert Camus, The Plague, Kafka's The Castle, Tolstoy's War and Peace, Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude, where it translated from their original languages. Makukuha ba sa tingin mo ang lalim na pagkaugat ng Filipino mo ng isang salita sa Ingles?
Yeah.
Hindi ba hihinang?
Yeah, nung ko pa na-realize na medyo challenge i-translate yung works ko kasi masyado akong naglalaro sa lengguwahe. And then, tumatawid yung Pilipino ko sa marami, sa colloquial, sa
Taglish.
Tagalog, like in Amapola, may Tagalog,
May Taglish.
etc. May Taglish na nga, may Sword Speak pa, may straight, etc. Iba-ibang forma and so on. So mahirap siya. And the tone. In my works, malaking bagay yung tono, whether para kay B or Amapola, na pag nasaliwa yung tono, pwedeng tumagilid siya. Mag-iba na yung meaning dahil lang sa pagbabago ng tono or even the rhythm. But I'd like them to be translated, and may ginagawa kami ni Karina in one of the, in para kay B, translating it, having it translated into English, which excited ako. Kasi nakikita ko yung drops ng translation nung para kay B, para kung nakakakita ng bagong trabaho na nag-grow at nag-bloom sa harap ko. Na andun yung ginawa ko, pero may mga lumilitaw na parang hindi ito yung ginawa ko, pero kadugtong ng ginawa ko, which is okay with me. So, hindi siya exactly magiging kapareho nung sinulat ko, which to some extent, sayang. But on the other hand, okay rin eh. Ayaw ko ng exact translation din eh. Gusto ko may ibang lumitaw na konti eh. So which is, I think, what's happening. So, yeah. So, okay lang na hindi exact translation. Pero nandun naman yung the rhythm, the tone, to a great extent, nandun naman.
Actually, may karugtong eh. Pero parang nasagot mo na rin, pero baka gusto mo pang i-explore. Ano ang babantayan mo raw sa salin? O hanapin mo sa isang salin?
The tone eh. At kasi, sa akin kasi, ang isang nobela, it's not really what it is telling me eh. It's what I'm experiencing.
Okay.
So, hindi siya yung information or facts or events dun sa nobela. It's the experience. So, kung may bibigay nung translation yung experience na nakuha ko, reading the original text, okay na ako dun. The experience. Kakabit na dun yung tono, the rhythm, and so on and so forth. Masaya na ako doon. Masaya ako na nagagawa sa either ibang medium o bilingguahe yung mga trabaho ko. Like as I said kanina, Amapola into a graphic novel, and then para kay B with English translation.
May tatanong lang ako sa'yo, pero baka mamaya may magalit, pero wag na lang. Pero, you can answer it or you may not answer it. Ricky, lagi mo sinasabi noon, ayaw mong sumali sa contest.
Yes.
Yes. Bakit? Yung mga books mo, hindi mo sinasali sa contest, di ba? So, people may know.
Why? I think nagsimula yun na maging aktivista ako in the 70s. So, after nanalo ako sa Palangka, the first and then the second time, magkasunod na taon, 69 and 1970, I decided na ayaw ko na sumali sa mga contests. I think sumali ako sa Palangka ng kasabay noon, play or what, na hindi nanalo or something. Basta after that, I decided na hindi na. Mas pagiging aktivista yung reason ko that time. Kasi inisip ko na dapat hindi naglalaban-laban sa isa't isa ang mga artists at ang mga writers. Kami pinapilalaban-laban kami sa isang contest. Hindi ko nagpapuntahan yung specifics. But anyway, yun. So parang hindi tama. And ikalawa, feeling ko, paano nila na-evaluate yung tama o yung mali na pipiliin? I felt disappointed na ang nanalo that time, Servando. Because I wanted na manalo, dapat hapon sa isang Mesiyas.
Okay.
Ang isinali ko na sa contest noon, dapat hapon sa isang Mesiyas. Yung Servando, isinali lang yun ng kaibigan kong writer sa Nara, dorm. Si Jean Taduran, tinype niya overnight or something, sinali niya last minute. And then yun nanalo. So feeling that time na, bakit yun nanalo? Parang ang feeling ko dapat ito. May mga ganun-ganun akong issues. So, maraming reasons, both political and personal. So, kung hindi na ako sasali. And so, pinanindigan ko na. So, I've never joined contests in the sense na ako ang nagjo-join, unless piliin. Kaya, yun, up to now. Hindi ko, up to now, napanindigan ko.
Oo nga, sabi mo. Anyway, punta tayo sa yung nakaraan in the 80s. Nung lumabas ang Brutal, di ba, Ricky, tapos Moran, Salome, sabi nila, feminist itong Ricky Lee na to, and he's good at it. Pero during the first day of the workshop, binanggit mo sa namin, binabrand nila ako as magaling ako gumawa tungkol sa mga babae, etc. Sabi mo, meron kang mga materials naman na hindi. So, sa ngayon, Ricky, napatunayan mo na, at paano mo nagawang patunayan na hindi, na nakakasulat ka rin sa mga male characters. So, kailan yun huminto? Gusto ko lang malaman kasi, di ba? Yun.
Well, unang-una, hindi naman ako nagpapa-label uli as feminist. Although I'd be happy to say na may feminist inclinations or gusto kong magsulat na pinaglalaban ng karapatan, etc., ng kababaihan, because tama lang naman na even if lalaki ka Kasi naniniwala naman ako na hindi totally makakalaya ang kababaihan kung ang mga lalaki hindi rin makalaya sa mali nilang pag-iisip. Hanggang dumating yung time na hindi mo na ile-level na babae, lalaki, na women's film ito, o feminist film ito, o etc. Naniniwala kong dapat dumating yung ganung panahon. So, okay naman ako na nakaka-contribute ako dun sa discourse, paggawa ng pelikula, na may ganung pagtingin sa kababaihan. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, parang wala pa namang nagbago. Kung magsusulat ako tungkol sa kababaihan ngayon, wala namang magbabago dun sa pananaw kong yun. Kasi I think the problem still exists, so okay pa rin ako na gano'n. But I'm happy na ang dami ng mga babae na nagsusulat sa pelikula tungkol doon. During my time, in the 80s, medyo konti pa lang ang nagsusulat tungkol sa kababaihan, na ganun ang perspective. Pero ngayon, ang dami na. And it's so nice. And that's good. Again, produkto naman yun ng politicalization ko Kita ko that time na dapat makita natin ang totoong nangyayari at isulat natin yun. Tungkol sa totoong nangyayari. Tungkol man sa kababaihan o tungkol sa kabaklaan o tungkol sa OFWs. Marami namang issues na doon noon na nagsulat ako.
Sige. Parang workshop na lang to. Babalikan ko lang yung mga workshop na nangyayari. Lagi mo sinasabi nun, a good material always starts with a good story. But then again, lagi mo sinasabing importante ang character. Pwede mo pa mag-explain? Yeah.
Actually, sa akin, mas character yung mahalaga. May kwento man na wala. Laging nandun yung character. Maski yung character ay multo or bagay or bahay. As in bahay ni Martha. Yung bahay doon ay isang character. I'd like to think na maybe darating ang time na pwede ako magsulat ng walang character na nobela kung magagawa ko. Yung fourth novel ko, I'm trying to write it in such a way, kaya ako natatagalan, in such a way na pwede siyang 4 periods siya 70s, etc. hanggang present time. At iba-ibang characters. I'm trying to write it in a way na pag binasa mo yung mga chapters, you can read it na palit-palitan yung chapters. Stand alone yung bawat chapter. I don't have to read all the chapters na magkaka-sequence. So kung nakabox siya, maski pagpalit-palitin siya ng reader, nababasa niya yung ibang events doon na connected ito in through another perspective at ito naman. So na para bang walang past or present or future. Ayun. So medyo mahirap-hirap sulatin siya. And then medyo political siya. And then it's also history of Philippine movies sa ano niya, sa background niya. So yun. So kaya sinulimulan ko siyang sulatin noong panahon na sinusulat ko yung para kay B at ang Mapola. Siya yung kasabay na sinulat ko noon. I finished the first draft. I'm still grappling with the final draft now. Hopefully I finish it next year as my fourth novel.
Okay, speaking of pagiging maligalig, may mga paano mo maiko-connect yung mga libro mong nilalabas mo, even the manual. So, gaano ba kaligalig yung mga libro mo?
Di ba? Kaya sabi ko baka nga kung gagawin natin very loose yung meaning ng postmodernist, maybe nga may pagkaganon ako, postmodernist. Kasi kung tingnan mo, ang hirap akong i-label eh. Nang nilabas ko yung anthology ko ng Si Tatang at mga himala ng aking panahon, that's what, 10 years? 15 years ago? Ang tagal na nun eh. Nang pinuput together namin yun, ayaw ko na magkakasama lahat ng short stories, lahat ng journalistic pieces, and then yung screenplay, in-scatter ko sila. And at the time, hindi ko nilagyan ng label na maikling kwento. Nang ni-reprint na lang, nagpalagay na ako. Pero hiniwalay ko, hindi mo ma-label kung saan. When I did Trip to Quiapo in 1998 pa yun or what, hodgepodge siya eh. May talambuhay ng isang screenplay, may mga quotations sa tabi na parang post-its. Mayroong manual, mayroong instruction na tuloy-tuloy, may exercises, may kwento ni Julio Manunulat na may ginagawang script inside the manual. So doon pa lang, parang ang dami-dami ng shifting ng mga mundo sa isang malaking mundo. And doon pa lang, sinasabi ko na hindi ako naniniwala sa isang grand narrative o isang grand objective na forma ng kwento. Naniniwala ako na maraming Quiapo. So noon pa lang, maligalig na ako. Marami na akong pinupuntahan. And also, at ganun ako. And I think it started even when I was writing my first short story, when I was fourth year high school in Diet. Nung sinulat ko yung short story ko na Mayon, based sa Mayon Volcano, na love story, nang pinadala ko dito sa Manila, kay Ben Medina, sa Filipino Free Press, actually, may bookends yun, yung short story. Ang heading nun, journalistic piece tungkol sa pag-colonize sa atin ng mga Kastila. And then may journalistic piece na paragraph ulit sa ending. So hinahalo ko na doon yung journalism at yung fiction. Tinanggal ni Ben Medina yung bookends. So naging purely fiction siya. So even at that time, hindi na ako mapakali. Gusto ko nang maghalo, mag-mix.
So itong manual mo, Trip to Quiapo, Ricky. So every now and then, kung maligalig ka talaga dahil nag-iibang panahon, 'di ba?
Yeah.
So how many years mo siya pinapalitan? Kasi pelikula, yeah.
Nag-reprint lang naman kami nag-reprint at nagdagdag kami ng additional 40 pages ng transcription ng interview sa akin ni Boy Abunda sa Cinema One. Pero hindi ko naman siya na-rewrite. But I'm coming up with Trip to Quiapo 2 also next year. Ang dami ko di ba? Sabay-sabay ako mag-project. So I'm coming up with Trip to Quiapo 2 na parang mas yung workshop day and so on. But even yung workshop ko, palit ako ng syllabus. Maski ako may syllabus, pag ginaganda ko ng yung workshop, nag-improvise ako, nagbabago. Parang jazz. Nag-adapt ako sa rhythm ng participants o sa rhythm ko at the moment. So, nagbabago. Nasanay na ako sa ganun. Hindi mapakali, maligalig, magala.
Okay.
Halo-halo.
May question dito si Kristian ulit. Kristian Lloyd Valenzuela. Sa'yo, Ricky. Sinong tauhan po ang may personal na koneksyon? Naku, dami yata nito. Pagkakilala ko Ricky. Sinong tauhan po ang may personal na koneksyon? May question din sa akin eh. First impression ko rin sa'yo. Mamaya, sige, sabihin ko na yung totoo. Ngayon mo naman malalaman.
Ano?
Ikaw muna. Sinong tauhan na dami kinakwento ni Ricky sa amin eh. Hindi mo yata mabilang. Sige, Ricky, sabihin mo naman si Kristian.
Ano yung sinong tauhan? Sinong taon na sinulat ko o sinong
may
taon?
May personal na connection sa iyo.
Yun so, na nabasa ko o na sinulat ko?
Na sinulat mo. Tingin ko.
Sinulat ko. Kung sinulat ko sa Para Kay B, ako yun si Lucas sa first half nung kwento niya doon. Di ba si Lucas, ampun lang, lumayas, nagtrabaho, naging messenger, nag-strike yung magazine na pinagkatrabahuhan, etc. Hinimatay sa gutom, etc. Ako yun. And then nang na-meet si Bessie, fictional na yun. Pero before that, ako yun totally as Ricky. So, again, naniniwala ako sa ganun, na nagmi-mix. Doon sa fourth novel ko, part ako ng characters. So, I tell you, maligalig.
Okay. Pero sige, ulit, yung kwento mo sa amin, sa moral, sinasabi mo, sa lahat ng mga sinulat mo, yung moral, ang marami ako doon.
Also, because...
Ngayon ang paniniwala mo?
Well, also because yung moral, sinulat ko yun 1981. And so yung mga kaibigan ko noon, under martial law, so karamihan doon composite ng mga barkada ko, ng mga babae. And pag nung pinapanood nila doon, nakikilala nila, ako yun, etc. So composite sila. And karamihan ng mga kwento doon at mga buhay ng mga characters doon, either dinaanan ng mga kaibigan ko. Yung pangalan ng aktivista doon na Jerry, yun yung kaunahan kong underground name, yung alias kong kaunahan nung naging aktivista ako. So, it's very personal sa akin.
Oh, yes. Sasagutin ko na yung tanong niya para sa akin.
Yes.
Ano ang naging first impression nyo kay Sir Ricky noong workshopper po kayo? Hindi ko maintindihan, medyo surreal kasi ngayon po na lang sabihin kay Ricky, hindi ko pinahalata, idol ko siya. After Brutal, ano ka ba? After Brutal, sabi ko, galing naman ito, ganyan. After Brutal kasi bago eh. Bago yung feeling, bago yung experience. May ibang karanasan habang pinapanood mo. But then again, Kristian, habang nag-workshop ako, chill lang ako, hindi ko muna pinapahalata, nahiya ako. Kasi gusto ko kasi yung pinakitang ni Ricky during the workshop, kaibigan eh. So, take advantage ko yon. Sige, kaibigan ko yung idol ko. Ganun lang. So, ngayon lang nalaman ni Ricky yan. Anyway, kami lahat ng workshoppers, Kristian, malaking utang na loob namin kay Ricky kasi yung workshop niya, bahay niya, lahat, lahat, tinuturo niya, libre. So, ayun yun. Yun ang Ricky Lee. Kaya nung 5,000, nung time na itong Ricky, nung nahuli kang nag-workshop, di ba? 5,000 yata yung nag-register at mahigit 3,000 ba ang dumating? At hindi mo alam ang gagawin mo, tinawag mo kaming lahat para i-interview sila lahat.
Then, meron kayong mga 50 or 60 volunteer interviewers.
And
no,
sabi,
that entire day.
At saka Ricky, di ba, ang sabi ko noon, parang, I don't know kung sinikreto kita or what, sabi ko, Ricky, lahat ng interview ko, okay, paano ba to? Lahat ba sila papasa? Ilan sila? Hindi naman magkakasya sa yung 1,000 sa isang bahay. And then, nalaman ko gumawa ka pala ng tinutol-putol mo at marami qualified eh. Di ba?
Yeah, ang inaanap lang namin ng 35, one batch. Ginawa kong 3 batches na tig 35. Pero, doon sa batch na yun nanggaling sina Dwayne Baltasar, sina Giancarlo, sina Bella Padilla, etc. So, sina Sian Lim. So, okay yung 3 batches na yun. Mga produkto yun. Itong si Glenn Barrett na nanalo ng Best Picture, yung cleaners niya, sa workshop yun. Si Dwayne Baltasar ng Oda sa Wala, sa workshop yun, and so on. So, it's very fulfilling magpa-workshop. Although sinasabi mo na, magasto sa panahon, sa pera, sa emosyon, ang daming nawawala sa akin. Pero maraming bumabalik eh. And pag may nangyari like nung nanalo si Dwayne Baltasar ng Best Screenplay sa Oda sa Wala, binigay niya sa akin yung trophy. Maski sabi ko, hindi, yan, Dwayne, first time mo, etc. Mahalaga yan. Sabi, hindi, si Ricky sa inyo. So nasa library pa rin siya. And pag tinitingnan ko siya, ang feeling ko, parang mas masarap to kaysa sa trophy na tanggap ko sa trabaho ko.
Wow! Okay, pero palawigin mo pa ang tanong ko, ang next question ko. Pero alam ko na parang sinagot mo na ng konti. Ricky, bakit ka nagbibigay ng, gusto ko sabihin mo sa lahat, bakit ka nagbibigay ng libreng workshop? Di ba?
Diba, maraming dahilan. Unang-una, gusto ko talagang magturo. Maski bata pa, maski nung high school, nagtuturo-turuan ako sa mga kaklase ko. Maski nung sa UP noon, wina-workshop ko na sina Fanny, sina June Cruz, kung saan kami. Well, pantay naman kami lahat, pero medyo leader ako. Pupunta ka sa luneta, matulog tayo. Pagising, mga first sounds, anong gagawin, etc. So, nung pamahilig na ako magturo. Kaya lang, hindi ako graduate kasi nag-martial law. So, wala akong degree. So, hindi ako matanggap bilang teacher sa UP. Nare-reject ako lagi. Gusto ko magturo. So, 1982, hindi rin lang ako makapagturo, mag-workshop ako. Magtuturo ako na hindi kinakailangan ng degree. Magpapa-workshop ako. So, that's one reason. Second reason, naranasan ko yung wala akong mapuntahan as a writer that time. Walang workshops, walang film courses, wala kang malapitan where may matututunan ka tungkol sa pagsusulat. Hindi ako walang script writing manual dito sa Pilipinas. Kung meron man sa abroad, hindi ko alam. Wala pang access that time. So yun. So na-feel ko yung hirap ko na ganun. Baka pwedeng hindi mahirapan ng iba. Kaya maski na 2-3 years pa lang ako nagsusulat, hindi ko pa nagagawa ng himala, naglakas loob na ako na sige, mag-workshop ako, mag-share, makapagturo lang sa iba. So yun. So nagpa-workshop ako. At hindi ako naningil kasi mahirap ang writer usually. Talagang starving lagi ang writer. So, saan naman sila kukuha ng pera? Mahirap na nga, wala na ang trabaho, etc. And karamihan ng nag-workshop sa akin that time, mga bagong graduate. Talagang walang pera, bagong graduate sa college or even sa high school. So, kailangan talagang kupkupin mo sila.
Anyway.
And I felt good na hindi ako naghihintay ng kapalit na financial na material from them.
Ano, naman, hindi ko naman reaction doon Anyway, kaya pag tinawag kami ni Ricky, lagi kami pumupunta doon
Oo, nagiging
Sige, punta natin. May ganun di ba? Hindi pwede, hindi. Anyway, ganun yung connection natin iba. Anyway, yung pagdating sa workshop, Ricky, there was a time during the workshop, ang dami nag-a-apply sa yung celebrities nung time namin.
Yeah.
Ay, hindi ko sabihin here. Tapos mga kaibigan mo, gusto mag-workshop. Pero ngayon, tumanggap ka na. Narinig ko si Bella, si Anlin. Why? Nag-evolve ka na rin ba? Ano ba nag-evolve? Okay.
Nang dumating yung digital technology sa pelikula, nag-iba na rin ang landscape ng industriya ng pelikula. Nagkaroon ng mga writer-director, mga artista. Di ba yung naging mas isang buong team na talaga silang gagawa ng pelikula. Hindi na nakahiwalay masyado yung writer sa director. Tulong-tulong na sila. So nakita ko na maganda yata na i-mix ko lahat ng involved sa paggawa ng pelikula sa workshop ko para iisa ang pagtingin nila ng may respeto sa script. And ikalawa, kung gagawa sila ng script, maski sila artista or cinematographer, may ibang maibibigay sila sa script na hindi maibibigay ng purely writer lang. And so, nang nag-experimento akong gawin yun, natuwa ako Maganda yung contribution ng, halimbawa, ng Mina Bella, may ibang perspective siya dahil artista siya bukod sa writer. Sina Agot Isidro, sina Sherry Hill, may iba silang naibibigay sa discussion at sa sinusulat nila. So, binuksan ko na. So, nagkaroon ako ng musical scorers, sinadya sila sa 10. Cinematographers, directors, documentaries, etc. Nilawakan ko na, naging very inclusive na siya. And producers, sina Bianca, and so on. So, and nakita ko yung malaking tulong na nila, nagiging isang team sila na nakakapagtulungan sila.
May sinasabi
yung mga artista, nagsusulat yung cinematographers. Maski sinadya sila sa atin na musical scorer, nagsulat siya.
Okay. Kasi naalala ko pati may mga producers na gustong mag-workshop, I won't mention.
Ayoko ng celebrities noon, at saka ayoko na magkakakilala, lahat kayo noon is strangers. First time yung magkakilala in the workshop. Na-break lang yan sa batch 14.
Si Jason
itong year lang nang nag-resume ako ng workshops.
Si Jason Velasquez, may intention po na sadyang maging postmodern ang mga nobela niyo. Yun ang kanyang opinion, gaya sa Amapola, Bahay ni Martha at maging yung mga kwento niyong pambata na pangmatanda. May question mark. Well, may intention ka nga ba?
Walang intention in the sense na sinadya kasi unang-una hindi naman ako ganun kaaral. Dapat sa time hindi ko alam ano nga ba talaga ang modernist, ano nga bang post, etc. And so on. Ano pa sina Derrida and so on. So hindi ako mateoryang tao na pumupunta doon. So hindi ko siya sinadya. Pero siguro nasa loob ko kung ano man yung nasa loob ko mulang simula, gusto siyang magligalig gusto siyang gumala So, nang nakita ko na gusto ko palang may ganun talaga, pinagbigyan ko na. Pero hindi ko siya maile-label na purely na ganun And I cannot be sure kung mag-stick ako sa ganun o kung aalpas ako at pupunta sa iba pang kung saan man Like I did modernist works din naman I did Servando, Stream of Consciousness, and so on. And Lapit Hapon, napaka-modernist siya And then later, kumawala siya. So I do not know, hindi ako mapakali. I do not know kung next time may susulatin kung hindi ko alam ano ba to, na hindi ko mawari. Pero sa ngayon, nakikita ko and I'll admit, maraming postmodernist na elemento sa mga nobela ko.
Anyway, ang tanong ko lang, ano sa pagsusulat mo, Ricky, anong kaibahan? Anong kaibahan maybe sa attitude din at sa lahat-lahat? Sa pagsulat mo ng nobela, short stories, sa pagsulat mo sa pelikula. Paano mo 'yun? Paano?
Ang basic ng pagkakaiba sobrang basic Pag nagsulat ako ng script, alam ko na it will just be the beginning of the entire process, yung script ko. It's not a finished product. Panimula lang yung script ko. Maski anong gawin ko, panimula lang siya na gagamitin ng ibang tao. And kailangan tanggapin ko na it will be rewritten, not just by me, but by others. It will be rewritten by the cinematographer, depende sa angulo niya ng blocking, etc., etc. It will be rewritten by the director, by the actors, depende sa acting nila. It will get rewritten every step of the way. Pagdating sa post-prod, it will be rewritten again by the editor. Maski na on top yung director na re-edit, na re-rewrite yung script ko. Hindi literally rewriting, but na-rewrite. So, talagang mababago at mababago at mababago siya. By the end of the entire process, it has been rewritten already to be able to be a finished product. So, hindi ko hinihintay na yung script ko, yun na yun. Unlike sa nobela, yung simula hanggang huli, ako ang nagsulat nun. At akin yun. Hanggang sa pinaka-punctuation at exclamation point, akin yun. Lahat yun. So, yun pa lang ang laki na ng pagkakaiba. Well, marami pa ibang pagkakaiba, siyempre.
I'm having trouble understanding right now.
Ang dami pa siyempre pagkakaiba. Siyempre, di mo, mas interiorized yung nobela. Mas pumapasok sa loob. Mas pelikula, mas actualized. Mas physicalized. Ang lagi kong example sa ibang mga talks ko, si Giselle sa Amapola. Kung gagawin pelikula yung si Giselle, isang babaeng model na ang payat-payat na dahil gusto maghiganti sa lalaking nag-break ng heart niya, nag-decide na maging manananggal at kumain ng lamang loob. Nang maging manananggal siya, tumaba siya nang kumain siya ng kumain, tumaba siya ng tumaba. And so tuwing lumilipad siya, na manananggal, bagsak siya ng bagsak dahil sa katawan hanggang natutong lumipad. Kung gagawin kong pelikula yon, ang mapapanood natin yung artista. So kung pangalan ng artista, halimbawa, si Isabel Luna lang ang mapapanood ng lahat ng manunood. Pero yung nobela ko, pag binasa nila, iba-iba ang mababasa nilang Giselle. Magiging faithful sila sa nobela ko, pero iba-iba ang nakikita nilang Giselle. Binubuo nila yung Giselle sa utak nila. So, habang binabasa nila ang nobela, nagiging collaborator ko sila, nagiging co-writer ko sila. They are co-writing Giselle in their heads until eventually they're experiencing Giselle and they're owning the story and then may sarili silang Giselle. So, kung may 100 readers ako, may 100 Giselles doon na nabuo, na co-writers ko. Pag na-meet ko ngayon yung nakapanood ng pelikula at sinabi niya sa akin, si Ricky, ang husay-husay niyo, hanga-hanga ako sa pelikula niyo, I can feel the admiration. But it's different doon sa nakabasa ng nobela ko. Pag lumalapit yung nakabasa ng nobela ko na create niya, ino niya yung kwento sa head niya, pag nag-meet kayo, there's a certain intimacy. Kasi collaborators tayo, co-writers tayo. Nagbuo tayo ng mundo sa utak nating dalawa. So mas may thrill. Puri nung nakabasa ng nobela kaysa sa nakapanood ng pelikula.
Okay. Isang tanong. Kasi parang sa tingin kong haba-haba ng presensya mo, Ricky, di ba? Alam ko na napaka-passionate at sinabi mo kanina na pagsusulat lang ang alam mong gawin. Sa pelikula, wag na sa nobela kasi you own the novel. Pero sa pelikula, napapalitan, nagaganito, Yun nga
Yeah.
sinasabi mo, ano ang pakiramdam? Paano mo tinanggap to simula pa lang ng babanggitin pa ba natin ang una mong pelikulang Dragnet? Anyway, simula pa lang, paano mo na-practice sa sarili mo na, sige nga.
Hindi naman ganun kadali. Siyempre, you went through a lot of pain and frustration. One example na lang, which I talk about in my new book, Kulang na Silya, in one of the essays, yung Himala, akin yun eh. Idea ko yun eh. Ako nakaisip doon eh. Ako pumili ng director doon eh. Ako pumili ng artista doon eh. Kinoro Honor eh. At ako kinabibsi, ako naglako noon eh. At na-reject kami kabi-kabila eh. For 6 years, rejection yan. Left, right, lahat ng mga producers eh. Until finally, nakuha siya ng ECP, tsaka lang siya na-produce after 6 years. And then, nang nagawa yung pelikula, at nakita ko yung poster, nakalagay dun sa napakalaking poster, yung pangalan ng producer, ECP, ng director, at ng artista, pero wala yung pangalan ko. So, doon pa lang, meron ka na mararamdamang pain na, teka, hindi talaga nakikita ang writer, hindi nakikilala. At akong gumawa nito, at akong nagdala nito, at na-reject ako dito. Akong pumili sa mga to. I have nothing against the director and the artista. It's the system. And all throughout, I keep feeling that. Hindi ka nakikita, etc., nakakalimutan, and so forth. But nakita ko rin yung napakaraming good things eh. The magic, the good things, the joy of collaboration, the joy of seeing your work na naging pelikula na sa screen, maski hindi ka lahat ang gumawa eh. So it humbled me into seeing na masarap din ang pakiramdam na you're just part of a team. It's at your entire work. Nakasabay din naman na masarap din pakiramdam na akin lahat itong nobela. Pero masarap din yung pakiramdam na part ako ng team na yon at marami din magagandang ideas akin. Pero marami din magagandang ideas doon na hindi ko naisip. Pero naisip ng director nang nabasa niya yung script ko. And oo nga, ang ganda nga eh. Natuto ako maging ganun ka-humble. So if anything, all those frustrations and pains and heartaches, pangalan ko, etc. and so on, tinuruan niya ako maging mas humble. And masaya ako na naturoan niya ako ng ganun. Because I think as a person and as a writer, mas humusay ako at bumuti ako.
Wala sa isip ko. Now that sa pagkakaalam ko, sa pagkukwento mo ngayon, yung Himala, mas may control ka, di ba? So para siyang nobela na sinasabi mo may control ka. Sa ngayon, may control ka eh. Ikaw naglako after 6 years, hindi ka gaya ng mga iba. Okay. Ano sa tingin mo pag isinulat mo ngayon ang Himala? Himala.
Parang naniniwala kang may Himala.
Paano siya? Meron pa bang walang Himala o may Himala na talaga?
Actually,
gusto ko makilala si Ricky Lee ngayon. Meron ba tayong Himala? Maglalagay ka na ba? Kasi walang Himala doon eh. Himala sila lang, but there was not. Gusto ko itanong, may Himala ba ngayon kung gagawin mo ang Himala?
Unang-una, actually years ago, bago si Zara Honor umalis papuntang LA, we were already planning a sequel to Himala. Na stage play. Meaning, hindi totoong napatay sa ending ng Himala si Elsa, nung nabaril siya, pero hindi na siya nakita ng mga tao. Nagtago siya sa isang malayong baryo. And then ngayon, mas matanda na siya. At teenager na yung kanyang anak na produkto ng rape.
Okay.
So naghanap ng Himala yung mga tao at nagtatago si Elsa. Si Orly, nagkaroon ng isang anak na feminist, na filmmaker sa UP, na ang resentment niya hanggang namatay yung tatay kong si Orly, walang binabanggit kundi si Elsa at ang kanyang Himala. So she felt na ninakaw nitong Elsang ito ang aking buong buhay. And then namatay yung tatay ko. So hinahanap niya ngayon si Elsa, etc. So we had a sequel na hindi namin natuloy at hindi pa rin natutuloy. But I have a draft of the musical, stage play of the sequel. And every now and then we talk about i-revive kaya, gawin kaya, natutuloy, hindi natutuloy. So may konting ganon. Pero dito sa sequel namin, wala pa rin Himala.
Okay.
Hindi. Because ang Himala nasa ibang mga lugar. Nasa ibang mga bagay. Anyway. May questions?
Interesting ha. Ito na lang, pero may 5 minutes na lang tayo. Pero sige, mabilis na sagot. Tapos isang tanong na lang mula sa akin. Babette Lalorga, sabi ni Professor SVS
kilala ko to si Babette.
You went into script writing as a revenge for the bad movies you sat through. Is this true?
Briefly lang siya naging totoo. Nabanggit ko yung kay SB na, ano ba naman to, napatatamad ako, etc. Because that time, may feeling ako na pag nanood ka ng pelikula, kailan tinatapos mo. Maski nag-ano ka siya kasama, o kapangit, o hindi mo na gugustuhan, o nabobor ka, kailan tapusin mo. Out of respect. So, tinatapos ko. So, one time, na-explain ko yun, ano ba naman to, gagawa na nga ako ng pelikula. But through the years, nakita ko rin na marami akong natutunan doon sa mga so-called bad movies na napanood ko. Natuto rin ako maging ganun ka-open na, may makikita ako rito. May matututunan ako dito. So yun. So, naging mas bukas na ako after that. Pero, na-nostalgic tuloy ako kay SB at kay Nieves.
Okay. Okay na ako, himala pa rin. Anyway, himala. Anyway, Ricky, bago tayo magsara, itatanong ko lang sa'yo, lalo na ngayong pandemic, connect natin, no? Post lahat.
Yeah.
Ano na ngayon ang boses ni Ricky Lee? At paano ka nabago as Ricky Lee nitong pandemyang ito?
Well, pilitin ko maging as brief as possible.
Boses as a writer, boses as a writer. Yung voice.
Yeah. Well, I think mas nagkaroon naman ng time to touch base with myself again. Dati ang busy-busy ko, labas ako ng labas eh. And so on, all the noise. Pero ngayon na napuwersa akong mag-stay put. Maski ang daming nangyayari sa palibot, maraming occasions where everything is quiet at ako lang ang kaharap ko. So napilitan akong harapin ulit yung sarili ko na hindi ko inaharap noon. Dahil labas ako ng labas at busy ng busy. So nang hinarap ko yung sarili ko, I think I felt good. Narinig ko ulit yung sarili ko. And that's part of the reason why I started writing the 8 essays nitong bago kong libro. Parang, sige na nga, mag-ruminate, isip na nga ng mga thoughts na pwede kong isulat, i-put together. So, yun is ang good thing na nangyari sa akin ng pandemic, na ganun ako. But it made me also realize one other thing. Na nako, senior ako, hindi ako makalabas. Kung nung unang panahon nito, lumabas na ako, nagpunta na ako sa mga refugee, o sa mga evacuation centers, etc. Gumagala na ako, tinitingnan nangyayari. Ito ngayon, nakatali ako dito, hindi makalabas. Kaya lalo akong na-person, sige, magsulat ka. Kasi yun lang ang silbi mo, magsulat ka. Tumulong ka sa iba, pero magsulat ka rin. So yun, so it made me write, it made me reflect more, and it made me admire other people who are able to go out and do things, and I feel mas writer sila kaysa sa akin. Yung mga tumutulong, nababago nila ang buhay nila ng ibang tao, mga frontliners, nare-rewrite nila ang buhay ng ibang tao. So writers din sila, kagaya ko.
Oh, ang ganda na, nare-rate na yung buhay ng mga tao. Anyway, Ricky, bago tayo magtapos uli, yung may ginagawa kang libro, ay may launch kang libro ngayon, panggitin mo.
Yeah. May bago akong libro na hindi lalabas sa bookstores. So, lang siya, wala kaming distributor, kami lang. Ang title niya, Kulang na Silya, because isa doon sa 8 essays on life and writing in the book, yung graduation speech ko sa PUP. Nung binigyan ako ng doctorate ng PUP. And then 7 other essays. So, Kulang na Silya, essays on life and writing. Na nasulat ko during the lockdown.
Sige. So, mapilito online, right? Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, closing na tayo, Ricky. Thank you, Ricky, and thank you to our audience for turning in tonight, gabi na. Again, BDAP would like to thank our partners in this Lit Fest, the National Book Development Board, Happy Toothpaste, DAS Dishwashing Liquid, and Prime Trade. We'd like to invite everyone to visit Manila International Book Fair online at manilabookfair.com to get big discounts on the best books. Ito nga pala, extended ang MIBF hanggang January 3 p.m. Tandaan nyo, extended January 3 p.m. Pinapasabi ni Ani Almario, ang aming presidente. Maraming salamat, Ricky. Ayan, nandyan. And then, ano pa pinapangbagit niya? Thank you sa lahat. Pinapambagi ng BIDA, maraming presidente. Thank you sa BIDA for watching Pandemic Playbook this past few days. Ricky, maraming salamat. Yung bagong libro mo. Okay.
Thank you sa lahat. Thank you kina Rina, kina Babette.
See you after pandemic.
Okay.